Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of October 17, 2023 is called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Member Washington, will you please now acknowledge our student entertainment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Plant Celebration, Plant High School, along with the principal, Mrs. Kimmy Hallenberg, music director Stephen Bossert. Those wonderful students entertained us prior to the board meeting, so we would like for you to come up and introduce yourself, please.
Hi there, I am Kale Francisco and I'm 9th grade.
I'm Alex Bryn and I'm in 10th grade.
I am Luke Huffmaster and I'm in 11th grade.
I am Luke Dunbar and I'm in the 11th grade.
I'm Spencer Yelland, I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Zoe Heiser and I'm in the 11th grade.
I'm Marin Kennel and I'm in 12th grade.
I'm Vivian Locklear and I'm in 9th grade.
I'm Colin Fenton, I'm in 9th grade.
I'm Lydia Wilson, I'm in 12th grade.
I'm Kyle Goldberg and I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Nicole Famia and I'm in 12th grade.
Hi, I'm Cohen Jones and I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Sophia Gaviria and I'm in 9th grade.
My name is Stephen Bossert and I'm the Director of Orchestras at HP Plant High School. This today was our cello choir that performed for you guys, and I would like to thank you all for supporting music education. And hopefully we will continue to be a top 100 music education community in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get a round of applause. Yeah. If any parents want to come up and take pictures, please do. Parents, come up, take your pictures. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Y'all did a great job. Thank you. Great performance.
Wonderful job. Thank you all for coming. And thank you to all the music instructors who do such a great job bringing everybody here each and every time. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion, a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present today. We have three set of minutes to be approved today. September 7, 2023, school board meeting. September 19, 2023, school board meeting. September 26, 2023, school board workshop. I need a motion, a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Perez, and I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe that all children can be empowered to learn, to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and or questions, board members will have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcasts, on cable TV, on video monitors here in the auditorium. It can be viewed in closed caption in the online video archive.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have 2 items scheduled for time certain, and that's 7:01 public hearing and then 6:01 employee input. I will now move to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Reminder that your 2 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow light on the lectern, a red light, and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I will now call up the first 5 speakers. If you'll please line up against the wall, and we will begin today's public comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Combs, school board members, and Superintendent Ayers. My name is Cindy Stewart. I'm the Hillsborough County Clerk of Court and Comptroller here in Hillsborough County, and I'm a former school board member, as most of you know. I'm here today on behalf of Mort Elementary and the late Sam Bell. Sam Bell and I started something at Mort that I believe was instrumental to that community, and the concept has been pushed throughout this district, the community school concept. I feel compelled to come here and speak on its merits and importance to this school, especially in the East Tampa community. Mort, as you know, has been an inspiration in the community. The school work, developing committed partners, and long-standing programming that co-locates resources and supports for families in one of the most diverse and economically challenged areas of Hillsborough County. With Principal Brown announcing her resignation a few weeks ago from Hillsborough County altogether. This community school is fortunate to have one of the best in its ranks to keep this vision moving forward. And I'm thrilled to know that Kelly Snellgrove is on that list to be considered tonight with your affirmation and a vote. I congratulate her in advance and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I won't be disguised. I'm Susan Virginia Davis, a former teacher, but something you never knew, I'm also a very strong UAW former worker. I'm a UAW woman. I am in support of the teacher pay raises and staff raises. I think that's very important that they all can live a decent living wage and afford their retirement. Thank goodness for Social Security, though. That pays most of my monthly bills. The teacher retirement wouldn't even cover my monthly house costs. The second thing I want to bring up is student safety. And I know most of you, and I never spoke out about it in 1989 when I had a student almost kill another student, not under my supervision. It was before school started, and I was driving from Venice all the way to Port Charlotte to my new job as a VE teacher. I didn't even know what a VE teacher is supposed to be when I signed the contract. But I had a student bang repeatedly a boy's head into the sidewalk and cause brain damage. That was my first year working in Florida. I was not at the campus. I was driving from Venice to Port Charlotte. But I didn't stand up at any school board and stress student safety. The Florida statutes do require administrators as well as school boards to ensure the safety of children. I understand at Freedom High School there was a boy that had brain damage. I'm also on the PTA. He had brain damage. A group of kids beat the heck out of him and kicked him while he was laying on the floor. And there were like 20 kids in the hallways. You all may have not heard about it, but he ended up with brain damage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank
you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jose Valiente. I want to thank you for the opportunity and the honor to allow me to speak on behalf of my good friend Emiliano Jose Salcines, more intimately known in our community as E.J. Salcines. Judge Salcines is a son of Hillsborough County, born and raised. In his lifetime, he has accomplished so much and helped so many. It would take hours to enumerate everything that he has done. So I'm going to focus on one particular significant accomplishment that is very near and dear to my heart, which is his involvement with USF. EJ was a founding member of the USF Latin Community Advisory Committee 32 years ago. In that committee, the USF Latino Scholarship Program was born. This program was created to provide scholarships to Latino students, most of them, the majority of them, who are first time in their families to go to college. The graduation rate of students in this program is over 95%. Since its inception, the Latino Scholarship Program has raised over $9 million, has awarded over $5 million in scholarships to over 1,100 students, and the endowment will remain in perpetuity. At the most recent USF graduation ceremony, USF President Ria Law awarded E.J. Salcines with an honorary doctorate of humanities degree for his service to USF and the community. And in 1993, E.J. also received a Distinguished Citizens Award from then President Frank Borkowski. I want to thank E.J. for your vision 32 years ago, for creating a program that has helped and will continue to help many students that need financial assistance for their education. I want to thank you for allowing me to do this today.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if I could have speakers 6 through 10, please line up against the wall. Next, thank you.
It's working. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the school board. My name is Michael Albritton, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to allow us to come here today to talk about my wife, Sylvia Albritton, and hopefully consider her for the naming of the new PK 8 Magnet School in South Tampa. One of the reasons I think she's more than justified is because, one, she is a Florida native and a lifelong resident of Hillsborough County. And the fact is that she's a product of this very school system. She attended elementary school at Ballast Point, Monroe Junior High School, and graduated from Robinson High School. And grew up in South Tampa, and until recently we lived there for all our lives. She's a lifetime learner and spent a lifetime instilling the love of learning in others. When she graduated from college, she returned to the school district and started teaching here in this school system. She was the first graduate of her family, and she wanted to provide so many opportunities for others. And serving as the principal at her alma mater of Robinson High School was something she would cherish her entire life, and has cherished it. She has spent 45 years as an educator in the school district, and now I better speed it up. She was an innovator in setting up many programs. One I know she's very proud of is the NJRTC programs that she's helped establish at Robinson and elsewhere. And just wanted to mention a couple of students that helped get this whole effort started. One is an active duty colonel at Fort Bragg Station at Fort Bragg. Another is a Air Force.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I know the 2 minutes goes fast. Thank you, everyone. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Bianca Goolsby, and I'm the founder of Teaching for the Culture. I just wanted to take a moment to uplift the educators, the support professionals, and the staff members that are already burnt out after the first grading period. They need more than plastic pens and more than social media posts. As rent, insurance, and utilities rise, we need to keep that same energy with the pay. And while I understand a lot of these issues are linked to the state and some fiscal mismanagement in the past, this district is the 7th largest district in the nation. Think about the level of influence that each of you have as a board and an organization. We need folks to be accountable, to be transparent, and to operate with integrity if we're truly going to prepare our students for life. What is happening here is not sustainable. If leaders in our state will not do what's necessary, your influence as a school board, as an organization, could shift the conversation to address the systemic factors in our education system. My last church announcement. On November 6th, we are hosting a vital conversation about the implications of AI in our education spaces. This is with the Cyber Task Force with School Board Member Karen Perez. Thank you for everything that you do for that. And as technology continues to evolve, school districts must be intentional with addressing the privacy and academic integrity concerns that currently exist. The conversation starts at 6:30 on November 6th at checkthecellphone.com. Subscribe to our mailing list to receive updates. And again, I thank you, school board members, for your time and all that you do. But we really need your influence in the state to make a change, because our teachers and our children deserve so much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Cimino. I'm the treasurer of the United Civic Organization of Tampa, also known as Club Unico. And I'm here to advocate for naming the school after E.J. Salsinas, a longtime member. Unico was founded in 1951 by members of the Spanish, Sicilian, and Cuban community to encourage academic achievement for high school students. The initial members were prompted to value education by their World War II experiences. The club started giving students achievement awards for arts and language. Eventually, Unico was established as a not-for-profit and began raising money for granting college scholarships. It has given over $350,000 in scholarships, primarily based on need. These scholarships we have endowments at USF, University of Tampa, and the HCC. Unico's primary fundraiser has been a crab dinner, but now we also sponsor a bocce tournament. Unico is one stepping stone for E.J. Salsina's tremendous support of education. E.J. has been a member for over 50 years and was instrumental in establishing the not-for-profit status. E.J. is at heart an educator with an esteemed career as an attorney and judge. He has mentored and encouraged numerous students in pursuit of higher education, especially law. He is a renowned historian, especially Ybor and West Tampa, and his most interest in Jose Marti of the Cuban independence. It happens that his father's store is next door to my grandfather's store on Howard near Main Street. It is very fitting to name a school for E.J. Salsina for his unwavering support of education. Club Unico lends its full support for this initiative. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if I could have speakers 11 through 20 to please line up.
Good afternoon. I'm Rosalind Webb. I'm from South Tampa, Robinson grad, Robinson retired teacher, and here obviously for Sylvia Albrecht. Madam Chairman and honorable board members, I thank you for this opportunity today. I think we all know, we've been reading and looking at everything everyone said, but the people of South Tampa, they want this school to reflect their community. You've given us so much with this beautiful new futuristic school, revitalizing Robinson, and that's very meaningful to all our community members. We're excited, we're thriving, and we're rebuilding the community. Among all the votes that were cast, the one person who stands out as having the most intense ties to the South Tampa community is Sylvia. She was raised in South Tampa, went to South Tampa Public Schools, came back to teach in our schools, was an administrator first at Robinson, then at Plant, back to Robinson, and became our principal for 6 years, 6 wonderful years, where she instituted many changes, including that beautiful graduation ceremony that was her brainchild and took over the whole county. You see it every year now. So we're asking you with us to touch the future of South Tampa and give us one of our own, and to tell the children of South Tampa that they dare to dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Combs and board members. My name is Richard Diaz, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Sylvia Cantrell Albritton, just like the previous speakers. I grew up in South Tampa, so did Sylvia. Her parents and my parents moved to the Inner Bay in 1953. I've known her for 70 years. She's been a local school attendant at Ballast Point Elementary, Monroe Junior High School, and finally Robinson High School, graduating there. She moved on to FSU, continued her education, came back to Tampa as a teacher, later on as an administrator, and ultimately a principal. Sylvia has dedicated her entire life towards education. She's changed the lives of many, many students, and that, many of which are here today, and I'm sure they'll attest to the education they got and how their careers, how their lives have been changed by Sylvia's dedication. She is truly an example of what South Tampa can do for education. She is an incredible leader. But in addition to her education and her qualifications, she's awesome. She's also an awesome wife, mother, and a grandmother as well. So she's juggled a lot of important jobs. You have a chance to name an important facility in South Tampa. I think Sylvia Cantrell is deserving of her name on the new K-8 magnet school, and we would support your choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So I came here to talk to you about something else, but I can tell from who's here that we're just probably going to have this repeat of what we had in June. So I just want to point out that does not actually help any children, including mine. And instead of speaking about what I wanted to, I'll now have to save that for next month when I get my full 3 minutes. Now I have to stand here and say that I'm tired of being able to play bingo with everybody's bad faith arguments that are duplicates of the ones that they made in June. I got here early so that I can sign in and just preemptively make them for them. I don't have time to make all of them, so I'll make one that pertains to me and my family. Folks are going to get up to this podium and say, what about this group? What about this month? Who should have this month for this? And this month is Queer History Month. It's also Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, which is significant for me. I experienced 2 miscarriages. My family is Puerto Rican. Beginning half of this month is Latin Heritage Month. Shout out to my kids' school for acknowledging it. Which, by the way, due to Taino heritage, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but you've never seen me come down here and advocate that my kids' school stop celebrating it. I don't know how adults get up here and try to make the argument that multiple things cannot exist at once. This month can and does celebrate multiple things, and if I can share, so can you. These things are integral to my family, but we're also an active duty family. In June, we had people saying, what about military families? When do they get a month? If you cared about military families, you'd know we get several. April is Month of the Military Child. November is Military Families Month. We also get Military Appreciation Week, which is a Spirit Week celebrated in my kids' school on base. Y'all don't actually care. Don't use us as a whataboutism for an excuse for why queerness shouldn't even be mentioned at school boards. Again, our families are real people, not gotcha arguments. Please do not come up here today and dehumanize us like that in front of our own children's school board. And by the way, to the member who wrote my neighbor Kat a poorly constructed and concerning email acknowledging queer history is not akin to segregating people, just like neither is acknowledging Month of the Military Child. By the way, she couldn't be here today.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you.
3:15 is when the students
Thank you.
and we can't get here.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members and Superintendent Ayers. My name is Sandra Smith, and I am a South Tampa resident for 64 years. I'm one of those who went to Roosevelt, Madison Junior High, Robinson High School, class of 1975. After graduating from USF, I was hired back to teach at Robinson, where I proceeded to teach for 39 years. My first year of teaching, however, my next door neighbor was Sylvia Albritton. Sylvia was warm, welcoming, kind, and a mentor. This is before mentor programs were all the rage. But she was a mentor. I've known Sylvia now for 43 years, most of my life. And it's been a pleasure and an honor to have seen her be promoted from school to downtown and to work with incarcerated youth, to become a professor at UT. She is an amazing woman. And what we have to look forward to in this instance is something that is going to influence not just the county, not just the school district, but South Tampa as well. Having Sylvia named for this recognition and honor would be tremendously wonderful for not only South Tampa, but for all of Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members. Excuse me. My name is Gloria Vega Utt, a Tampa native. I enthusiastically embrace the opportunity to support the effort of naming the new K-8 magnet school in South Tampa after Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. I am a lifelong friend of Dr. Albritton. Sylvia is also a Tampa native and someone I have known for over 60 years. Sylvia's dedication to the teaching profession has proven itself to be a lifelong calling. This vocation has guided her over the years with enviable admiration and respect from her peers. She is an upright citizen of our fine community and an extreme exemplary leader and organizer. Thank you for your time and allowing me to express my support on behalf of Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
School board members, my name is Bob Smith. I'm here speaking on behalf of Sylvia Cantrell Albritton, like everybody else. Known Sylvia all my life. We started in elementary school together, went on to junior high school, and that's where she really started to shine. With all the different kind of clubs and organizations that were sponsored by the teachers, she really started learning a lot from the teaching by being involved in those organizations. By the time we got into high school, not only was she still going to be part of those organizations, but now she had leadership roles in them. She was vice president and many different things that there was going on. But the main thing was that she was learning, she was teaching, she was training, she was part of many different groups, keeping people informed, student council, everything. She was part of the Future Teachers of America. She was really starting to blossom and bloom. She was always there for you, cheerleader, encouraging. She was voted most likely to succeed. I know that you do your homework. I know you know all about Sylvia already, what she's done and accomplished. But she got her start while she was in school, just like those youngsters that come up here earlier from Plant that y'all presented. The opportunity was there for her at that time. And she got close to those teachers, and those teachers were able to bring out in her what only a teacher can see sometimes. She took every bit of that, used it for future development, did what she had to do. She came back, and the rest is history. You know that. I think naming the school after her not only would be an honor for her, but it would be an honor also for all those teachers that would participated in her life and brought out what was inside of her, and that would also be shared in the naming of that school also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Ayers, board members. I'm Mary Frances Leto, and I am a retired administrator with Hillsborough County Public Schools. And I'm here today to speak in behalf of respectfully asking the board for their consideration to name the K-12 school after Ken Adom. You know, when you say the names Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Mellon, we all know those names. They're on buildings, monuments, parks, but do we really know the person? In my 35-year career with this district, I have had the wonderful opportunity of having fabulous bosses. Mr. Adom was no exception. He was an incredible boss because he didn't just tell you how to lead. He showed you how to lead. The most important thing that I take away from Ken Adom is that he was a champion for all children. It didn't matter to Mr. Adom what color they were, what ethnicity they were. The only thing that mattered to Mr. Adom was making sure that our students succeed. He was in our schools. He was in our classrooms as a teacher, as a principal, and then as an area director. He helped whenever he could. His entire family is in the school system in some way. When I look at a building and our children, who are our most precious resources, go in, I want to know who is the name behind that building. And when someone embodies character, hard work, and a dedication to excellence, that's what's important to me. Thank you for your time, and I hope you give Mr. Adams' name great consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Distinguished board, my name is Donna Perino. Unlike most school districts, colleges and universities name buildings, programs, labs, galleries, halls, anything that's attached for very generous donors. Here's an exception. The South Texas College of Law in Houston is named, the student lounge at the South Texas College of Law in Houston is named for Judge E.J. Salcinas, not because he wrote a 5, 6, or 7-figure check. Nope. The college named it for him because, as a devoted alumnus and a lifelong education advocate, EJ has mentored and recruited hundreds and hundreds of students to the college, and most of them were Hillsborough County public school students. Those local students have gone on to successful careers in law, the judiciary, politics, right here in Hillsborough County. Thus, consistent with this board's tradition of naming buildings for persons outstanding in their service to its schools and its students, it is fitting that a new school be named for the Honorable E.J. Salcinas. Quietly, without fanfare, he has made a difference for decades in the lives of our school district students. Further, EJ has distinguished himself in other arenas that exemplify the high values and ethics of this school district in shattering racial and ableist and gender barriers through his hire as a state attorney and in being a lifelong devotee of learning. At 85, he's still giving back. I heard him speak a few months ago in Spanish to Latinos in Action group at a South County school. Those students peppered him with questions, eager to hear more of this newly discovered role model. You might find someone as worthy.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable board members and Superintendent Ayers. My name is Dr. Bobby Smith. I'm the executive principal of West University and Seminole Heights High Schools. It's nice to see all of you again. I want to thank you first of all for your leadership for the district. I understand you've got a decision to make, and I would like to recommend that the new South Tampa School be named in honor of Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. Dr. Albritton is one of those people that hopefully all of you are blessed to know, the type that comes into your life and simply makes it better. I've had the privilege of working with Sylvia in several capacities over the last 2 decades. First, while I was the principal at Benito Middle School, and she was the district's general director of career and technical education. She was the consummate professional, expanding learning opportunities for students and providing support to teachers and administrators. Our paths crossed again later as I was the principal at Seminole Heights High School, a school that specializes in dropout prevention and recovery. By this time, Sylvia had retired from her position as general director and had returned to the classroom, teaching English to incarcerated youth. Periodically, Sylvia would call me to tell me about a student who was being released and could benefit from a fresh start in our program. You won't find anyone with a bigger heart for children, for students, than Dr. Albritton. I was thrilled when she joined the governing board for Seminole Heights and West University. As a governing board member, Dr. Albritton has continued to be a positive force. She holds high expectations that ensures that student success is the outcome for both schools. Since joining the board, more than 1,030 students have earned an accredited high school diploma from the 2 schools. Her energy is abundant, and her love for students is endless. For those reasons and many more, I felt compelled to share my feelings with you today And that's why I recommend the school be named in honor of Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Marclutho Largo. Last year, here's Governor Ron DeFuhrer getting a sword from Moms for Stupidity, the sword of stupidity. How ridiculous is that? Well, here they want to name a school. Look at this headline. Heat waves, high water, hurricanes. Now what? Natural disasters can devastate learning, and schools are not ready. Well, guess what? We have a correlation. You keep making stupid schools like these people want to name, and the carbon keeps belching into the atmosphere, and we have headlines like this one here. Coral researchers see mass mortality amid Florida Keys bleaching crises. U.S. sets record for billion-dollar weather disasters. Earth endured its most sizzling summer. Hurricane shatters weather rules. World's amphibians risk being climate captives. Oh, it's a shame they're just clamoring to have a name for a stupid building. What a legacy you leave. It's just a doggone shame. You ignore the science of high-performance, passive solar building. Winston Churchill said we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us.
Thank you. And if we could have speakers 20 to 25 to please line up. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent. Ken Adom, Principal Ken Adom, was a man dedicated to his family and dedicated to the students and families in Hillsborough County. Good afternoon, my name is Bakari Kennedy. I'm president and owner of Construction Dynamics. We are the minority construction partner for the building of the new Manhattan K-8 school. We're excited to be here and to support the Ken Adom family in supporting the naming of the school after him. When they first reached out to me, I was shocked, but also was concerned, what did I have in common with Ken Adom? And with a few phone calls and a little bit of research, what I found out is that he was a man dedicated to his family, a man who was guided by faith, a man that has super support of neighbors and friends, and a man who understands that there's a huge benefit to having long-lasting relationships in the community. These are all examples of what is so important to us as contractors, as small business owners here in the Tampa Bay area. I am a product of fantastic administrators here in Hillsborough County. From Morgan Woods Elementary to Webb Junior High School to Lato High School, and then graduating from the University of Florida with a degree in mechanical engineering. I want to support Ken Adom because what he has done throughout all his years for Hillsborough County was to support families and support students like myself. I look forward to completing the school with his name. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board, and good evening, superintendent. My name is Deneen Paris, and I am here to introduce Ken Adom to you. He was my principal while I was at Gaither High School as a teacher. 37 years Ken was an educator, he was an administrator, he was a leader. Ken was also an alternative certification program coach. In 1970, Ken started his educational career as a classroom social studies teacher for 6 years. Then he became the Dean of Boys at Madison Junior High for 8 years. Following that, he was the assistant principal at Armwood High School for 4 years, the principal at Adams for 5 years, and then he became the principal at Gaither High School, and that is where I met Ken, and he was there for 10 years. Ken has many and wonderful qualities I'd like to share with you. He's personable, professional, knowledgeable, approachable, confident, dedicated, honest, a good listener, a good communicator, and always willing to provide good, applicable feedback to his staff and to others. Ken had a heart for helping those who were in need and hungry. And in 2003, Ken and his wife Linda and myself and my husband and one other couple went to Metropolitan Ministries to ask how we could have a presence to be the beacon of Metropolitan Ministries in New Tampa. And that was in 2003. We wanted to make sure that those who were in need and hungry and needing toys and things for the holidays for their children were able to get those. This year marks 20 years that our Metropolitan Tent has had a presence in New Tampa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope you'll consider Ken.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in honor or in support of Ken. Although I never worked directly for this gentleman, I know that he is a gentleman and a true educator. We came to Hillsborough County at the same time in the late 60s, when it was a little bit difficult to find a job that we wanted. Ken was determined to be a Hillsborough County teacher. A few weeks into the year, a social studies teacher at Booker T. Washington needed to resign, and Ken began teaching there, and thus started a stellar 37-year career with our county. I don't need to go into a lot of details with you. Much of it has been said. I have known him both professionally and as a parent, as our daughters both attended Chamberlain High School together. And often Amy would give our daughter a ride home so that I wouldn't have to pick her up. So I appreciated that, and for Ken supplying the car. I am told that Ken only ever wanted to be an educator, and that's what he finally did when he got the job at Booker T. Washington and went through all of those other jobs that we talked about. His career is stellar. He's a gentleman, a man of good faith, that was said before, a family man, but most important, he's an advocate for students. He wants what's right for them. Ken, as an administrator and as an area director, which ended his career from classroom teacher to area director, wanted to be present in the lives of the people that he was working with and working for. So he was with his staff and students as much as he could be. As a young educator and a young administrator, I looked up to him, and I hope you will consider his name for our new school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent. I'm Lois Quinn, and I'm here to support the name of Ken Adam for your new magnet school. We knew Ken in his retirement years from working with him at church and also Metropolitan Ministries. We imagine the children attending this school asking, why is our school named after this Adam guy? Their teachers and administrators would respond, Mr. Adam was a leader and a mentor in our schools and in any organization he was involved. He was a census taker of ideas, which made people want to work and serve with him at every opportunity. He would praise a person publicly, creating a community of appreciation, warmth, kindness, and love, sprinkled with a little humor. Mr. Adam was constantly doing good deeds and serving others. He was a relationship kind of guy, opening his home to everyone he knew. In his final days, he persevered by extending his last token of friendship as he visited with each one of his friends, remembering the good times they shared. His desire for you children would be to work hard, to persevere, be a leader, while showing appreciation, warmth, kindness, and love, with a little humor. With that, we believe these children would be proud to go to their new school named Kenneth E. Magnum Magnet School.
Thank you. And if I could please call up speakers 26 to 30.
Good evening, Madam Chair, School Board Member, Superintendent Ayers. My name is George Gaffney. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Ken Adom in support of his name being put on the new school down in South Tampa. I got to tell you, I've spent 36 years in the district, and I worked with a lot of great administrators. So I'm sitting up here on the district right now also. And I got to tell you, there's great ones in this room and many great ones that I've worked for. And none are greater than Ken Adom. He was awesome. I worked for him as a teacher, a coach, assistant principal, and later on worked with him as a colleague for a short time on the Senior High Principals Council before he was promoted to area director. You will never meet another gentleman or lady that cares more for kids. And I know there's out there that care just as much. I'm not going to say there aren't. But you will not meet anybody that cares more for kids than he does. The programs that he would put forth at Adams, the incentive programs, the programs that he put forth, the incentive programs at Gaither, the Stampede for ESE kids, it's just second to none. He would always question, why wouldn't we want to do something that's good for kids? I saw him visibly upset one day coming back from a high school principals meeting, and he said, that school over there, they don't have assemblies for kids because they misbehave. He said, can you believe that? He said, what about all the good kids in that school that deserve that? Why don't you deal with those bad ones, but do what's right for the good kids? And that was his firm belief. He's always going to look out for the children of the school, and he's always going to put his foot forward first to be in their best interest. I think he'd be a great choice, and thank you very much
Thank
for your
you so much.
consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Serena Nelson. I was born and raised in South Tampa. I met Ken Adom when I attended Madison Junior High. I lived 2 streets over, actually, from Madison in my years of growing up. At Madison, I became Ken's assistant, and that year totally changed my life. I became friends with Ken and his family, and I was one of those kids. I was the youngest out of 4, a single parent, and I was dealing with my handicap. And I had never had a teacher or a person that had invested in my life. And I was seen for once. I felt like we do a lot more nowadays to help children with disabilities to be seen, but I don't feel like I was ever seen up until that year. They gave me the confidence and encouragement to be a person and to carry out my dreams. I've been lifelong friends with Ken and his family. He's been a mentor in my life for all these years. That's one of the reasons I went on to college. I didn't even think I could go to college. I went on to college and became a teacher myself due to the influence and just also the safety factor in my life. I was sitting here thinking how I felt safe when I was at Madison. When the bridge collapsed, I walked in the rain to get to school because I knew that would be a safety net for me. So growing up in this area, I would, and still live in this area, I think it would be great to be able to drive by and see his name on a school so close to the area I live and have enjoyed my life. So please consider that. and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, school board. My name is John DiMartino. I have known Ken Adams since 1963. Both of us graduated from Hillsborough High School. We had much in common, having stern European immigrant fathers. My mentally challenged sister and I have been part of his extended family ever since. Ken worked his way through high school, college, and was determined to become a teacher. His drive and dedication earned him positions of dean, vice principal, principal, and later on area director, all while raising a family. Because of his good example, his two daughters are presently professional educators. I've experienced firsthand positive effect with Ken on former students and teachers. They admired him, would come maul us at the mall. He never turned them down. He would stay with them and actually know their names. I believe he deserves this memorial for his commitment and diligence in promoting excellence in the Hillsborough County school system. I firmly believe that schools should memorialize educators, especially those that have truly made a difference. And I would predict that Ken had an effect on at least one of you or someone you know. I request this school bear his name as a tribute to a respected educator, a man of faith, and a great person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members, Superintendent Ayers, and staff. My name is Marie Cloutier, retired counselor from Hillsborough County Public Schools. Working at Adams Junior High was the peak of my career because I was fortunate to work under the leadership of Ken Adam. Ken Adams' leadership style was one that inspired, motivated, and supported all staff and students. Ken was open to new ideas and encouraged you to take initiatives, bringing more positive change to the culture and climate of the school, which ultimately improved student learning. We were all part of a team, and everyone, from the bus drivers to the APs, were all equal in the education of the students in his charge. And he was always genuine and outspoken with his praise for each of us. It was never about him, but for the people who did great things for the students in his school. Finding a way to expand his career repertoire, Ken was thrilled over the opportunity to become an adjunct professor at the University of Tampa. My husband, Dr. Ed Cloutier, in the Department of Education, made comment. Student evaluations manifested the knowledge and wisdom of Ken Adam concerning the American public school system and the effectiveness of school teachers. His honest and motivational teaching inspired many of our UT students to become teachers in Hillsborough County schools. Teachers like Ken Adam will never die. They live forever in the hearts and the minds and the souls of the students they have touched. The new PK-8 school in South Tampa, named after the late Ken Adam, would be a tribute to his character. Please let this legacy, marked by service of distinction, loyalty, and honor as a man and as an educator, be an inspiration to the teachers, the students, and the staff who will hallow those new halls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, and if we could have speakers 31 to 35 line up, please.
Good afternoon, school board members, friends, family, and fellow educators. It's a pleasure to be standing here in reference to, again, the wonderful man that you've heard so much about, Kenneth Adam. It is unbelievable that I have been here before in your presence And fortunately, when I was, it was for Dr. Jack Lamb. And you were so kind as to see that he was a very deserving individual. I mention that because there are so many wonderful candidates out there that truly are deserving. If you only knew from the elementary level up how much they give and choose to give. And I'm not talking about their pocket, I'm talking about time, the hardest thing to give at this time. When I met Ken, and I have been in this system for 42 years, when I met Ken, it was through a mutual friend. I again continued to meet him at retirement get-togethers, school meetings, social events, and I really and truly admired all the things that my peers at Claywell Elementary told me about Ken, because most of their children were attending Gaither, especially since he took the job of double session as the only principal at Gaither. Yes, he is a formidable person, but little did I know he would be my extended family later in life. And that's when I learned about his philanthropy, his kindness. He had yearly events at his home on the holidays, and your only ticket to enter, if you chose, was to help Metropolitan Ministries.
Thank you so much. Next
And I will
speaker.
tell you that you can do no wrong by selecting Mr. Adam.
Thank you
I
for
thank
coming.
you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna McClure, and I am reading this letter on behalf of Jerry Murray, who is currently stuck in traffic. Mr. Murray is a teacher at Gaither High School and has been teaching in the Hillsborough County School District for the past 53 years. In 1994, he was selected as Hillsborough County Teacher of the Year and later as Florida's Teacher of the Year. He tells you this not because of his accomplishments were his own, but they were nurtured by many mentors up to this point. It was because of one gentleman that encountered and guided his career that helped him achieve this recognition, and that person was Mr. Ken Adam. I would like to propose that Ken Adam would be used for the naming of the new K-8 school. I have no idea of the criteria used for such process, but I must believe the naming chosen recognizes an individual that has given great service and leadership to Hillsborough County schools. I cannot begin to tell you all the accomplishments that Ken achieved for this system. I can tell you that as a leader in this field of education, he was a mentor to many, an individual who went on to serve in many capacities for our school system. Exceptional in recognizing talented individuals in all areas of education, devoted to developing their expertise, dedicated to helping them achieve their goals and inspiring them to reach beyond their expectations and their specific talent. And leadership in education is what Mr. Adam did for many who have these roles both past and present today. His lifetime of giving himself to the students, teachers, and administration of our school system could not be better recognized than using his name, Ken Adam, for our new school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members, superintendent Ayers, and staff. My name is Amy Adam Simmons, and I'm so excited to be here today to stand in front of you with my whole family and friends and supporters and ask you to strongly consider naming this new school the Pre-K-8 Magnet School in South Tampa after my dad, Ken Adam. He was a dedicated Hillsborough County employee for 37 years, as you already know, who also was a product of Hillsborough County. He graduated from Hillsborough High School in 1964. He also went to Ballast Point Elementary. Maybe he was there with Dr. Albritton. We wear orange this evening in acknowledgement of my father, our family member, and to show awareness of kidney cancer. Recently, we drove by the new school site, and I saw things that reminded me of Dad. including a sign that said Construction Dynamics. It compelled me to look online at this company's website and dig a little deeper. I was moved beyond words because of the parallels between this company's foundations that are listed on his website. Go look, you will see them. Between this company and my father. I realized that Construction Dynamics exemplifies the same qualities that my dad personified. And he already mentioned all of them. I can't help but think how special this would be for this new school's foundation to be rooted in a company with such strong values and named after a leader with the same attributes. My sister and I were privileged to be part of the student body of 2 of his schools, and today we're proud to live out his legacy as educators in the county. As a family who supported Dad throughout his entire career, the Adom family is committed to supporting this new school community and the students who will fill these halls in all the future generations to come. And now a word from his grandchildren.
I'm Sherwin Simmons.
My name is Kennedy Scher, and I hope that you will vote my grandpa for the name of the school.
My name is Riley Scher, and I hope you let my grandpa be the name of the school.
My name is Chael Simmons, and I hope that you consider voting for my grandfather.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members. My name is Jennifer Tischler. I graduated from Plant High School in 1988. Legend has it that if it weren't for Sylvia Albritton, I might still be there. At this point, alongside my 3rd child to grace those same halls. But here I am. There are a few times in life we get to truly return the deepest levels of gratitude, and for me, this is one of those times. I was a rebel without a cause, truly. I had no cause. I didn't have a reason. I actually didn't even have rebellion. I just really didn't like to go to school so much. I had maneuvered the system. If you go and you go to homeroom, you don't end up on the absentee list, your mom doesn't get called, you can go to the beach, end of Davis Island, wherever you need to go. So I spent a lot of time in Miss Albritton's office. We were close. She was always warm. She handled me with grace and with kindness, and she never raised her voice. And she gave me the grace that I actually didn't give myself much of the time. I would saunter in and out of school, sometimes longer, sometimes stay longer than others. And at one point, I was there too long because I got a blue slip to come to her office, or to go to her office. I go to her office, and there's my mom and Miss Albritton. And I'm like, uh-oh, because we usually came to a peace agreement on our own without my mom. Anyway, what Miss Albritton did in the next 5 minutes changed the trajectory of my life. She drew a bell curve because I had lost confidence in myself, and for no reason except that I was just, who knows, a wanderer. She drew a bell curve. On this side of the bell curve was below average, on the top was average, on this side was above average, and she said, we got the state testing back. That says JT because you scored in the 98th percentile. And I said, I need to get this done. I need to go to school, and I did.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's
Next
okay.
Speaker.
If ever there was a person to name a school after, it's
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Gemma Riley, and I'm here today to propose a motion that is dear to my heart and the heart of the community. It is a sentimental proposal rooted in a profound respect for Dr. Sylvia Albritton's contributions and the desire to preserve her legacy for future generations. In the educational history of Hillsborough County, few names embody the spirit of dedication, perseverance, and transformation as profoundly as Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. She was the first female principal of Robinson High School, breaking the glass ceiling and paving the way for future generations. She profoundly impacted my life, a testament to the far-reaching influence of a great educator and leader. Dr. Albritton knew her students had tough lives. Some were like me, a military child with no permanent place to call home, and others who had it rough at home. Dr. Albritton fostered a culture of inclusivity and respect, demonstrating a deep understanding that education is not merely about academics, but also about character building. I was with a group of talented and diverse girls who achieved great success in basketball, winning several titles and making it to the state Final Four. Dr. Albritton believed in us. She encouraged us and cheered us on. I retired from the military after serving 21 years, completed 4 combat tours, and transformed civilians into soldiers as a drill sergeant in a male-dominated unit. I am one of a select few who made it into the warrant officer cohort, comprising less than 3% of the United States military force. Dr. Albritton lit the spark in me. She was not just a principal, but a mentor, a guide, and a catalyst for change. She instilled a culture of high expectations, dreams, and possibilities. An environment where every student felt valued, every teacher felt empowered, and every parent felt engaged. She was a visionary, a trailblazer, a beacon of hope for countless young girls like me who looked up to her and said, I too can lead. I too can make a difference.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, Madam Chair, and all the members of the school board. My name is Louis Diaz, and I am a retired Hillsborough County employee. I was very fortunate to grow up in this community. I have lived here for 70 years, and I've had a great time working for the school district. But none of that may not have happened had it not been for Sylvia Albritton, Miss Cantrell. See, I met Sylvia, and I know a lot of people have said a lot of things about Sylvia that's well known, but what you may not know, that I was one of Sylvia's first students at Lato High School back in 1968. And she came in from Florida State, and I won't mention that I'm a Gator, so we'll leave it at that. But nonetheless, when she walked in, I didn't know what to expect. But the surprise that I received, the humanity that I sensed, the goodwill that she gave to all these students, and that was not an easy class. There was a bunch of us guys from West Tampa there, and they weren't easy. And I will tell you that she had us under control. She taught us. She loved us, she cared about us, and she gave everything she had to make us better students and better people. I didn't know back then that I was going to be a teacher at Lato High School in her class. And even my first degree was not in education, but I thought about it. And when I did think about being an educator, I thought of Sylvia Albritton and the things that she taught me and the lessons that she gave me that made my career as a teacher very, very successful. I'm very humbled to be here to recommend Sylvia for this honor. I know there's a lot of great people in contention, but I had to come and speak because I had to do something I never did, was to thank Sylvia Albritton for making me believe in myself to be an educator and a successful administrator, I hope, in Hillsborough County. It's been a pleasure being here. I love Sylvia. I know you all do too. And thank you very much for having me this afternoon. Thank you so much.
And if we could have speakers 36 to 40 to please line up. 36 to 40.
Very scary. All right. So, do I start? All right. Honorable school board members, my name is John Michael Ray. Everybody here knows me as Coach. I taught in Hillsborough County for 37 years, and I've been retired for 473 days. Who's counting? I'm here to recommend the naming of the new school, the K-8 Magnet School, at which I am next door. I wake up every morning to hear the construction for the last 368 days. But that's okay. I wake up and I see a school that's going to be a big part of South Tampa. And when you think of education in South Tampa, everybody I know thinks Sylvia Albritton. In fact, I didn't even know she was a doctor, but that's okay. She was a principal, assistant principal, and 17,229 days ago, I first met Miss Albritton. She was my English teacher at Robinson High School. 13,956 days ago, I met Miss Albritton again as an assistant principal at Plant High School. 11,399 days ago, I met Miss Albritton as a principal, and she invited me to teach at my alma mater, Robinson High School, graduation enhancement, as well as impact. Well, to make a long story short, I have admired this lady for my entire life. I followed her education from elementary school all the way through college. We went to the same schools and everything, so thank you. And I can't think of a better place to be named Miss Albritton.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members. My name is Michael Albritton, and thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak on behalf of my mother, Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. I'm semi-conflicted speaking on my mother's behalf because she always preached hard work and earn your way. But with a number of people that had preceded me that had many kind words of affirmation, and anyone that's to follow, I think that they kind of have said things that I can maybe hit on different items. My mother is the epitome of South Tampa education system, being a student, teacher, administrator, and principal. Education has truly been my mother's life's work, and I know she's loved and thoroughly enjoyed every day of it. Life is also about balance, and family is a major part of it. She's been both a loving daughter and sister, in addition to having been married to my father for 51 years, and a wonderful mother to me and my brother William. She ran a tight ship for me and my brother. Life wasn't always easy being a principal's kid. However, I believe we both can say it served us well as we matured in life and become fathers to children of our own, and see the joy that she has being a grandmother called Mimi. My brother, in fact, has been a teacher now for 15 years, and although I didn't get into education, I stayed working on ships. An educator never stops teaching. Upon quote-unquote retirement, my mother obtained her a doctorate in education in addition to teaching at Riverside Academy and Orient Road Jail, jobs that probably aren't in high demand for applicants. She has also taught at the collegiate level at UT and USF. It's been said that when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. I believe that's a perfect way to describe my mom and what education means to her. Thank you again for the time to speak on my mother's behalf and for her consideration for this new K-8 magnet school naming. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Lax. I've lived in Hillsborough County about 23 years now, and I thank the board for this opportunity to speak. I feel very lucky to have been here today and heard all these stories about these amazing and inspiring educators. You have a very hard choice ahead of you. But on my part, I came here to thank you from the bottom of my heart for recognizing LGBTQ+ History Month. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have to specially recognize groups, but we don't live in that world. We live in a world where some of our community has seen their accomplishments and their struggles systematically erased and ignored and edited out of history. This is a simple thing, the recognition. It's not going to change the curriculum. It's not going to change anything about anyone's school day, but it provides respect and support to the school's LGBTQ community, and they will feel seen. And I greatly thank you folks for providing that to that community at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Henry Marset. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Van Ayers. I'm here to speak about Sylvia Albritton. I first met Miss Albritton as a student at Plant High School. I later did my practicum, internship, and got a job from her at Robinson High School. I worked with her then at Tampa Bay Tech. She promoted me to department chair and ESE specialist. Throughout the years, Mrs. Albritton has worked in accelerating students and moving them forward, always including the ESE students. When I started working at Youth Services, Mrs. Albritton was there and worked with our students and always ensured that they always got their fair chance. She pushed for them to graduate. when she became director of adult programs and technical programs, she pushed to get ROTC in all the high schools, which she did. I just want you to take a moment and think of Ms. Albritton when you name the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Fernandez, principal of Eisenhower Exceptional Center. I want to thank Mr. Van Ayers and all the school board members for allowing me to speak today. I'm so honored to have the privilege of speaking for Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. First of all, Ms. Albritton has been an educator for life. She says 40 plus years, but it's genuinely for life. She's retired, then came back to work. That's where I met Mrs. Albritton. I was APC at Youth Services. She, at that point, was the little tiny lady that we know looking up at the incarcerated students of Orient Road Jail. She moved that classroom multiple times, made sure that all of those students had all the needs that they needed in jail so that they could pursue their education. Many of them graduated under her and because of her. Sorry, I went off for a minute. Ms. Albritton has been a teacher, assistant principal, a director, a professor at the University of Tampa. She has been all over this community, especially in South Tampa. Naming this pre-K-8 school after her would be the ideal place and location for her. The community knows her. They recognize the name and the impact that she has made on the community. Sylvia has been a role model for many students and family for nearly half a century, but also for many teachers, support staff, and administrators who came before and after her. Dr. Albritton somehow always finds the time for anything anyone asks, along with balancing her family. She has been a mentor to many, including myself. With all this in mind, please consider Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton to be named after the new school location. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can please have speakers 41 to 45 line up. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members, Superintendent Ayers, and staff. My name is Kathy Houdelette Bonner, and I'm the proud sister-in-law of the late Ken Adom. I couldn't let this opportunity pass without speaking and asking the board's consideration and naming the new pre-K to 8 school in South Tampa after my brother-in-law, Ken Adom. My husband and I previously lived directly across the street on Bay Villa from Manhattan Elementary, where he and his siblings attended years prior. I myself attended Hillsborough County Schools for my entire education, attending Forest Hills, Adams, and Chamberlain High School. When my sister met Ken, I was only 12 years old. They married the following year, and Ken quickly became an integral part of our family. Ken began his teaching career soon after at Booker T. Washington. He then gave me one of my first paying jobs, ironing his work shirts for 50 cents each. Over his entire 37-year career in the Hillsborough County school system, I personally witnessed his commitment and enthusiasm to his entire staff, teachers, students, bus and cafeteria workers alike. He treated all fairly. Ken and his family were among the first members of St. James United Methodist Church. He served as an usher on various committees as well as chairman of the preschool board. In 2003, he and other church members met with Metropolitan Ministries and thus began the partnership for the Holiday Tent in New Tampa. Ken would rally the local schools for a friendly competition as to who could raise the most donations. That tradition continues today with his daughters raising donations at their schools. In 2021, their 2 schools alone collected nearly 6,800 pounds of food and toys. Along with being actively involved in collecting and personally delivering the food and toys to Metropolitan Ministries, Ken and Linda hosted spectacular yearly open houses during the Christmas season at their home, where attendees were also asked to bring food and toy donations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Matthew Johnson. I am not here to ask to name a school. I'm the father of 2 students in our district. To brag on my youngest, he was accepted into the gifted program last week, where he belongs. and he is still transgendered. So I was happy to learn at last meeting that LGBTQ guidelines were released, and in reading them, I understood why some of the specific accommodations were stripped away from the prior versions. But I really appreciate that there is still a compelling rationale for supporting our trans students. Your teachers want to treat all of our kids with kindness and respect, and I see these guidelines as an opportunity to inform educators how they can still do so in this climate. My wife happens to teach at our son's school, so I was curious how these were communicated to staff. My wife was unaware that LGBTQ guidelines were released, and this is certainly an acronym that would have caught her eye. So I'm here today just to ask that you make sure that the teachers receive the good news of what they can do to help support their LGBTQ students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dave Coleman, and some wonderful speakers and some beautiful things said about teachers. Hillsborough is actually a mixed bag. My daughter went on to USF. My son was told to withdraw without parental consent from Gaither at the age of 16, so I might have a different perspective. On LGBTQ History Month, every individual goes through their own unique coming out journey. That's from the Hillsborough County LGBTQ and Democratic Plus and Democratic Caucus. They support and celebrate everyone no matter where they are on their path. This was from them on the National Coming Out Day. That path probably begins during school age. No one should live in fear of free speech. History is one of our greatest methods of free speech. My child was struggling in the first grade. I met their teacher. She said it was her job during those 6 hours to love my child. Looking back, I figure that's the kid that plays with trucks or flowers. They would love and protect both equally. Teachers rock. They can do that in their classrooms. You as a board need to support them. I bet you would like to believe your board believes in free speech. I attended a meeting about students vote to remove the Chamberlain mascot. A student was bullied to tears in this very room. I attended a meeting about masks where a MAGA screamed F-bombs at vested police in front of an ASL class trying to give a performance. That foyer, I was told, was a sign-free zone and that teachers would be fired if they had one up there. Free speech. Yet they rolled out a TV and out came all kinds of MAGA flags and banners. Sometime later, I attended a small Wednesday noon gathering in the parking lot and an elder was told they couldn't sit on the steps. Is that free speech? I attended a book meeting here. A MAGA got up and sat next to me after my talk, telling me how I was wrong and followed me out in the hallway. The next book meeting, Carla was here and left the room after upsetting some people and was told she wasn't allowed to come back in. Are you encouraging and loving all our kids with free speech?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tabitha. I was born and raised here in Hillsborough County, and I graduated from Armwood High School. I have a child who attends in the 4th grade in this county. I'm also a college professor at a private university in this county. First, happy Pride History Month. Second, I would like to address an issue with the board member through an email that they sent. Third, speaking as a disabled veteran, oftentimes people stand before this board and they bring up issues with pride and other recognitions by comparing it to the military community. Just as information has, there are 4 individual solid months making awareness for the military, as well as 36 individual days. That is almost half of the year to recognize that. I would ask individuals to stop using that comparison before this board, but as a former evangelical, I know that they won't. Now, speaking as a professor of English, writing, and literature, one of the most troubling aspects I see among my adult students is that they have no actual knowledge about the intentional exclusion of certain groups from both education and literature presented in primary and secondary education. And this makes them angry when they have to play catch up as an adult. In regards to the email that was sent, likening simply mentioning the fact that October is LGBTQ History Month to segregation, as a board member did, and not giving recognition of the LGBTQ History Month is just about denying a group recognition. It's also about telling them that their participation and what they contribute to society doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if I could please have speakers 46 to 50 to please line up.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the school board, Mr. Superintendent, Coach Washington. My name is Scott Burkett. I am a South Tampa native. Lived all 60, well, it'll be 63 years coming up in about 2 weeks. All of that time, I've lived in South Tampa. I first met Sylvia Albritton in the fall of 1975 as a sophomore at Robinson High School. And I've known her ever since that time. I actually went back to Robinson and was able to teach there for 7 years during the period of time that she was the principal. Robinson has been blessed in that it's had great administrators over the years. One of them, Beth Shields, who was assistant principal there at Robinson when I was there, went on to principal at Plant High School, has a middle school named for her, and it's down in Ruskin, even though her family is a South Tampa family. My principal was Pete Davidson, who started his administrative career at Madison and then was my principal at Robinson, and this district is named a school for him, and it's in West Chase. Sylvia was born and raised in South Tampa, just like me. She's lived, as you heard her husband say, most of her life in South Tampa. They recently moved, but she's the kind of person who has an effect on the lives of students long after that they are her students. She is still teaching students today because the students that she had remember the things that she taught them, not just in the English class, but how to be regular people. And so I'm here today to say, if you name the new school, the Magnet School in South Tampa for Sylvia, Sylvia will be there. And she'll be there as a mentor to the principal, the administrative staff, to the teachers, and to the students as well. So thank you very much for this consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Ayers. Rick Warner, children's advocate and supporter of better funding for our schools. I don't envy you the decision on this naming today among all these deserving candidates, but I'm here to speak on a different subject. Today's board member vote on whether to place a $1 million property tax referendum on the November 2024 ballot will be a major step in determining whether the district is able to obtain additional funding to pay the competitive level of salaries needed for staff retention and recruitment. Recent years have seen dangerous increase in teachers leaving the profession and difficulties in recruiting as evidenced by our high teacher and bus driver vacancy levels. Those realities clearly have a negative effect on the district's capability to deliver high-quality education to all students. Last year's 4-3 board vote was perhaps the single biggest reason for the narrow defeat of the 2022 referendum. Hopefully, this time the board will show greater support for this urgent need.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, good afternoon, board, and then also Superintendent Ayers. How are you today? I'm Kerry West. I'm president of Tampa Pride, and I'm coming here to thank you. I'm thanking all of you because on behalf of LGBT Month, it's a great honor to let all the students and let you and the community know that you are GOATs. That's right, because yes, we have sports, we have technical, we have musical talent, but greatest of all time, you are sitting right here and teaching and leading the ways of what a future is, and that's what the students are in diversity. Besides diversity, inclusion, and besides inclusion, it's all of us encompassing. And we are a great area, a great talent, and the Tampa Pride is very proud to say that we are in support of scholarships, teaching and having inclusive, including all the people of middle school. We have mothers taking strollers. We have a full diversity of the high schools, middle schools, and even some area private schools that come through the schools in their bands. and performances, with everybody coming and taking part. You know, this is not a choice upon us. This is not a choice that we have, that we don't offer. It's not offered when they're born. This is something that we are it's ourselves, and it's ourselves that we can't change. And this is who we really are. And we greatly appreciate the fact that a lot of people don't know that, but you have. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Ebbing. I'm a longtime resident of Hillsborough County and the father of two boys that graduated from Chamberlain High School, one earning a partial scholarship playing soccer. The other went on to the University of Florida. And it was during his freshman year there that someone on his floor decided they needed to out him simply for being a guy questioning whether he was gay or straight. Being a communal bathroom and restrooms in the college dorm, he began to fear for his safety as he was bullied by a small handful of individuals. But I'm here today to thank you, members of the board, for recognizing GLBTQ History Month, because in doing that, it creates awareness, and that awareness may help other kids down the road. That awareness also lets kids know that there are people out there that are doctors, lawyers, teachers, sports people, all walks of life. We're everywhere. So thank you for that, and it helps create awareness. It helps us understand the difference, and I believe it will also help have us safer schools for all kids. After all, we are one human family, and no one should be outed for who they are, no matter what they are, especially in a college dorm. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you. Speakers 50 to 55, please line up.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Horseman, and I extend my thanks and congratulations to the Hillsborough County School Board for the recognition of LGBTQ+ History Month. I realize the courage it has taken to remain woke in this trying political environment. I'm speaking today not only as a gay citizen of Hillsborough County, but a member of Faith Family United Church of Christ, which is an open and affirming congregation within the Florida Conference of the UCC. At last week's gathering of our Florida Conference, our congregation signed on to a letter regarding the status of education within our state. I am quoting mostly from the sections that pertain to LGBTQ+ issues in our public schools, although the full letter covers higher education and all topics that are being censored and/or whitewashed. And I quote, "We are concerned that policies and rhetoric toward LGBTQ+ students, parents, teachers, and faculty feel targeted and less safe. We are concerned that books lifting up diversity and the struggle for justice have been taken off library shelves, sometimes as a response to self-censorship because of the political atmosphere that has been created. To build a beloved community, we must ensure our children are taught the richness and complexities of our collective past, the good as well as the bad. Teaching children a comprehensive understanding of our history will foster empathy, critical thinking, and a deeper sense of unity, and will empower them to recognize injustice and discrimination and work towards a more equitable future. We express our gratitude to our dedicated educators and librarians and commit to supporting them in helping nurture our children and youth. These educational experts care deeply and play a vital role in shaping the future leaders of our society. They inspire, challenge, and open young minds to the wonders of knowledge. Let us work together to create a beloved community where every child grows up with an understanding and appreciation for the diverse tapestry that has been woven throughout history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing this time for us. My name is Kim. I too am a Florida native. This is my first time speaking up here, but rest assured, unless or until the path we're currently on changes, it certainly won't be my last. I'm here today for my grandchildren, who are my world. I want them to know what's right in the world and that we must all take a stand, not only for ourselves, but for each other. Strength comes in numbers, good beats evil, and in the end, love always wins. Ignorance, racism, bigotry, and hatred are spewing from the woodwork in today's world. It literally makes me sick to my stomach. It never ceases to amaze me and is beyond despicable. No matter how hard some may try, history cannot and will not ever be altered or erased, as it's written in stone by way of blood, sweat, tears, and human life. To those of you before me who continue to fight for what's right by protecting history in its true invaluable form, we see you, we hear you, we thank you, and last but certainly not least, we dearly appreciate you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, honorable school board members, Superintendent Ayers, cabinet members, staff. My name is Delma Rodriguez. I am here today in support of the Honorable E.J. Salcinas for the K-8 elementary school. I've known E.J. since I was little. I used to buy hats from his father in West Tampa. I, too, like him, am a native West Tampanian. I speak to you today because E.J. is probably one of the most honorable men I know. Not because he's an attorney, not because he's a judge, but because that is who he is. He is an orator, and we have very few of those left. He is a historian. You want to know something about West Tampa or Ybor City or even Tampa? Ask EJ. And if you want to see it, go on YouTube. He has made some excellent presentations. He is a man of Tampa, and I request your support for E.J. Salcinas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the school board. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Horge Freeman, fourth generation from Hillsborough County, born and raised in West Tampa. Product of the public school system here. So I'm delighted to be here in order to extend the board an opportunity to do something historic. I'm recommending that the new PK through 8 school in South Tampa be named after the Honorable E.J. Salcinas. E.J. Salcinas is a legend, period. He has been a pillar in the Tampa Bay community for decades, serving as a respected judge, prosecutor, and historian, as has been said before. Naming this school after him would be a fitting tribute to his commitment to education, justice, and community service. Naming a school after him is also a powerful statement to all students, and especially to Hispanic students who represent about 36% of the students in this district, that their heritage is a strength, a source of pride, and it would also be a testament to the contributions that they can make, that all students can make to society. Earlier this year, the Honorable E.J. Salcinas received an honorary degree in humanities from the University of South Florida. But this is in addition to a number of accolades that he's received, including the Medal of Honor from the Florida Bar Association, the Justice and Diversity Lifetime Achievement Award from the Hillsborough County Bar Association, a Human Rights Council Hall of Fame. The accolades go on and on. His leadership in the Innocence Project, where he was responsible he helped to free hundreds of wrongly incarcerated men and women. So as I mentioned, the accolades go on and on. My recommendation is that this school be named after him. And what I can tell from today is that you all have a difficult decision ahead of you. And as you think about what distinguishes the Honorable E.J. Salcinas, I encourage you to think about what it means to be constructing a school fit for the 21st century. Those types of schools are multilingual. They show that students can move between different areas to make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello and good afternoon, esteemed members of the school board. Thank you for your time today. I am here to voice my special appreciation for the acknowledgement of LGBTQ plus History Month by the school board. As we have heard extensively this afternoon, the educators in Hillsborough County have immense opportunity to make an impact on the lives of their students. By acknowledging the history of LGBTQ contributors to our community and protecting the students of our community who might fear their identification as part of that group, this organization has made a necessary step forward to advance our community. The economic growth of diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that I have experienced firsthand in the last year of my life. I recently was elected to serve as the lead for the LGBTQ outreach organization for all state protection plans. Throughout our society, at all levels, whether it is the federal government or businesses, we see where protecting the needs of these individuals is vital to our progress as a group. I thank the school board for taking steps to protect our future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable school board members. My name is Sharon Graham, and I am here speaking to you today in unequivocal support of the proclamation for LGBTQ History Month. I am a therapist, and also I'm a person of faith, and I like to highlight that here because it also gets thrown around from a different perspective. But I am someone of a very deep-seated faith who strongly believes that, number one, God does not make mistakes in creating people as they are. Number two, we show our love and respect for all people, all of God's creation, when we tell the truth of our history and learn from it. And when we recognize the contributions of all people, including recognition of their full identities. And number three, that it takes no rights or respect away from me or any other group to learn about the history of all of us. It is, in fact, quite to the contrary. We are enriched by learning our history so we can be, do, and love better. Most of us believe in inclusion and equity for all, and in the accurate and full historical account of our history. But there are a loud few, who would like us divided and living in fear of one another and our truth. In spite of that hatred and fear, we stand united and in support of learning our history honestly and fully. We stand united in support of all of us and in equity for all. Thank you for your support of the proclamation for LGBTQ History Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, school board members and interim superintendent Ayers. I am Nikki Rivera. This evening, I'm actually going to be speaking on behalf of Amy Marie Granger Welch, who is our Hillsborough County Council PTA president. She writes, first, thank you to our superintendent, Van Ayers, and his team for working hard to reach a tentative agreement for pay increases for our teachers and staff. I'm here to speak in support of the LGBTQ History Proclamation. PTA supports the implementation of diverse and inclusive criteria in K-12 public schools nationwide. As the largest child advocacy association in the nation, PTA supports measures that ensure the teaching of history, including but not limited to the history of African American, Latinx, Native American, Asian, and LGBTQ groups, is accurately represented and taught. PTA supports and advocates for inclusive K-12 curricula and multicultural resources and materials to empower students and families of all backgrounds to understand themselves more effectively in relation to others. Let's work together to continue building welcoming schools that celebrate diverse histories and break down existing barriers. Doing so may increase family engagement and drive further student engagement and success. So I urge you to support the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Hillsborough County School System, and honorable employees, Mr. Superintendent. It's my pleasure this evening to be before you to speak about our good friend that has done so many things for all Tampanuels and all citizens in Hillsborough County. You see, EJ is a unique individual. He was elected in Hillsborough County as a state attorney for 16 years. He was the first Hispanic prosecuting attorney in Hillsborough County. That's number 2. And I see these 4 words, preparing students for life, and it comes to other things that he done that meets here what he has done and continue to do as he's still doing for helping people. What did he do when he was state attorney? He was the first to hire an African American named George Edgecombe. There's a building named after him. He was the first to hire a female prosecutor named Gwendolyn Young. He was the first one to hire a prosecutor with disabilities. But that's not the story about E.J. Salcini. It's about those 4 words that I read there, preparing students for life. That's exactly what he's done his whole life, no matter if it was high school, college, or law. In fact, in West Tampa, we don't call it South Texas University. We call it E.J. University, because he has sent I don't know how many students and guided them to be attorneys with a promise that if they finish law school, they might have a job where he's at. And I know you'll have a difficult job. You got people here that are representing their candidates, and they have all good candidates seeking this name for this school. God bless you, and thank God you're making the decision, not I. Congratulations.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board members. Joe Robinson, taxpayer, resident of West Tampa since 1962, West Tampa CRA CAC chair, and a member of Tampa Sports Authority board. I'm here to speak about 403. Please get us approved the salaries for the teachers. Negotiates with Mr. Van Ayers. You did a good job. We need to keep you here. The other item we're speaking about is 720. Blake, I'll come back to that. And then also give the taxpayers a chance to vote on 1102 with a resolution so that we can solve this problem with teachers. My mother was a teacher. She died several years ago, so I'm very passionate about teaching. I'm here to speak about the memorandum of understanding. I want to thank the principal at Blake, Ms. Valerie Newton, Chris Farkas, we call him Alabama, Lannis Robinson, and Ben Moore and others for looking at this. One is, I'm from West Tampa. West Tampa's having a resurgence. I'm also interested in sports, being served on the Sports Authority. It's located in West Tampa. It's used in Blake High School on the river. Blake can have its band showcase, which the band is almost equivalent to FAMU from what I'm seeing. It will improve existing facilities at no cost to the district, and any costs that come up, according to the agreement, it says that they should pay for it. In the West Tampa community and CR area will only benefit from this. We got Rome Yard, we got West River. We're even trying to get a brand new school, right? And so I'm here to say that I would ask that they consider making it wide enough to put an 8-lane track around it when they leave, so that that track that's sitting on behind just can be moved, and so that area can be developed for teacher housing and workforce housing for staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please. We'll just have a couple more speakers, and then we're going to move to employee input because we do have 6 employees here.
Hi, if I can, I'd like to give a minute for anyone with kids to maybe take them out. This is your explicit content warning here, so I apologize, but I'd like to wait if I could have my time so I can wait.
No.
So you're not going to let me say? Then I'm not going to speak because I'm not going to do that to the children that are in here. I waited here 2 hours to speak. I have something very.
Everyone has the same rules. Thank you. Please move ahead.
Okay. Well, I apologize, but I refuse to say a lot of the things that I plan to say. But I'd like to talk about the blankets book review committee that happened at Plant City, and I really would encourage people to step out with your small children. I'm here to report to you about the committee that met on September 18th about the book Blankets. I was present at the meeting at Plant. Today I would like to specifically talk about the 15-page bedroom scene that was addressed in that book challenge that was filed. It includes erection, breast fondling, biting, tasting, oral copulation, stripping off clothes in heated passion, 22 images of the aroused couple, 10 images of her naked breasts. The book also contains crass talk like this: church camp is the best place to score pussy. Also, did you feel up her titties? It has images of masturbation, naked boys peeing on each other, and sexual assault of a child, and more nudity, more male and female nudity. I imagine we're uncomfortable now. This is shameful, base, and degrading. All 7 members of the committee were also asked to look at this image. This was in the book, and they all unanimously said that this, and along with that 15-page, okay, this is in children's libraries here in Hillsborough County, approved by that committee unanimously at Plant High. It's in multiple schools. There's 10 images of that woman's naked breasts in that book.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. And no one's allowed to bring displays. Am I right, Mr. Porter? That is a rule. And
this isn't a library book in your classroom.
Thank you. Next speaker.
show that here.
Thank you. Next speaker. We all have the same rules. Everyone gets 2 minutes, and we're consistent. The time starts when you begin speaking. Thank you. And our final speaker before we move to employee input. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gil Hernandez. I live at 3121 West Oakland Avenue in Tampa, South Tampa, and I'm here to support naming the school in South Tampa after E.J. Salsines. A lot of people have spoken, including Councilwoman Miranda, very well, and I have to talk to you from my heart. I don't have anything prepared, but I've known E.J. since 1971, when I first came to Tampa from New York City, where a person by the name of Hernandez like me or Salsines was never considered to be anything important in city government or anything else. I came here and he was the state attorney. There were other members of my heritage in government, but he was the state attorney, a very important position. Since then, I have had the opportunity to know him. And among all the accolades that he has received, the one that I want to tell you is that, in my opinion, there is no one today alive that represents the Hispanic or Latin or Spanish or however you want to call it community in this county better than E.J. Salsines. I do know that you have other intramural candidates that are very important, but Mr. Salsines, Judge Salsines, has earned the position of having a school in our county named after him. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now move to employee input because our employees do come for a long way, and then we will return to public comment. I also just want to clarify that all public speakers get 2 minutes and the moment starts when you're speaking, and there are no displays allowed. If you want to have handouts, that's okay. I want to make sure I'm always consistent with the rules amongst everyone. So I will now move to public comment, I'm sorry, not public comment, but our comment for our employees. At the beginning of a meeting, it's sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about a specific agenda item on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We'll call up the first speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, board members, Superintendent Ayers. My name is Stephanie, and of course I'm from HSEF, and we just want to say thank you. This year, through negotiations, it was a different year. We want to thank the negotiating team of the district and all of the hard work put in. We were able to come to a conclusion, and our members ratified it, and everyone seems to be happy. We're happy, and we just want to say thank you.
What I want to say is we'll just keep working towards making sure that our employees make a living wage. And this was the first step into that, making sure that they make a living wage. I want to thank Superintendent Ayers for making this possible. I want to thank the school board. I want to thank Miss Dr. Marie Whalen and Danielle Shotwell for making this possible, and the whole negotiating team. So we're here to encourage you to vote yes on the salary increase for HSEF. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Rob Crete, president of CTA. I would like to thank you for honoring and keeping this time kind of holy for our employees that are getting up super early and staying up super late grading papers, but that ability to come down after they're done with school and just talk to you guys about whatever issues they're having, I think is super important, and I appreciate that. I also want to echo the sentiments of HSEF and as well as Mr. Joe Robinson. I wish he was here as my spokesperson. I always love when he speaks. We thoroughly appreciate the tentative agreements that we've made with you guys, and I would like to say that the work that this school board is doing under your leadership, sir, with the HR department is amazing, and I want to continue with that collaboration and great work. I know that you guys are going to be talking about maybe asking the community to do a little bit more for our public schools, and we fully support that. And our data says that Democrats, Republicans, and independents in this district feel strongly about that. We need to be able to retain the teachers that we have. We need to be able to retain the support professionals that are doing the great work. We need to be able to recruit more. But there's other things that we could do with an initiative that you guys are going to talk about. We could talk about expanding our art, music, and PE at all of our elementary schools. Increasing early learning. When we talk about kids that are struggling to read in third grade, let's take a look at what we're doing or not being able to do for early learning. This is super important to not only all of us here, but the community. We want to expand our community schools, and we want to go right back to it. Keep the great teachers that we have here. The tentative agreements that we've made so far are helping that, but we could do more, and I'm excited about where we're going. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board, superintendent, and everyone in their respective places. My name is Troy Von Dawkins. I'm the secretary for at Sulphur Springs K-8. I have come today to speak on behalf of the non-represented staff of Hillsborough County Public Schools. Our secretary force, head custodians, and student nutrition managers, all of which serve as supervisors in some capacity or another. These non-represented employees supervise a team of people that made anywhere from $11.80 an hour to $13.60 an hour, according to the 2021-22 salary schedule. In 2022, the district raised the minimum to $15 an hour to meet federal guidelines. However, your non-represented employees' pay was not adjusted. We once made $3 to $4 more than those we supervised. We now only make 61 cents to $1 more. The new proposed salary schedule shows that Secretary 4s would make $1.93 more than Secretary 1s, but in 2021, there was a $3.88 difference. The proposed salary schedule only shows Secretary 4s making 99 cents more than bookkeepers, but in 2021, there was a $2.10 difference. Keep in mind, your Secretary 4s, they work 12 months. We initiate and sometimes approve hiring actions for our principals, enter, verify, and if needed, approve payroll. We recruit and submit new hire offers. We order supplies for all staff. Some are clinic backups. We submit maintenance requests, sub requests, manage visitor logs, submit additional pay assignments like TESA, UNISEC, ELP. We supervise the front office, set up fundraisers, bank reconciliation, book field trips, organize school events like Picture Day, teacher appreciation, and pre-planning, in addition to any other tasks our principals may require of us. Your non-represented employees have been marginalized, as we do not fall in top priority to adjust the pay to be proportionate based on position and workload. The district must revisit this decision to pay non-represented employees as well as other support employees proportionately. If a Secretary 1 can get a $3.20 raise to meet minimum wage guidelines due to cost of living, then so should your Secretary 4s and other non-represented employees. Giving us a 30-cent step increase is not proportionate and needs to be carefully revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Hottenstein. First of all, I have not seen you since you were became superintendent, sorry. So congratulations, it's great to see you. To all of you up here, most of you have seen me speak on behalf of Counselors 1. I want to say a big shout out to all the secretaries in our district because they are the heartbeat of our schools, and so please take that into consideration. I'm here actually, I am the Hillsborough School Counseling Association president, and I'm here to talk about a couple of things. One, thank you for going to the table and putting us on the salary schedule in which we are meant to be and which we deserve. We hold masters for our position, and thank you, thank you, thank you. We have been waiting for this, and so I just thank you for that. But as we go into contract language, I want to kind of highlight a few things. We have a large amount of vacancies of counselors in our district. We have 26 in elementary alone, 26. And if you think about it, there is one elementary counselor per elementary school. They have coverage, they've got a plan, but it's 26 vacancies, 15 in the middle and roughly 6, maybe probably a little more in high school. It is unacceptable if we do not try to change the language of the contract language for us. We hold a lot of positions in which we are pseudo admin or we're running around. We do lunch duty. We do multiple lunch duties, testing, which takes up a ton of our time, doing things that are also out of our job description. It leaves us less time to talk to the students in need, to talk about what's going on, to address academics so that we can have a higher graduation rate, talk about post-secondary options to do the things that we need to do. For elementary, it's intervention. It is RTI, it's MTSS, it's all of that. Counselors play a very important role in that, and to have 26 vacancies, it's just going to continue if we do not start respecting the job in which we hold. I was not trained to be in lunch duty all the time. I was trained to work with students. So I just wanted to kind of go and put my 2 cents in. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. Heidi Glick, Alonzo High School. I also want to echo what a lot of people have said about thank you. Thank you for, I'm on the top of the scale. I work 2 jobs. I'm getting something, finally, a nice raise. But just as a thought, when people are looking at whether or not to pass millage, I will actually make more money after I retire. I have 3 pensions. New York just gave a cost of living. Maryland just gave a cost of living. And when I start collecting Social Security, my income, and with the retirement from this district, I'll actually be making more than I am now. But I'm not leaving yet. You can't get rid of me. Not yet. What I wanted to talk about was class sizes. And I want to talk about how, the class size amendment is only for specific core classes. And I understand that. So our E1 teachers, our biology teachers would have a class of 25. Okay, I haven't had math since 1975. So if I screw this up, somebody fix me. So 6 classes at 25 each is 150 students. Our teachers are looking at 200 plus students. T-pay them. Award them a T-payroll, because basically you're getting all of that for free. When I teach an elective. I'm happy to have my elective. I have 36 and 40 in a class, and that's great. I'm happy about that. But my teachers that are teaching E1 and Algebra 1 and need to pass these kids on to the next load, they're not asking they don't want to lose their planning period. What they want is to be paid for what they're doing. So I think we need to take a look at that. Like once you're over a certain number, which I personally think should be 150, because that's what the class size amendment says, because teachers aren't coming here. The scale is better, but it needs a lot of work, because I shouldn't make more money when I retire than when I do when I'm working. And that's sort of, I mean, I need to emphasize that point, but again, I'm not going anywhere. So I need you to take a look at that. I don't know who's deciding how many teachers need to be at each school, but they need to stop and they need to not do it anymore. Because when you have lower class loads in access class, and you have lower numbers in IB class, and lower numbers in your collegiate classes, because that's just the way it works, you cannot say, okay, you have this many students, you need this many teachers. It doesn't work that way. We need to look at how many are in this grade and how many are in that grade, and anyone who has a load over what they should have should be getting T payrolls. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Nicole from Brandon, and excuse me, it is Character Day at my school. I am here today to say thank you for your recognition of the LGBTQIA+ History Month. So often the contributions and accomplishments of this community go unnoticed. As a teacher who wants all students in my room to feel seen and heard, and as a parent of a lesbian daughter, I want the LGBTQIA+ community to be seen. I want all my students and my child to be able to live openly and proudly, and to see many people like themselves who have helped to move society forward. My daughter's school celebrated Say Hello Week recently with the Sandy Hook Promise, and there was one day where teachers and staff chalked the walk and drew drawings to welcome students. And my daughter came home so excited that day because one of the drawings was a group of people holding hands, and it said, "All are welcome here." And she was so excited because she felt seen, and she felt like her school recognized that she was a part of their school and welcome there. And that meant so much to her. So thank you very much for this proclamation. And thank you for making all of our students feel seen.
Thank you. And our final employee speaker of this evening.
Hello. Good evening, school board members. My name is Jen Hart. I'm a proud elementary school teacher in Hillsborough County since 2004. So tonight as a teacher, I just wanted to say thank you to most members of the school board for standing up for a proclamation to support LGBTQ History Month in October. If we say we are a school district focused on helping children succeed, then that means every child. We cannot create an atmosphere in schools that one type of child or teacher has an existence that cannot be talked about or celebrated because another group of people do not approve. Students only stand to gain empathy and understanding from learning about diverse groups of people, and empathy and understanding is what the world really needs more of now, more than ever. And every student deserves to feel safe and accepted at school so that they can grow and learn and reach their full potential. So thank you for this proclamation, and please continue to stand up for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And also, thank you for that step. I trust you guys that we're going to get it.
Thank you. And we will now resume public comment. So speakers 59 to 65, please line up. Well, 59 to 65. I think 70.
Alrighty, how y'all doing today? My name is Luis Salazar. I am the president of the Hillsborough County LGBTQ Democratic Caucus. I would like to first start by thanking you for recognizing the importance of LGBTQ History Month. I know by the sounds of hateful rhetoric I've heard in these walls, that was not an easy decision to make. History, and especially the history of marginalized communities, should be celebrated, especially when that history comes from a place of tolerance, love, and understanding. I grew up in a time and place that was more intolerant than the times we are now, believe it or not. and my history as an LGBTQ person and as a Latino was something that was not taught in schools. I had to gather bits and pieces from the elders in my two communities to know who I am and my place in this country. Through the process, I have come to learn that I too have heroes and that I'm also part of a very rich history. Most importantly, I learned that my history was the cornerstone of the American mantra, which I spoke every day in schools, of liberty and justice for all. One which no ban or mob of tolerance could ever take away from us. We as a diverse community must move forward together. And we can only do that when we learn about each other and learn to listen to each other. That, unfortunately, is not where we're at yet. But we can learn that step from the history that we share. I leave you with the most important lesson history can teach us, and that is, in the time of our known human record, those who banned books, denied others education, and degraded marginalized communities are not the people we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kat Margot. I'm 20 years old and I identify as queer and trans non-binary. I'd like to start off by thanking you all for the recognition of LGBTQ+ History Month. While the recognition is simple, this is an act from all of you as a stance in solidarity of our students, teachers, and staff in the LGBTQ+ community. As I stand before you, I'm aware of the people in this world and perhaps in this room who resent my existence without knowing a bit about me. So allow me to introduce myself, how I would like to be known. To my friends, I am kind. To my peers, I'm smart. To those who work with me, I'm resilient. And to my partner, I'm loving. I'm passionate. I'm determined. I'm opinionated. I'm funny. I'm reflective. I'm hardworking. I'm careful. I'm cautious. And at this time, I'm scared. These are the qualities that I'm able to take the time to see in the queer trailblazers before me. This month, I'm able to reflect on their energy, their sacrifice, and their success. I allow this knowledge to wash over me like a comforting blanket. As though times are hard, we can still persevere. I hope this recognition means you stand alongside me and alongside my community as we do this together in unity as a force. I yet again reference the simplicity of a recognition, a simple confirmation of something that is just simply fact, that October is and will continue to be LGBTQ+ History Month no matter what. But nevertheless, this is a need. As political agendas rain upon our students, we must emphasize the importance of their success. And I will confirm to you that this does not come from cowardice. It does not come from hiding or backing down. It comes from fighting for our students. Fighting for their true protection and standing proudly alongside them as they grow and become their true selves. Thank you again to the board for this recognition, but remember that our community needs you and it needs more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Humera Afzal, and I fully support recognizing October as LGBTQ+ History Month in our public schools. As a society, we are failing our LGBTQ+ youth. It's already hard enough being a teenager. It's even more difficult being an LGBTQ teen, and it's become even harder in the past few years. Everyone needs to hear your call to action for the people of Hillsborough County to work together to promote equal protection of all students and staff, regardless of sexual orientation, gender expression, or gender identity. Our LGBTQ+ young people especially need to hear this. Too many of our community's LGBTQ youth are stigmatized, neglected, and mistreated simply because of who they are. A few statistics. 60% of LGBTQ youth who wanted mental health care in the past year were unable to get it. 73% of LGBTQ youth reported experiencing symptoms of anxiety, and 58% reported experiencing depression. These youth are also 4 times as likely as their peers to commit suicide. So yeah, these youth especially need to hear that they're valued. I have no illusions that recognizing LGBTQ+ History Month will magically fix everything, but it does send an important message to LGBTQ+ students and staff that you matter, you're valued, and that there are many people who embrace you as important members of our community. I thank you, the members of the school board, who have demonstrated your commitment to creating a welcoming and empowering environment for all students and teachers in Hillsborough County by recognizing LGBTQ plus History Month. Thank you.
Thank you. And if speakers 66 through 70, please line up, or yeah, if we can go all the way up to 70, that would be great.
Good evening, board. My name is Simon Canassi. I am here to speak in support of naming the new school after my dear friend E.J. Salsinas. There are two other candidates tonight that you have to also consider, and I have to tell you that after standing here for the last couple of hours and listening to the people that came forward for those other two candidates, you have a very difficult choice to make. But at the end, no matter what choice you've made, you have honored a very worthy individual. However, I'm only here to speak on one of them, and that's my good friend E.J. When I think about E.J., words come to mind: educator, nurturer, iconic. Ask any lawyer or any judge that you know in Hillsborough County, especially those that E.J. mentored, especially those that E.J. helped getting to South Texas College of Law, especially those that worked for E.J. They will tell you that the man was so instrumental in their career, and they owe their career to E.J. Salsinas. The love and respect that E.J. enjoys in the community is second to none. I cannot say enough about it. I was privileged to have served on the Judicial Nominating Committee years ago that sent E.J.'s name to the governor for appointment to that appellate court. He served that court with honor, with distinction, with congeniality, and above all, with a tremendous head for the law. I cannot say enough about my good friend E.J. and the deserving of this school being named after him. And I'm going to leave you with one thought that has nothing to do about this. Only communists and Nazis ban books. And when you ban books, you affect critical thinking. Remember that. And I say that as a lifelong Republican, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Braden. I am the mother of two Hillsborough County Public School graduates. Thank you for letting me speak today. Thank you so much for the Pride Proclamation in June. Many LGBTQ students are being marginalized and bullied and need your help. Thank you for organizing and allowing LGBTQ guidelines in the classrooms. Please continue to support these guidelines and make sure they are being implemented. Thank you for the October proclamation for LGBTQ history. This is very important to these students since they are being attacked by the governor and legislature by anti-LGBTQ laws. Recently, This Book is Gay was removed from Armwood High School. Please do not ban this book due to minority extremists. Parental rights also include parents who want this book available to their children. Please continue your support for these marginalized students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jennifer Fobo. I didn't expect to come in here today and hear so many wonderful things about Miss Albritton to me, because I knew her back before she was a doctor, so that makes me feel exceptionally old. She was definitely a huge impact in my life, and I'm blessed that I'm able to be able to say anything about her tonight, because that was not why I was here. I am a concerned mother with Hillsborough County children in public school system here, an unwavering advocate for both teachers, safety, and transportation, and for fiscal responsibility on this board. And my candidacy for school board is pinnacle on these topics. In 2022, spearheaded by numerous on this board, a similar proposition was introduced. Our community made their stance clear. They voted it down. It is unconscionable to me that we look at this current climate with where we are from a monetary standpoint, where our parents are placed, that we find ourselves here once again. we're revisiting an issue that our constituents thought was settled. The question arises, are we really listening? Do we really know what's going on in our communities? Do you know that there's parents that can't pay rent, that can't pay their electric bill that's also 3 times the normal amount? Today, our community stands yet again, due to this board, at a crossroads, facing a proposal that would hike the millage rate for $1 every 1,000 of home value. At a time when these families are wrestling with financial blows of inflation, is it fair to ask them to tighten their belts? I stand here today not just as an individual voice, but as a reflection of many who fill this room and many more outside it. There is an absolute need for better pay, more resources for our teachers, but throwing fuel on a fire does not douse the flames. It usually only exacerbates it. The fiscal transparency of the board needs to come to a point where we are evaluating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Debbie Hunt, Hillsborough County Citizens Defending Freedom. Members of the board, superintendent. I come today about 2 different issues. The first is the recognition of LGBTQ plus History Month. I find it disturbing that you're willing to pursue a recognition where it doesn't appear that you have a policy or anything that would guide that, suggesting that maybe you're not even following your own guidelines. To circumvent the intent of the legislature by moving forward with a History Month that, if taught in the classroom, would be in violation of the law. However, this law was clearly specifically included within the governing Florida statutes for the powers and duties of the school board. I also find it discriminatory against faiths. I also want it to be very clear, this is not a personal attack on people who are gay or lesbians or other choices. This is about a school board who continues to deviate from our nation's constitution, which you swore to uphold. My second issue has to do with increasing taxes. Please vote no. There's still things that need to be gotten in order within the budgets that you have. I do think it's exceptional that as a district, and especially as large a district as we are, that we have maintained the ranking of being the highest nationally for 4th grade math and reading, and our 8th graders ranked high in math as well. And Hillsborough County led the nation with our minority and disadvantaged student scores. Thank you to the teachers very much for their dedication. But who's going to suffer the most from the millage increase? The teachers and the families who rent. Please reconsider. This is not the time to ask for more.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damaris Allen. I am a Hillsborough County Public School graduate, and I have 2 Hillsborough County Public School graduate students. The first thing I want to talk about is my alma mater, Plant High School, who has a book that is being challenged. I find it interesting because when I was in high school, we had to read this book called Crazy in Alabama, and a woman carried around a man's head in a hat box, and parents were so furious that we would have the audacity to be taught this book. And let me tell you, every single one of my friends read every single page. I'm grateful that I grew up in a time when 1069 didn't exist, when I could explore terrible literature like V.C. Andrews that was horrific, but then also learn that I loved the classics. Sometimes we have to go with what kids get engaged with. And I'm not saying to put pornography in schools, because we do not have pornography in schools. Let's be clear about that. But I think it's really important to recognize, if we want a generation of kids who love books, who read books, we have to give them actual books. Also, about the LGBTQ proclamation of the History Month, please recognize that our students are people. They are children that come from families who identify as LGBTQ, who have parents who are LGBTQ, who have siblings who are LGBTQ, who are LGBTQ themselves. And we need to put aside our personal agendas and recognize that every student deserves the right to be loved and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable school board members, good evening. My name is Jennifer Souls. I am from South Tampa and attended T.R. Robinson High School, class of 1994. I'm here to speak on behalf of Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton. My goal today is to urge you to name the new K-8 magnet school in South Tampa after her to honor her legacy in education. She served as the principal of Robinson High School from 1990 to 1996, and she was not only the first female principal, but also the first graduate to serve in this position, as she was a graduate of the class of 1967. In the 1993 to 1994 school year, I was Dr. Albritton's student government president. Dr. Albritton fostered a culture where I and thousands of other students were able to excel with learning and practicing life skills to become successful members of society. Under her leadership, I was able to thrive in learning how to be a student leader. This experience allowed me to build confidence in public speaking, to plan and execute events and dances, and most importantly, how to build successful teams, which enabled me to continue building my leadership skills in the United States Air Force, where I went on to a successful career around the world, commanding an Air Force squadron and retiring as a lieutenant colonel. The practical skills I learned from my high school career has stayed with me my entire adult life, and this would not have been possible without the environment that our principal created. Not everyone had a great home life, so coming to school each day to a warm and caring faculty was so vital to so many of my fellow students. I could go on and on with the many accolades she garnered in her career as an educator. However, a quick internet search will give you that. Instead, I would like to express the gratitude I have for Dr. Albritton. For me, as a young female in high school, Dr. Albritton modeled how to be a female in a leadership position and how to be a successful working mom. And this inspired me as a young teenager to dream big for my future.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
speaker. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kara Smullins. I wanted to thank you all for being here today, but especially thank you for recognizing the importance of LGBTQ History Month. I am grateful that you have affirmed LGBTQ History Month as something that is necessary. This month gives students the chance to learn from the LGBTQ rights movement, which helped shape our nation. The future is in the hands of our students, and it's our responsibility to give them honest access to priceless learning resources so that they can build a better tomorrow. LGBTQ History Month also gives kids the opportunity to see themselves reflected in our country's history. LGBTQ students are lucky to be seen in any content in our schools right now because of the nonsense coming from the Florida Capitol. Without representation, students like me, LGBTQ students, feel invisible. And that increases our risk of suicide, which is already 4 times greater than our peers. I graduated high school last year. I remember sitting through 12 years of history class and rarely seeing me and my community represented. I remember reading about Sally K. Ride, the first American woman to go to space. I don't remember reading that she was also in a loving relationship with a woman for 30 years. If I had known that LGBTQ people can go on to become more than outcasts at the lunch table, more than victims of hate crimes on the news, I probably wouldn't have been as depressed as I was in middle school. Overall, your recognition is important because LGBTQ history is American history. And if we justify the loss of even the smallest part of our history, we might as well forfeit all of it. Because at that point, we all lose. Everybody in this room, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. So I thank, again, this board for honoring LGBTQ history, American history.
Thank you. And if we could please line up our final speakers, speakers 71 through 76, our last 6 speakers.
Good evening, and thank you to the board members and superintendent for allowing us time to speak. And I do want to. My name is Ant Avila. I am the community organizer here in Tampa Bay for Equality Florida, and I'm here to echo the gratitude that you've heard from many people in this room for your recognition of LGBTQ History Month. That is incredibly important, and I just want you all to take notice of the people in this room. We for the last 2 meetings have been able to come here and express our gratitude, first for the release of written guidelines for teachers and staff, and now for this recognition. And I want you to know we will continue to be here. We will continue to be here because being civically engaged is important to the folks that you've seen tonight. And we want to continue to be here as allies to you as you continue to create spaces that are inclusive to every student, that respect every family. But we will be here to hold you to account and to be here as allies to your good stewardship of this district. So guarantee we'll be here, and guarantee that we will not be as disturbing as some other individuals that come to speak to you. We want to be here to congratulate you and to support you in stewarding this district. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Ayers. My name is Bishop Michelle B. Patty. I was born and raised in West Hyde Park. And I say that to say this, that I am a product of Howard W. Blake High School. I am a bishop of a church. I also am the co-host of What's Really Happening that airs every Saturday morning on WTMP. Now we've gone on to Spectrum. We're also station 189. My husband and I, we had the opportunity to go to Barcelona, Spain. Soccer is king in Spain and other places in the world. And I said this to say that I support the Women's Soccer League. We need to allow them to come to Blake, but we also need to encourage them to hire African Americans to work on the expansion of the stadium. We also need to have them maybe give out some scholarships to the kids. What many don't know, especially black kids, that it is a lucrative business to be a soccer player. But you don't see a lot of African American children playing soccer because they have not been introduced. So this is a win-win-win for this community if you allow this to take place. And I don't know why you wouldn't allow it to take place when they're taking on the brunt of paying the money to do this. And I like to say I stand in solidarity with the teachers. They're not just teaching these days. They're having to be referees. They're having to be pastors. They're having to be counselors. They're having to do so many other jobs than just teach. They deserve a raise. They work hard. They deserve that. They give out of their own pockets a lot of times because they don't want any child to go in need. So I don't know why we would be hesitating to give them a raise. If you've been in these schools today, it's different from yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to the board, Superintendent. My name's Stephanie, and I'd like to thank you for recognizing LGBTQ History Month. That's important for all these children, that they are recognized, appreciated, and to put down bullying. We speak about education. We speak about, but one of the most important aspects of education is socialization. If these children today are going to grow and live and work in Hillsborough County and stay within a small world, maybe it's fine to deny them certain facts of black history, of LGBTQ history, of Latino history. but these children are going to go out into the workforce, deal with a world economy, a world compete in a world economy. And if they don't know how to relate to other people, they're going to fail. I grew up in New York City. I had wonderful parents. Grew up in a very diverse environment. I have a college education, a master's. I had a successful career in J.P. Morgan. And it was not my education that got me my success in my career, but the fact that I had understanding of diversity, respect of other people, and can deal with different ethnic groups, different racial groups, different types of people. And so if we want to educate our children, educate them, socialize them to compete in a world economy, if you really care. And we started this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and there are three words, justice for all. And that's what we have to remember, justice for all, not to isolate any one group, any individual. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Ashley. I'm a mother in this county, and I've been in Florida for a very long time, and I wrote this because I am shaking. As you know, this month is LGBT History Month. Teaching LGBTQIA+ and transgender history, including the stories of Black people, people of color, and Indigenous peoples, is crucial to creating a more inclusive and accepting society. As one of two mothers of our biracial child, I am cognizant of this fact. By shining a light on the struggles and triumphs of our communities, we can learn from the experiences within and work towards a brighter future for all. Growing up, I was not represented. I saw no one that looked like me, no one that felt like me. I felt very isolated. I had a lot of struggles growing up. I didn't know that there were people in history as a part of our community. So I appreciate you for allowing us to have an LGBTQ History Month here. I hope that more counties do follow that, because my nephews, it's a whole nother story over in Pasco. I want to make it clear to people that the people like me that struggled to exist and be accepted were told and bullied and beat up, and we were told that we were not to exist. I was told more than once to kill myself by other kids, adults, people. Our children in this county deserve better, and I appreciate you guys for sticking up for them. So many things. Our children do deserve better. I don't want our children's parents' history or Black history to continue to be a decision made by people outside of our communities. I just want us to be included. I hope all of you who showed up to name a school, which is great, also show up for all the children that don't have voices, the children that are LGBTQIA, the Black students, the Indigenous students, the people, the children of poverty. Please continue to show up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Honorable school board members, good evening. I am Dr. Dawn Coe-Mitchell, and I will be also speaking on behalf of my sister, Colonel Sunny Coe-Mitchell, who unfortunately, due to ongoing world events, is unable to be present today. We are both proud graduates of T.R. Robinson High School, and I stand before you today to propose the naming of the new South Tampa K-8 Magnet School in honor of the remarkable Dr. Sylvia Cantrell Albritton, a woman who is a guiding light in the world of education. Dr. Albritton's impact on the students she served is immeasurable. She fostered a genuine connection with her students. As we were not mere numbers, we were part of her extended family. Her vision, leadership, and compassion for students were truly unparalleled. My sister and I attribute much of our success to the foundation she helped build. Due to her unwavering commitment to education and tireless efforts to introduce scholarship-producing programs, such as the Naval Junior ROTC program that opened up numerous opportunities for her students to excel, my sister and I were both awarded 4-year Army ROTC scholarships. We both graduated from the University of Tampa, and my sister, who is currently serving with over 24 years of service in the United States Army, was the first commissioned officer from the Robinson High School Naval Junior ROTC program. For me, Dr. Albritton's impact was transformative.
A majority of students in our high school were from military families, and Dr. Albritton led with a deep understanding of the unique challenges and sacrifices military families face, especially at a time services for military families were limited to non-existent. She led me into a journey to become a clinical psychologist and serving in the United States Army, having the privilege of providing mental health care to those who serve our country. I'm committed to being for families and service members what Dr. Albritton was for me. As a minority female leader, Dr. Albritton is a trailblazer and represents the very essence of South Tampa, a community known for its commitment to supporting each other. Naming the school after Dr. Albritton is a tribute to her and a signal to our current and future students that we celebrate those who strive for excellence, challenging norms,
Thank you very
and
much.
championing inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you. And our final speaker for this evening.
No. Hi, my name is Lamar Callahan. I'm the founder of tutorsforyou.org, and I'm just simply looking to work with the board. We have a program called tutorsforyou.org, and what we do is we provide live online tutoring for children and adults for $5 an hour worldwide. And what we do is our classes are from accounting to yoga. We have preschool to college prep, SAT, ACT, GED classes, computer, 30 different languages, reading, math, history, science, mental health, finances, special needs, music. We have over 100 classes. The backbone of our service are our tutors. All of our tutors are experienced teachers. We have teachers that have been teaching over 30 years, and we currently have 15 doctors. Our website is tutorsforyou.org, and that's tutorsforyyou.org. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. I'm not asking for donations, which we accept, but simply we would like to work with the board to help those families that cannot afford to spend $30 to $300 for a tutor. We simply charge $5. So if there's any questions or concerns, you can reach us at our website. Thank you, and everybody have a blessed day and a weekend.
Thank you.
I love the teaching for everybody.
Thank you. And that concludes our comment. We will now move to the recognitions and proclamations. Okay. The adoption of Proclamation National Principals Month, October 2023. I'll be highlighting this proclamation. October marks the celebration of a special group of leaders in our community, our school principals. These dedicated individuals play a pivotal role in shaping our students' futures and the trajectory of their school. A strong principal often makes a difference in the culture and the direction of the school. So many teachers will tell you they will follow a good principal from school to school. Hillsborough County Public Schools is dedicated to honoring our leaders. Our leadership development team has profiled some of our leaders for National Principals Month in a video series called Principals Perspective, Insight and Inspiration. I encourage you to watch these videos on our district social media pages. Thank you to our principals for dedicating yourself to your school, your staff, and your students day in and day out. I need a motion and a second to approve the National Principals Month, October 2023. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Okay. I'm just going to say a couple things. The key to a student success is a great school. And the key to a great school is a great principal. And that is really true. I know for me as a former educator, I would have followed some of my principals anywhere they went. To me, students are students, but really the leadership at the school is so important. And I want to thank each and every one of our administrators for everything they do and how hard they work. I mean, I often see nowadays on Facebook where principals are trying to hire people, look for people. They work day in, day out, after school events. They are really the heart and soul of our district, and I want to thank them. And that's why it's so important that we start paying our administrators here in Hillsborough County more, because they do work so hard. And I know they could be CEOs anywhere else, but they're CEOs of the most important thing, and that's for our students. So I want to thank each and every one of them. Thank you. Member Gray?
Well, ditto, and I appreciate those remarks, Madam Chair, and I think we are all in agreement that the principals, teachers, you know, it's always been said that they leave principals, not schools, or they come to the schools because of the principal. The principals set a culture academically, socially, emotionally, safety-wise. I mean, they are the instrumental procurers of a student's success, and the reason is because teachers who love their principals will work mighty hard and absolutely transfer a lot more academically to their students and work extracurricularly. And I don't know whether that's such a word, but teachers are apt to work after school, which they usually do, but during the hours right after school, weekends, and this all becomes real because of the principal. We just went to a very, very nice event on Saturday. Member Rendon was there as well, which really gave the veterans a lot of deserved notoriety, and that's because, I mean, one reason we went is because of the great principal at Newsom High School, and she draws a lot of magnificent speakers and audiences. But you know, we had and help me out, Member Rendon, I think it was Russ Parker, who came to Newsom as a veteran, chose Newsom out of the entire state of Florida. Was it the entire state of Florida, or he had the whole United States to choose? This is a veteran, and it's the organization I just gave out, but it's a great organization, and it helps the veterans and the support their lifestyles as they mature. But anyway, real fast, the whole United States, he chose Newsom, Lithia, which Newsom is right there. And he chose Lithia because Newsom was the best school environment in the whole United States that he felt he could really have a great lifestyle. So all this is to say, principals such as Katie Rocha and so many of them really make communities rock. They make their teachers stay, and they make their students, they help make our students become very powerfully strong academically in all the other domains. A lot of talk. Sorry about that, Madam Chair, but they deserve a lot of recognition. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We spend a lot of time talking about teachers and our support staff, and as we should, they are absolutely the heart of our schools, but we don't spend enough time talking about our administrators. And I spent a lot of time in my schools in District 3, especially recently, and there's not one administrator that I'm just not completely honored and just completely at awe at how much work that they do and how passionate they are about their fellow employees, their students, their schools, how much energy they invest. I mean, honestly, half the time I can't even walk the school with them because they're so used to walking so quickly to either be there to do an observation or to handle a dispute or, to make sure that lunches are being served. I don't think that people really understand how much our administrators do. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say how grateful I am. As our fellow board members have mentioned, an administrator can really change the tone of a school. I've seen some schools really transform just by having the right administrator in there. So I really appreciate this recognition. I know it's Administrator Month, so happy Administrator Month to our principals. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing we do know in Hillsborough County, we have some great principals, without a doubt. And being a principal is a very difficult job. When you walk into a school, you can tell how or what type of leadership is in that school by how the secretaries, by how the students and just that community greets you when you walk into a school. Because I tell you, a principal job is to be a leader. You inspire, you motivate, and you stay late. And you want to make sure that staff is doing everything they can to make these students be successful, and more than academically, socially too. So I really just want to say being a principal is a great job. Sometimes it's thankless. Sometimes it is. You know that, Mr. Superintendent. And the APs control the student population. If you're a good AP, you control the student population. You know why? Because they really don't want to come see you. When they come see you, they know you got some candy for them. So I just want to say thank you, principals and APs, for all that you do in Hillsborough County, and keep up doing a great job in Hillsborough County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Rendon?
You know, we're very fortunate here in Hillsborough County. Each and every one of our schools has strong administrators that are providing that strong leadership with each and every one of our students, our faculty. And because of that, we are Hillsborough Strong. We're united as one from the top all the way down. And I don't mean that from a layer point of view, but just from a diversity point of view. For every single person that works in every one of our schools, it starts with a leader, and it starts with our administrators. And we are fortunate here in Hillsborough County to have amazing leaderships at all of our schools. You know, when we're called once in a while to discuss a potential principal, it's never just one person. There are so many opportunities in Hillsborough County because we have so many leaders that are demonstrating strength, courage, dedication to each of our students. When we have unique things that happen in Hillsborough County, whether it's hurricanes or other disasters or other unique things that happen, it is our principals that step up first and foremost in the middle of the night, first thing in the morning, last at night to go home. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for all your dedication and hard work.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've had the privilege over my career as an educator to work for and with many principals in Hillsborough County and throughout the state of Florida. And they are truly the ambassadors of our schools. And tonight, so fitting during public comment to hear some of the wonderful stories and remarks about some of the individuals whose names were put forth for the school. And I'm sure there are just so many more stories out in our community that that would highlight all the wonderful things our principals do. So tonight's recognition is well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
I will echo everything all my board members say, but also I believe that on the application for being a principal, the first question is how good are they in herding cats? Because I have gone to schools and just, in seconds when all the students come out, they know, it just seems to me like they know the names of every single student on that campus. And I am just totally amazed because I have 3 children, I can't get their names right. So, my hat is off to our administrators and just the work that they do in keeping our schools just in place and our students. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Member Perez. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. AO2, the adoption of proclamation of National School Bus Safety Week. Member Rendon will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. National School Bus Safety Week is recognized as a week of October 16th through the 20th. This is a week to honor and say thank you to our bus drivers, mechanics, and operators who get students to and from school safely every day. More than 75,000 students ride the bus in Hillsborough County, and that doesn't even account for field trips, after-school activities. Hillsborough County Public Schools is committed to providing a safe mode of transportation for these students whenever they get on our buses. School bus safety is everyone's responsibility. Drivers know the rules of the road when it comes to our school buses and bus stops. Drivers must stop when the school bus is stopped, when the stopped arm extends and the red light's flashing. The school board is grateful for the professionalism and dedication of each of our bus drivers. We thank you for what you do every single day.
Thank you, Member Rendon. I need a motion and a second to approve National School Bus Safety Week. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I just want to say that I really, just like we speak to our administrators, thank you so much to all of our bus drivers for prioritizing school safety and the safety of our children and getting them to school. I had recently someone in my neighborhood send me an email because they saw such kindness with a disabled student from the bus driver who stopped to make sure that all the traffic stopped and really got them on the bus safely. And someone in my neighborhood was so moved by the loving gesture from our bus driver. So again, I just want to take this time to say thank you to all of our employees, but especially our bus drivers, for making sure that our children get to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
You know, sometimes we forget that our bus drivers they're the first to see our students, and then they're the last to see our students home safely. And so, you know, I have so much appreciation. When I see a bus driver, I'm just so excited, you know, when I pull up next to a bus. But thank you for all you do and securing our students to and from school. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1/3 of our students in Hillsborough County take public transport, our public buses through our school system. You know, it's the safety of our students. Any one of us that have been on one of those buses recognize how they're built, the safety that we put into that. There is no safer mode of transportation. I have come in contact with a bus before, and so I'm very thankful that I'm not the one on the other side. But the other thing is, we are also frustrated by all of our traffic on an ongoing basis, let alone thinking of having 50-some students in our vehicle each and every day as they're driving those same roads we are, those same traffic signals, those same people that are cutting in front of you. And so to our bus drivers, our mechanics, and everyone within our transportation system, including our dispatchers who have to coordinate our entire fleet of thousands of buses to and from schools, after school activities, field trips. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time to do such a thankless job. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. A03 is the recognition of LGBTQ plus History Month, October 2023. Member Perez will be highlighting this recognition.
And it's my honor to highlight this recognition. In October, we celebrate and honor the historical contributions of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer youth in the community. The month-long celebration commemorates exemplary role models in the historical trajectory of the LGBTQ plus movement in ensuring representation and inclusion. The School Board of Hillsborough County recognizes the importance of LGBTQ plus History Month as an effective means of educating and calling to action the citizens of Hillsborough County to work together and promote equal protection of all Hillsborough County students and staff, regardless of sexual orientation, gender expression, or gender identity.
Thank you. And we won't be voting, but we will have board comments. Member Perez, I will let you continue first, and then it will be Member Vaughn.
Thank you. John F. Kennedy said, "Tolerance implies no lack of commitment to one's own beliefs. Rather, it condemns the oppression or persecution of others." We celebrate Black History Month, Hispanic History Month, and LGBT History Month because the rest of the year is dedicated to white history. I am so honored that, as a school district, that we are and take pride in the fact that I'm serving a community and a district that continues to educate our students on empathy, tolerance, acceptance, and embracing diversity. LGBTQ month is celebrated in October as it falls within the school year. As we watch our children watching the hate that is unfolding throughout our world, we need to teach our children and continue to enfold them in understanding what tolerance, acceptance, and diversity is in our world.
Thank you, Member Press. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight and spoke in favor of history. I'm a history buff. It's always been really important to me, and I have so many heroes in my life who inspired me to be in the position where I am today. We can only move forward and progress by studying our history and by looking at ways where we can do better than what we've done before. Often I find myself up here advocating for different histories that are trying to be erased, whether it's Black history or LGBTQA plus history. And I find myself having to say over and over again, all history matters. But for me, when we're speaking about history, one of my biggest idols that inspired me to stay politically active was Harvey Milk. And for those of you who don't know who Harvey Milk was, Milk became one of the first openly gay elected officials in the country when he was elected to a seat in the San Francisco Board of Supervisors in 1977. So in honor of LGBTQ plus History Month, studying our history of all the people who contributed to making our country what it is, I would like to quote Harvey Milk. "It takes no compromising to give people their rights. It takes no money to respect the individual. It takes no political deal to give people freedom, and it takes no survey to remove repression." Again, Harvey Milk was a huge inspiration to me and the reason why I fight for the things that I do and for education so passionately, as were so many other people. Last week or the week before, we got to talk about Langston Hughes and the Harlem Renaissance and what an impact that had on me. And so, it's just an honor to be here and talking about history in general and supporting history of all marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member Vaughn, for that particular accolades for history. I taught history most of my life over the decades in teaching, and to not appreciate a group's history or a club's history is to really withhold a lot of valuable information, cultural identity. It subtracts from a student's learning opportunity. If you look at it from a teacher's point of view, what we want from the student is a diverse, obviously equitable, but an inclusive type of panorama of groups and their history. Because if we taught to students that only went to the same clubs and had the same homogeneous one particular group that they only belonged to, then similarly they would be thinking very similar thoughts, which might be comfortable for us. But fast forward, should they have traveled around the country or should they go to other states? They're going to be hit hard with the amount of diverse thinking and personalities and histories. So when we talk about the LGBTQ History Month, it's so critical because, again, if the analogy comes to us from books, if we all read the same books, say I'm the teacher and I have 200 books in my classroom, and that's the only books you can read, well, then those students would have the same thoughts. Do we really want that? Same thing with groups. We've got to have the diversity of groups, the appreciation and recognition of what those groups' histories are and what the people, the students are all about. And that brings tolerance, it lessens resentment, and it definitely bridges so many cultural gaps and bullying and all the other mischief that we're hearing among our students. So I really appreciate the LGBTQ. I appreciate the board members who put this forward. And again, we need to have that inclusion type of thinking. We need to have the diversity type of thinking, and we need to expand as a board our actual philosophy so our students can enjoy the expansion of knowledge and experiences in other groups. So a lot is said right now, but it's really a great occasion that we're able to talk about this so freely. And I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be real brief. You know, it's our job to respect and love all people and never forget about their history, because their history is important in their lives. And I just want to thank the board for recognizing LGBTQ tonight, because it's so important, that history. Never forget your history. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. And I want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight, especially some of the young speakers who really talked about the high suicide rate and how they felt at school. And I think it's really important to know that we want every child to feel safe at school, and that they're safe and they're supported at Hillsborough County Public Schools. And remember, never be bullied into silence. Never allow yourself to be made a victim. Accept no one's definition of your life, but define yourself. And we want people to know, and we want everybody in our community to know, that we support everybody in Hillsborough County Public Schools. Thank you. Okay. We will now move to our consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve this consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Perez, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. The following items will now be heard. C403, C404, C502, C601, C701, C712, C713, C718, C720, C722, C723, C1001, and C1102. We will begin with 502, which is naming the K through 8 school.
Ms. Combs, we do have our principal appointments.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I did not see that there. Okay. We will go ahead and do the principal appointments first. I did not see that on my agenda. It wasn't on there. But we'll go ahead and start with the principals and then the naming. I know. Thank you, principals. This is your month, and you've been here for hours. We appreciate you.
Are they still out there? Christian, you there? All right, there you are. Where's Kelly? Jennifer, you there? All right. So we have on the 402 this evening, we have 3 principal appointments. I did want to highlight those, and I'll go one at a time. The first is our new principal of Eisenhower Middle School, and that is Christian Finch. Christian, yeah. I'll tell you what, Christian, come on down, buddy. Come on down. You waited 3 hours and 15 minutes. Come on down. So Christian began his career in 2000 as the band director at Mulberry High School. He joined Hillsborough County Public Schools in 2002 as the band director at Randall Middle. In 2006, he opened SPOTO as the band director and then transferred to Newsom in 2009. He was appointed the AP for Student Affairs at Brandon in 2013. In 2016, he was promoted to APC at Blake and also served as APC at King. And currently, he is the supervisor of state accountability on our assessment office. So I just wanted to congratulate Christian Finch, our new principal of Eisenhower Middle.
Yay! Gotta take some pictures, right?
Congratulations, Christian. Next principal appointment, Kelly Snellgrove. Kelly?
Yay!
Come on down, Kelly. Kelly is our new principal of Mort Elementary. She began her career in Hillsborough County in 2011 as a kindergarten teacher at Lake Magdalene Elementary. She also taught at Carrollwood and Mort. In 2017, she was appointed as assistant principal at Tampa Palms. And in 2019, she was appointed as AP at Mort, where she currently serves. Congratulations to our new principal of Mort Elementary, Kelly Snellgrove.
You can stay and take pictures, right?
Third principal appointment this evening on the 401 is Dr. Jennifer Dames, principal. There she is. So Dr. Jennifer Dames is our new principal at Potter Elementary. Prior to joining Hillsborough County Public Schools, she served as a middle school AP in Brevard County, and in 2017, she joined HCPS as a resource teacher at Graham. Served as an AP at Foster in Seminole Heights from 2018 to 2021, and in 2021, she was appointed as principal at Reddick, where she currently serves and has done an amazing job at Reddick. So congratulations on your new appointment, Principal of Potter Elementary.
Congratulations to all the principals, and thank you all the teachers and everybody who's here to support, and the families who are here to support our administrators who sat here so patiently. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Look at all that support. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to our first discussion agenda item, which is 502, which is the naming of the K-8 school in the former Manhattan location. Superintendent Ayers will be highlighting this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the moment I think we've been waiting for here is the new naming of our new Manhattan, former Manhattan building PK8 school. So at Hillsborough County Public Schools, we're excited to offer another educational option for our families. So as you're aware, the new PK8 school will open in South Tampa in August 2024. And the school is currently being built on Bay Villa Avenue, the former site of the Manhattan Center. This school will have the capacity to hold up to 1,620 students. It will be a 100% application-based magnet school, and the theme will be international studies as we begin the authorization process to become an IB World School. Families can apply for this new school during the upcoming school choice and magnet application window, which we'll talk about later, which begins on November 1st and rolls through December 15th. So this agenda item is about the naming. So I'm going to first go through, as this agenda item is a little bit different, as I don't come with a recommendation. So I'm going to throw this over to Mr. Porter to talk about the policy of naming, what that looks like, and then it'll go to Ms. Burkett to talk about our process and procedure and what's gotten us to today, and then we'll move forward with some discussion. Mr. Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent and board members. As the superintendent said, the board has a policy on the naming of schools. It's policy 7250. It's a long policy that's been amended many times, but I want to read some critical parts to you so you understand what the parameters are with your decision making tonight. So the naming and renaming of all school sites and facilities shall respect all race, cultural, and ethnic differences and values. Furthermore, the school board prohibits the use of any school or facility name that is in direct violation of its school board policy 2260, non-discrimination and access to equal education opportunity. The next two paragraphs are important for you to understand, so these are the sort of, again, parameters. School sites and facilities shall be named for individuals who have rendered outstanding public service to public education, for geographical location, and for groups and clubs as indicated. Elementary, middle, and secondary schools. You can name them, you can name the school for U.S. presidents, school board members, educators, outstanding citizens, and geographical locations. An elected official proposed for a school name shall have left public office for a period of not less than 5 years. No candidate for public office shall be considered. Those are the broad parameters of what you should be considering tonight. The way you will be voting is slightly different. You will be voting like you do for the chair. You will receive written ballots. On those ballots, you will write your name and your selection. The superintendent will then announce the results with who voted for who. The winning candidate must receive at least 4 votes. Once that is achieved, there will need to be a motion on the floor, and I'll walk you through that to memorialize the selection. So you'll vote by ballot, the superintendent will announce the results, and then there'll eventually be a motion. If on the first round of voting, no candidate receives at least 4 votes, you will continue voting until a candidate has 4 votes, and that will be the name of the new school. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Burkett at this point, who will walk you through how the superintendent's process got you to this point.
Thank you. On September 14th, we began the naming process and took recommendations from the community on a name. A survey was created asking for name recommendations and rationale. We pushed it out a press release and mentioned on multiple local news stations. It was displayed on our district homepage, shared with staff members through newsletters and our administrative weekly newsletter, and it was shared multiple times on school media platforms for the district, including Facebook, Twitter, X, and Instagram. And it was posted on District Nextdoor accounts and shared with families via Peach Jar and parent newsletters. So the survey was open for 3 weeks and closed at the close of business on Friday, October 6th. There were a total of 1,568 responses. You were given the names alphabetized to review prior to your board vote, and then emails that with attachments that were sent to board members and the superintendent were collected for review along with the survey tally results.
And board members, typically you would have a motion on the floor before you have discussion, but given your voting method, it will be appropriate to have discussion now if you wish.
Okay, board members. Begin with Member Prez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our schools, in the naming of our schools, we have had 34 schools named after African American leaders, and 7 after Hispanic leaders, and 7 after Italian leaders. So I would like to put forward the name of E.J. Salsinas. You know, in a district where we have 29% of our Hispanic community, E.J. Salsinas has proven himself a leader in this community. He has been a uplifter of our schools and our students here in the community. As we know, the fact that he has become the architect of the bridge between Florida, especially Tampa, to uplift many of our students with getting them through law school and getting them to become members of the Florida Bar, and many of them being minorities and women who attribute their enrollment and success in becoming lawyers to E.J. Salsinas. In 2021, the Florida Bar Foundation recognized Salsinas with the highest award, the Medal of Honor, for his outstanding contributions to the administration of justice through his legal career, his research, writing, public speaking, and service to education, especially to Hillsborough County schools. While his dedication to law consumed Salsinas' professional life, he also, his affection for his community, he ensured that he became a community ambassador. EJ's involvement on boards and councils are numerous here in this community. Overwhelmed, by hundreds of appearances at luncheons, fundraisers, conferences, public school events, both in Spanish and English, is already known. He was at the dedication, like at Jack Lamb's Elementary, the groundbreakings between radio and television programs, that he was the featured speaker, always uplifting our schools. So I would like to, support the naming of the school for E.J. Salsinas, especially with the fact that we have only 7 schools named after Hispanic leaders in this community of Hillsborough County.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Perez. Member Perez. Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. It's always an honor to have the opportunity to name a school, and I've been able to do that as a school board member a few times, and I'm sure it'll be a few more times because we have at least a dozen more schools we're going to be building over the next decade in Hillsborough County. It's also incredibly difficult because all the names that are put forward are really from remarkable people in our community. There are so many great leaders in our community that could be considered for a school naming. This school happens to be in my district. It is, a magnet school, so it will serve students from all over Hillsborough County, not just students from South Tampa. So I love that. That's wonderful. But, there are so few opportunities for us to really recognize K-12 educators, not just in our community, but really in our society. We don't see them getting recognitions on TVs or winning big fancy awards. A lot of the times we recognize our educators, it's, within our own community. And so, and I've said this before when it comes to a naming of a school, I feel incredibly strong about whoever's name goes on a school building should be a lifelong educator in K-12. And I would even go a step further to say I feel they should have served their community in that capacity in Hillsborough County schools. So, that certainly helps me narrow the list down because, again, I feel like there are so few times we get to recognize great educators, and this is certainly one of the biggest honors. I can go around all the campuses on college and around this town and see names on buildings that have cost a lot of people money to put their names on buildings, or they've had remarkable careers in very specific fields. And this is our community. This is our education community. And naming of schools is an opportunity to honor those who have worked in education. I received some of the most moving letters from Ken Adams' family and friends and colleagues and students. I'd like to read a few of those comments. I know we heard a lot of them tonight. But, his family members have talked about how he loved teaching in the field of education, and he learned the respect of everyone he met because of his integrity and honesty and work ethic, both in the district as well as the community. And we heard tonight from many of his friends how much time he devoted to the most needy members of our community through Metropolitan Ministries. Students have said about Mr. Adam, he was an amazing man. He had a way of calming nerves. He was a smart guy and so kind and a great listener. And after all the public comments tonight, I thought of Mr. Adam and I thought he is the type of leader we need right now in our schools to soothe our students and support our teachers. Other teachers in this district have said, in all my experience, there's been no one like him. He's a champion of students, families, teachers, and staff. They're in awe when they remember that he came back into the schools after retirement and volunteered and mentored young teachers, a whole new generation of students who he chose to love. I also looked at the community input, the data from the voting, and Mr. Adam received at least half the votes of the individuals in the community who voted. So even though this is always difficult, Mr. Adam really stood out to me, and I'd be very proud if his name was on one of my schools in South Tampa, and so tonight I'm going to support his name be on the new K-8. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. For the opening part, I absolutely echo Dr. Hahn's sentiments. It is such an honor to be able to do this, but it's also one of the hardest decisions, and we have a lot of hard decisions that come before us as a school board, especially in the last few years. And to see so many people come, thank you to all the speakers who spoke so eloquently about our educators. I think it really has demonstrated the power of education and educators and how they can change the trajectory of just one life with caring and being there. And it's always so hard because it feels like you're saying no to one community or educators by choosing one name. And the only thing that gives me solace is, as Dr. Hahn mentioned, we have lots of schools coming up that will have the opportunity to name. So if for some reason we don't choose the person that you came to speak about, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to reconsider them in the next school naming, because I hate to turn any any speakers away who feel so passionate about the community member or the educator that they've nominated. It's a really, really, really hard decision. There have been 3 names specifically that we seem to get a lot of emails and, as you can see tonight, public comment around and a lot of support. So that's always a little bit helpful, is when we can narrow it down, because people come to speak to the issues, to the people who were considering naming the school about. For me, it's really come down to 2 educators who we heard such moving public comments about tonight. But I do think that I will end up supporting Mr. Adam. You guys have come to so many board meetings and spoken so passionately. And I know my own community, whether it's Metropolitan Ministry and seeing how much food is collected, or what an impact he's had in my community every single day around me, that has been incredibly moving. Not to say that the other educator or any other members who were spoken about, that they're not valued and that they haven't contributed something. And I hope that we have an opportunity to revisit these educators or these communities members again when we look at moving forward with school names. But I've been moved over and over again for, I think, over a year from Mr. Adams' family and friends and educators in my community. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone who came and spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And each of your wonderful remarks and comments tonight are directly related to the very, very commendable members that are up for, let's just say, a school naming. We're very lucky to have such a expert group that would be emblematic of a proud title to have their names on this school. I look at, and this comes back to being a history teacher. Sometimes we're not the most exciting, but we do understand history and what it matters. You can look at this 2 ways. One way is the immediate area. Manhattan is South Tampa. And yet there's one candidate that represents parts of the northwest and northeast Tampa, and other areas that would show outreach that affects all areas in a way. Metropolitan Ministry, Special Olympics. Then you have another great candidate who represents South Tampa and has been extremely just a paramount visionary who has helped so many students and so much for education, and much deserving of a school. Has been around. Well, each of you have stood the test of time. When I say each of you, I'm looking at both of you as entities in this room. But there's one other aspect that I think I want to look at, and I will look at, and I will make a decision. I already have. I'm looking at the entire district, and which one would be emblematic for a historical point of view that all of Tampa will reflect on and know that person, who he is, and reflects the Tampanian culture. And I, especially West Tampa, I am more attuned to go with Judge E.J. Salsines, because he represents the entire district. The Hispanic heritage is we all are very proud of that, and yet again, this man represents the entire district. So none of these choices are have been made yet. Obviously, we have to go vote, and I'm anxious to hear each board member. But at any rate, that's my 2 cents on this very difficult challenge before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had the opportunity to work with 2 great educators, Mrs. Albritton and Mr. Adam. We just got 2 great people here, and we have to make the decision. I've had more opportunity to work with Ken Adam because when I first became a principal in I don't want to give my age away, in the 90s. Ken Adam, when I became the principal at Chamberlain High School, Ken was my mentor. You see, I've been blessed because I've worked with some great administrators in Hillsborough County. And they taught me through my life. Ken has always, thank you, member. Ken has always been a stand-up guy. He said, Shake, he said, you know, I don't know why you want to be a principal. I said, Ken, you know, this is something I always wanted. He said, but I'm here to help you because Dr. Leonard and Mr. Poindexter and Dr. Hamilton said, this is your man. You take him and you mold him. They said, because we don't have time to mold Shake to be a principal. And Ken, whatever problem I had, I picked up the phone and called him. He said, Hank, he called me Hank. He said, Hank, you can call me any time of the night, whenever you need something. You think of something, he said, you call me. And I had the opportunity to call him to solve a lot of problems. But I think one of the greatest things that Ken has ever done for me as a person, Chamberlain was playing Gaither. We had a great football team. And we played at Gaither. And we won because Billy Turner was the coach. That's the year we went to the state. And this player on Gaither team cussed out one of our coaches. So we found out his name. We didn't know his name. We said his number and all that. So Ken called me. He said, I'm going to send the parents over to see you. He said, Hank, whatever you want to do with this guy, you do it. I've never had that before, a principal to send a kid to me, and he's not my student. He sent the kid to me and the parent. And when they came in, they said, I don't know why we over here. You know, we at Gaither. I said, you know why? Because Mr. Adam told you to come see me. You know what I'm going to do? You need to sit down because I'm about to give some consequences. And I went on, and I did suspend the kid because we can't have kids doing that. And I called Ken. Ken said, well, how many days you gave him? I said, I gave him 5. He said, should have gave him more. Because we can't let students cuss out teachers. We can't do that, or coaches, or whatever the case may be. And from that point, we became the best of friends. And he's always been a stand-up guy. And he helped so many people during their lifetime because he loved students. He loved the education process. So I'm going to have to go with Ken Adam. And I know Ken must be smiling because he was a great person. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Rendon?
Now I have to go after that. Thank you, Shake. You know, it's a privilege and honor to sit here on the dais on so many occasions, but to be able to give a legacy to not only the individual, but families and the students that they supported. And in so many of our cases from so many of our nominees, it wasn't just a support of our students, but it was the support of an entire community. And here in Hillsborough County, we are so blessed with so many administrators that just don't finish their day or begin their day at school. It's so much more. It's what they give to their students after school, during school, on the weekends, what they give to their community, what they teach those around them, what they teach to people that even don't have children because of who they are and what they do for our communities. And so I want to thank the 1,500 people that recognized those individuals within our community that honored them and nominated them for our schools. And for the smaller amount that had the highest votes, what an honor it is to each and every one of you that they were recognized for not only their dedication as an educator, as an administrator, but what they've done for the entire community. So thank you all for what you've done, and it is an honor for us to take this time to name a school and provide that legacy to not only the individual but their families.
Thank you, Member Rendon. And I'll close with saying it feels like such an honor to be here today to hear about like so many wonderful individuals who've done so much in the community. E.J.S. Salcinas, and then Dr. Sylvia Albritton, and then to hear about Ken Adam, and to hear about all of them and to see what kind of contributions that they've done in this community is just huge. And to know that that is what's leaving a legacy and impacting students so much. You know, I really read every letter that people sent. I looked at all the information, all the surveys, and I even asked, you know, last time, you know, who had the largest amount of surveys? And I remember, you know, after the vote, and we were so excited that York was named York. And we know that Ken Adam had hundreds of votes more, but York was the right person because that was an educator. And I know because I did see, you know, his daughter in a restaurant, and we talked about that. That's what Ken would want. He would really want a lifelong educator to be named after that. And I do believe, you know, in what people are saying in the community. And both the last time and this time, Ken Adam received hundreds and hundreds of more survey results. Not only that, you know, I look at someone who served 37 years in this district, who has 2 daughters, and especially so dedicated, coming in here for months and constantly reminding us the legacy that your father left. Also, you know, this is the month where we're recognizing administrators. Your father was a HACCP president. He was Outstanding Principal of the Year 3 times. And most importantly, I think, is the legacy of bringing and remembering students who have special needs and bringing the Stampede to Gaither, and now it's how it's expanded. So I do believe this is the right time. There are going to be other schools, and everybody is really worthy. But I have to look and say that for me today, I really believe that the Adam family, and I know that you will be there to support them. And I think of like the Ken construction and him coming, I think about that and the timing of that. I do believe in things like that. I see so much orange there. And to think about the fight that he fought for cancer. And I know he's looking down and just proud of all of you and coming here and supporting him. Thank you.
So unless there are more board comments, you need to have the ballots and you need to vote, and then we'll go from there. And please, board members, make sure you sign the ballots. It's important for public record purposes that your name is on these.
Okay, Mr. Porter, board members, I do have the results. With 5 votes, Ken Adams, 2 votes, E.J. Salsinas. So the votes for Ken Adams were Stacy Hahn, Henry Washington, Nadia Combs, Jessica Vaughn, and Patty Rendon. The 2 votes for E.J. Salsinas, Karen Perez, and Lynn Gray.
So, Madam Chair, you would need to ask for a motion to memorialize that, and the motion would be to name the school after Ken Adams.
I need a motion to memorialize the final result, which would be Ken Adams. And that motion by Member Hahn, a second by Member Washington.
You're obviously, you can have board discussion, or you can just vote. I mean, you've had discussion. It's up to you all.
Board members? Okay, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. We will now take a 10-minute recess. Thank you, board members, and we will now continue. We will start with our public hearing on the adoption of revised policies. I will now open the public hearing for the revised policies adoption process. This is a requirement pursuant to state law and board policy. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak about the policies that are recommended for adoption by the board and to provide input to the board. The policies were advertised and have been available for public review. Mr. Jim Porter, School Board Attorney, will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you pointed out, this is a public hearing. You do your main policy work in workshops, so this is the official adoption of them. You have one policy brought forward by a board member, Member Rendon, on the policy review cycle, a policy on technology, another policy on technology, another policy on, well, 4 policies on technology and 1 on charter schools. And you should ask for public comment. If not, the board is free to vote on these or ask any questions that you have. But you've gone through these before, you've hashed them out in workshops, and the policies have been amended and revised pursuant to your discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Does anyone want to speak for the public hearing on the adoption of the revised policy? Okay. I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion, a second, to adopt the policy. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. We will now continue with our agenda. Our second discussion agenda for tonight is 1102, the Resolution 23R1 for a referendum for the purpose of submitting to the duly qualified electors of Hillsborough County a question regarding a levy of ad valorem taxes for operating expenses. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Chair Combs. And before I get into this item, I just kind of want to level set kind of where we are and what I'm asking direction from the board and approval. So just over a year ago, August of 2022, we had our 1 mil referendum that was taken to taxpayers, and it did not pass by, I think, around 500 votes. At that time, we were, as a superintendent, our previous superintendent and board, were very clear about the intentions to be back out in November of 2024. The item you have in front of you is from me as superintendent to make sure that everyone is clear our intentions in November 2024 about asking our taxpayers for additional 1.0 mil to attain and recruit the best employees to Hillsborough County Public Schools. And I just want to start with some numbers around surrounding counties, because this is really about leveling the playing field. This is about leveling the playing field for Hillsborough County Public Schools. I'm going to start with our the top 5 largest school districts in the state of Florida. We start off with Miami-Dade, Broward, us, Orange, and then finally Palm Beach. There is one of those school districts that currently does not have that additional operating 1.0 mil of revenue that comes into the school district, and that's us. So of our top 5 school districts, there's only one, that being us, that does not have this additional 1.0 mil of operating revenue that comes into the school district. This is about leveling the playing field for Hillsborough County Public Schools to be able to recruit and retain the best employees in this school district. It comes down to our students. We want our students to have the very best, and it's about recruiting and retaining those employees. So I talked about the top 5. I want to also look at the surrounding school, around our surrounding counties. So currently, Pasco has the additional 1 mil. Pinellas has the 0.5 mil. They have an additional mil. Sarasota and Manatee. This is about our school district being able to keep employees in our school district and provide our students the very best education. This school district will be number 1 in the state of Florida. We aspire to do that. In order to do so, we need a level playing field to compete with surrounding school districts. We try to, a lot of times, complicate things. This is not that complicated. This is about equality and being equal and leveling the playing field so we can compete with surrounding school districts. So I just wanted to start with that. I'll take any questions, but I just wanted to kind of level set at the beginning that we were very clear in August of 22 when it did not pass that we'd be back. What this is for is really to provide our community that we are going to be there in November 2024, and we need your support. This gives us, we are 13 months away from November 2024 and taking this to the ballot to vote. So this is, again, about really being clear to everyone where we're at and the need for top educators, top staff. We talked about principals today. We talked about teachers. We talked about bus drivers. Let's make sure that we can attract and retain the very best for our students in this community. Mr. Porter, I think you wanted to add something else about
I want to add some procedural comments. So in order to place this on the ballot, there's a process that must be followed pursuant to Florida statutes. The board must adopt a resolution, which is in front of you at a public meeting, which is today. After that, if the board passes this, it would be sent to the county commission, who then by statute mandatorily has to send it to the supervisor of elections to put it on the ballot. The state law changed since the last time the board considered this. At that time, as Mr. Ayers said, we placed the referendum on a primary ballot. The legislature changed that. We can only do it in a general election. So this can be done in November of 2024. I've spoken with the supervisor of elections. He needs this language no later than the day after the primary election in August. So backing into it, we would have to send it to the county commission in time for them to go through their agenda process and have it on their agenda. So as the superintendent said, we're way ahead of the curve on this, and we're getting out in front of it, and you have the opportunity to do this now and work through the process between now and then. So if this passes today, I would recommend that we send it to the county commission, probably no later than late April or May. But again, there's time. If the board wants to pass it today, but think about language changes, that can be done too. It would just need to come back to the board in the form of a modified resolution. So that's the process that you're following today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think some board members have questions. Okay. Member Perez, did you have a question first?
Yes. I know in past years, Superintendent, Addison asked for a salary study. Can you provide some information on whether that salary study has been conducted and whether you're going to conduct one if it hasn't?
Yeah, and I'll toss that over to Ms. Whalen on the salary study.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. There is information that is provided from our other districts through our Florida Educational Negotiators Association that we are members of. And so the most recent survey data as of 9/28, many of the districts that Mr. Ayers already mentioned that provide additional funding receive that for salaries for educators. For Miami-Dade, for example, their information is that employees receive an additional 3 to 7% to their salaries because that is provided through the referendum. In Palm Beach, it is based on teacher experience and their number of years for the additional salary increases. Those with 10 plus years received up to $10,000 more to their annual salaries. It's done the same way in Martin County. So there's a variety of ways that different districts do that. So we do have that information that we can provide to you.
I think your question is, there wasn't an official salary study that was ever done. That answer is no. Correct?
No, that is correct.
So there's not an official salary study that's been done. It's
By
just,
Hillsborough County.
By Hillsborough County. It is us looking at the different salaries, us doing that research on our own. We have not spent money as a school district to do a salary study for bus drivers, teachers, administrators. We have not done so. No, ma'am.
Okay, I think what we're going to do, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Member Perez, because I think that's more for discussion. Let's get a motion, let's get a second, and then let's open it up, because I know a lot of people have comments, and that way it's just more clear. So let's go ahead and clear the board, if you can. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1102. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Vaughn. Member Gray, Member Rendon, Member Vaughn, and myself, we all pulled this item. And if you can, everyone want to get up into the queue so that way if they have any questions or comments, they can begin. Okay, Member Perez, you want to go ahead and finish your question and then we'll continue?
Thank you. So can we get, can the board receive a salary study so we can compare and contrast what's happening around us in the different districts, please? And then second, can you provide us with how we are as far as this board is fiscally responsible right now, what we're looking like, so that for Hillsborough County to understand where we are and, what it's looking like for us right now.
Absolutely. So number one, safety of our students and operating a fiscally responsible system is my top priority. And we have done over the last couple of years, under the direction of our Chief Financial Officer, Ro Johnson, and a remarkable job of creating a system to where we are financially stable. And this mill, I want to be clear, this mill is not about us. It's not about our budget and trying to create a budget to help us. This is about to be competitive and to attract teachers, top employees into Hillsborough County and leveling the playing field. Ms. Johnson, did you want to add anything just on the budget and where we are?
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I would just like to say this district is stable. We just got our bond rating, and we're from negative outlooks by Fitch rating agencies. We're stable, and they're going to definitely monitor us to ensure that we stay stable. But referendum definitely will make us more competitive to our surrounding districts.
Thank you.
Member Press? No. Okay. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. First let me say I wholeheartedly value the hard work and dedication of our teachers and our principal and all of our employees. And we've worked really hard both last year and this year to increase compensation, and we've put our financial house in order. But today it's very difficult for me because you're coming to us without a plan. When this district went out for the half-cent sales tax, Superintendent Akins brought a plan. He said, we have a problem. We have these schools that have these issues. We have this plan to build schools, and we have no money. This is how much it's going to cost. He estimated how much the half-cent would bring in, and he said, and this is how I can solve the problem within 10 years. He had a clear plan. People knew exactly why they were supporting the referendum and how their money was going to be spent. The issue today is that you brought an ask to the board. You brought an ask to the board and to this community with no plan. The only thing you've said is you need to hire more people. But what I'm hearing is you need more money to spend it. That's your plan. And during this economic time, I think our community deserves a more explicit description of how their money is going to be spent. The language is not explicit. It says, it's written so generally. Again, no problem, no solution is laid out. It says funding for increased compensation to recruit and retain highly qualified district personnel. That can be anybody. That could be anyone from a district superintendent making $100,000 a year to the maintenance crew making an hourly wage. I want teachers to understand the way this is written, this isn't guaranteeing you a raise. Many other districts who have these referendums, it is specifically written for teachers' raises, period. Then the second part, it says funding other essential instructional related expensive. Kind of sounds like a slush fund, kind of sounds like a big black hole. And I sit on this school board and I wouldn't want my money going into that big black hole. You know what I would want my money going into? Supporting teachers' salaries. That's very explicit. And I know you're going to tell me, oh, we can put it past it today and we can change the language, then we can bring it back to the board. But honestly, that makes us, it's confusing to the community. It looks very messy. And, again, people, you're asking them for their hard-earned dollars. Have we not learned anything from last time? Timing is everything. I've had this discussion with you. I don't know how many times. We were too late last time. You're too early this time. You should have had a solid plan. You should have had better language. And then you should have brought it to the board. Mr. Porter just said, we need to have this to the county commission by April or May. It needs to be on the ballot sent to the elections office by August. We're sitting here in October. And you don't have a plan. It's not been well thought out. I'm sorry. Let's talk about our financial situation. Member Perez brought it up. We are getting ready to approve $62 million in reoccurring raises. We have today close to $300 million in our reserves. By December, we'll have close to $500 million in our reserves. The property tax base has gone up, and that increase from about $153 billion to $178 billion has brought in $73 million into this district. And that's not including non-homesteaded properties, second homes and commercial properties. The Constitution says about that in the state of Florida that homesteaded properties cannot increase by more than 10% a year, except for school board expenses. There is no cap. So we're getting that money. We're also getting 25% of the community investment tax. In these ways, between property taxes already, homesteaded properties, and the community tax, the community is already contributing significantly to our financial growth. And given this financial strength, it's imperative that you would have explored every possible avenue and brought a plan on how increasing property taxes at this time solves a problem. What is the problem? You haven't, and let me just say this. I understand that we want to support our employees. We want to ensure our teachers are paid a living wage. But I'm telling the union, this does not guarantee that. This guarantees money goes into a black hole and the district gets to spend it however they want. Hope is not a plan. Thank you.
If I can respond to that. So I
Yes.
think if we could be clear just on the official ballot language, because the ballot language that was submitted as an agenda item says that shall the School Board of Hillsborough County levy an ad valorem operating millage of 1 mil, July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2029 for a quality public education system for Hillsborough children by providing competitive salaries to attract and retain qualified teachers and staff, sharing funds with charter schools proportionate with student enrollment as required by law. So that is the current resolution that's on the agenda item. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that there's no, this in my opinion is clear that this money that would be generated from this mill is to go to what it says, to attract and retain. And I would just go back to my point, and Dr. Member Hahn, I totally.
It says also, and fund other essential instructional expenses.
So if I could jump in. So you're looking at two different things. So I think if you look at the official ballot language, there are many pieces to this. Some are summaries, and some is the official ballot language. The critical language is the official ballot language, which Mr. Ayers read to you. And that's, it's this page here. It's on the bottom. It's official ballot language. The others are summaries, and those can be changed. They have to be included legally, but the legal language is in the official ballot language.
But when you put a resolution out, you're saying this is how I'm going to spend your money.
The ballot language is how you're going to spend the money. That's the official
So what is
legal.
the resolution language?
Yeah. The resolution is attached, this is attached to the resolution. Again, there are pieces to this pursuant to the statute that we have to comply with. What the voters will see is the official ballot language.
Right, but what they have to understand is that you're also going to be spending the money on other expenses. Anyway,
And
my time
yes,
is
your
up.
time is up, so Member Hahn, you can get back into the queue, and we will go now to Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you to Superintendent Ayers and the school board for making sure that we settled salary negotiations before we brought this item forward. I think part of the frustration last year is that so many of our employees felt it was contingent upon passing this referendum. And I think it was important for us to say that we were going to find a way to make sure that we paid our employees and that we valued them before we went to the community and we asked for more help. I think it's unfortunate that we have to ask our specific community to pay an additional tax. And I heard speakers tonight speak about our families who are struggling with raised utilities, the house of pricing, inflation, all the other fees. But those are the same fees that are driving our employees out of being able to serve in this district, because the amount that we're getting from the state in order to compensate all of the needs that go with sustaining public education is not matching inflation. And we've had several conversations about that. I appreciate Member Hahn talking about the way that we're funded. But when I look at the points that she made, what I hear is we have a huge fund balance, but that's not reoccurring fees. And eventually we start to chip away at that, and that's where we got into trouble in the first place, is I don't feel that the public really understood that we were spending more than we brought in at that point. And so for me, a large fund balance is important because eventually we are going to have to utilize that, but that's not sustainable to me if that's our main source of talking about when we talk about raises and going forward in the oncoming years. Also, the homestead, I know that there's legislation brought forward right now as we speak by a legislator to actually remove that extra education funding from the homesteaded piece. So that's not a guaranteed. That's something that might go away even as quickly as this legislation session. When we talk about the community investment tax, I know that that's up for another vote. So again, that's not something that's going to be sustainable. And when we talk about property taxes, I know we've had really long discussions about there's still a cap on that, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't, and I'm going to use this word, raise exponentially, and we don't just get that money. There is a cap on that. So while I think these are all important sources of revenue to talk about, they're not sustainable when we're talking about education. And that's why every single county that's our size and scope have had to go out for this additional funding. And even counties that aren't our size have had to go out for this funding when we're talking about Pasco and other counties. I do think it's important to be clear with voters what we're asking for. I also do want to be clear that we're not, by voting for this, supporting a tax. We're putting this in front of our voters, which I think is very important. Granted, they did not support this last time, but there was a lot of miscommunication about it that I've had community members come and speak to me and say, if I really understood it, it would have been a different story. So I hope with more time, we have that availability to get in front of those voters and be very clear about it. I also think that while it's important to be clear, we never know what's going to change from year to year when it comes to legislation and it comes to categoricals and what they're going to fund and what they aren't going to fund. And if we kind of tie ourselves to a very narrow spending of it, it might not be something that we can utilize when we need to if there are changes made. So while I think it's important for people to understand where that money's going, I also don't want to pigeonhole us into something and then have a categorical change and us not being able to spend the money on that as well. So I think that we've been very clear as a board for the most part that we need more education funding, period. And whether it's for teachers, specifically for raises, or we're just talking about having more bodies and more teachers and allotting more units, because now that we've given raises, one of the biggest complaints that we have are class sizes. And that comes to how many people we can hire, not just specifically what we're paying them. So there's so many pieces that we need more funding for when it comes to public education. And I wish we didn't have to ask our voters for it. I wish it came from our state legislators who prioritize that, but unfortunately it's not, and this is where the position that we're in. So when it comes to me, I will always give the voters an opportunity to let us know if they want to prioritize education and make sure that we have the best education here in Hillsborough County. So I absolutely support this. I'm not a clairvoyant. I don't know when the right timing is, but I just want to say that it's incredibly important that we get as much funding for public education here in Hillsborough County as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I agree wholeheartedly. Our most important job here in Hillsborough County Public Schools is provide an education for students and really prepare students for life. We are losing teachers left and right. We lost 2 administrators in the last 2 weeks to neighboring districts. And if you ask them why they left, it was because of compensation, because they can go across the bay and make about $20,000 more. I personally understand, like, nobody wants to pay more taxes. I personally, I'm turned off my cable. I'm driving a 15-year-old car. Nobody wants to pay extra taxes. We don't. And just like everybody else, I will have one vote at the voting booth. We are just saying, you know what? As a system and as a district, we need more support. We have made some very hard fiscal decisions. We are looking at repurposing. We've repurposed 6 schools. We're tightening our belts. We're looking at every single contract. Last week at the workshop, I talked about right-sizing this district and repurposing schools that are under-enrolled. I talked about leasing buildings and other places to make sure we're making fiscally right decisions so our voters know we're making tough decisions. I even talked about running district-run charters because they have so much flexibility and ability that we don't have to pay those bonuses, to be able to have that flexibility that we don't have. But the facts are this. Number one, Florida ranks 48th in average teacher salaries. And here we are in Hillsborough County with one of the highest rates of inflation. Number two, compared to all our neighboring districts, which are conservative districts, 100% of those school board members supported their district. Pinellas County last time, all school board members, generally conservative, supported that. Pasco County, Polk County, all the surrounding school districts, you had a 7-0 vote. But here in Hillsborough County, we did not. We had a 4-3. So how can we expect the voters to go out there and support that if our own school board doesn't support our own teachers? It's really important. We cannot continue being at the very bottom of paying our teachers. We look at the investment that we're making in our community to have safer neighborhoods, to have jobs where people can, where we're educating people, where they can support us. Well, that requires students to get a great education. And when you turn around and you look at a school, like I always think about JUST, when you have 14 out of 28 teachers of subs, I have a school right now, five vacancies. And why is that? Is because people are underpaid. As a board, we have one vote when we go into that booth, but we have to support our district. We have to support just like surrounding districts have. And it's not about the timing, because we had the timing, we had the plan, we had the ballot language last time, but this board did not support that. So I hope that this board will put away partisan issues and look at what do we need to do to support our educators in our schools every day? And that is to support this. Thank you. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I support the big picture of letting the voters decide in the final analysis. But we have to decide as a district, as a community, as a town that's now growing and is thriving. Do we want to just give education an adequate amount of teachers with mostly subs, or many of them are subs? Where do we want to see our students in 5 or 10 years? If we don't invest in quality, effective teachers, how will this district or the other 13 how can any district survive when over 50% of our teachers are on food stamps, some living out of their cars? I travel the entire county. This is no lie. This is the reality. You look at a 23-year teacher, that's top of our salaries, making $68,000. Then you go into the cost of living, your affordable housing, and I have it all written down. This is a person that has no children and that is solo income, making for 23 years up to $68,000 period, serves not only their 8-day or 8-hour school day, works 1 or 2 hours usually grading papers, works 1 or 2 hours with extracurricular activities, works on the weekends, and on top of it works another job. Now, how can we employ those workers that are tired, that are not being able to afford their housing? It is the real thing. We every one of us know how much our rent or how much our mortgage, how much food costs, how much gas costs, how much child care costs. I can go on and on. It is an expensive world, and the teachers cannot make it on the salary that that's just the height of the salary. So in my mind, we have to at least give the voters an opportunity to say, yes, I have had the greatest experience with a teacher. I know she or he changed my life. Or say these teachers just get paid too much, and I'm sure if they squeeze the budget even more. I want to get it back into the budget. I know that our CFO did a marvelous job. We have a tremendous budget fund balance. But the reality is, when we have our third calculation, which is coming in December, we already lost 33,254 students, FTE. This is not unweighted FTE, which equivocates to almost, and I know that Roe has already put a $40 million prediction or a calculation to cover it, but that's just in October. This is the second week of October. When we have the third calculation, that 35,000, and when we count up our private school and our homeschooling, that money, that fund balance is going to change. That's the reality. So here we go, fast forward, we're thinking we're in a luxury city when all the while we are having, from the Florida Education Finance Plan, changing the base student allocation, changing, not really giving as much as pulling away the funds. So I think that we need to go ahead and say, draw the line in the sand. What is your priority? Look at your children. Look at your grandchildren. What kind of education do you want for them? I would want the best of the best, as we always say, but you can't have school with subs or having a teacher that is there for some of the months and then have another sub or a long-term sub. That is not quality education. So I think we either stand for excellence or we stand to marginalize our teacher salaries, therefore marginalizing the quality of education for our children, and that is everyone's future. So, in a nutshell, let's at least let the voters decide. Let's at least put it on the ballot. And to Member Hahn's point, she's absolutely right. When you read that language on the top, and Porter, you know what I'm talking about, it is very nebulous. However, when you read it on the bottom, the actual ballot language is very succinct. It is for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
So, Mr. Porter, may I please ask why we even have the top portion there if it doesn't count?
The statute requires a summary, and the statute requires ballot language. So what you have in front of you comports with the statute, and so there's specific things that we have to have there. It counts in the sense of it has to be there, and there are word limitations on both that and the title and the ballot language itself.
Okay, once again.
And by the way, the language is your language. It can be modified. It doesn't have to be what it is. This is before you for discussion. If you don't like the language, happy to change it.
Okay, so let me clarify that, because if the top portion of the resolution is a summary, then even if the ballot language, because again, as we all both know, when it comes to legality wise, the ballot may be a paragraph, but then the legality of the entire referendum is going to be multi-layered of. So I don't understand the two. Why do we even have that included in the summary if it's not going to be included?
So the way the statute is worded, it tells you that you have to ballot language. Let's start with the ballot language because that's what the voters will be voting on. The ballot language itself has to be specific, and it can be no more than 75 words. So that's what you see where it says official. And again, the resolution and this is they're attached, but the resolution sort of sets through the whereas clauses and why. So let's start with the ballot language. It has to be 75 words and it has to be specific, and that's what's here. The statute also requires that there be a title and a summary, and there are word limitations on that as well. And so those just are reflecting more generally what the ballot language itself is saying. And again, this language doesn't have to be this way. It can be modified if the board doesn't like this or you want the ballot language to change or the summary to change. We can do that. But the way this is worded and the way it's structured comports with Florida statutes.
Okay, I understand that the legality of all that, but what I'm trying to clarify, and I'm not getting an answer that I'm clear on, is I understand the ballot language is only 75 words. I understand it says specifically. However, like you just said, that the beginning paragraph of the resolution is still a summary of what that ballot language is going to be allowed,
Correct.
Right. So at the end of the day, Member Hahn is correct that even if that ballot language is used and passed, it does give the flexibility of how that money can be spent.
It does not, and let's be clear about
Why
that.
not?
Because you're conflating two separate requirements. In order to get the ballot language on the ballot, there has to be a resolution passed. This is the resolution. The law requires the resolution contain certain paragraphs and certain language and certain summaries. The only thing that will be legally binding on this district and on the voters is the ballot language itself. And so, and what I'm trying to explain to you is the board has the ultimate authority to decide what that language is. If you feel like the summary or the title of the resolution is too vague, we're happy to change it. I'm absolutely happy to make it comport exactly with this, as long as it meets the word requirements. But make no mistake, and I don't want there to be any confusion or unclarity, if this gets on the ballot and this passes, the official ballot language will be the legal parameters of how the money can be spent, period.
So let me clarify that then. According to this ballot language, the money can only be spent for competitive salaries to attract and retain qualified teachers and staff. So it's not just teachers.
It's not just teachers, no.
Sharing funds with charter schools. I understand it's by law, but we're still doing that. And that's it.
That's it.
So it is not going to the arts.
No.
It is not going to any other aspects.
No. It can. And then the last time.
Hold on, wait a minute. You said you can. Where's the I can?
Change the language.
Okay, but today,
as it's written.
according to this.
Correct. And if you'll recall, when this went to the voters 2 years ago, other things were considered and it did not pass. So the feedback received here that this was to be for teacher and staff salaries. That's what's in front of you. Please react to it. If you don't like it, we'll change it. We can add whatever you like. So if you want to add the arts, if you want to add technology, we can do that, absolutely. But it needs to be in the ballot language. And there's plenty of time to do that. If you want to think about it and vote on this today and bring it back, we can do that as well. That's one of the benefits of doing it this early and getting feedback. So this is in front of you today is only for teacher and staff salaries, period.
Make sure I clarify this as well, because again, like other districts, when that has passed and money has come in, each individual district has chosen how that money goes to teachers, and based upon that, is that going to be a board decision or is that a negotiated decision with the union?
It'll be both. It'll be a negotiated decision for the people that are what's the.
So are we required?
Sorry.
So when the money comes in as a board or a district, are we in control of how the teachers done, or that has to go to the union
It'll be
for their?
negotiated, but you ultimately vote on it, so it'll be ultimately the board's decision.
But it's negotiated. It's not. We don't. So we do not have the flexibility of spending that money as we would like towards teachers.
Well, just
single-handedly.
Just as you do now, you have to negotiate salaries.
I'm just
that's
asking.
part of the way the process works. But yeah, that wouldn't change.
Okay, and again, it's only for 4 years.
Correct.
So, first of all, let me clarify, my fellow board members. Whether or not I vote for or against this does not mean I do not prioritize the teachers of this district. I want to make that very clear. At the end of the day, we have a very good fund balance because we have been given the benefit of ESSER dollars over the course of the last couple of years. Stating that we have made a lot of tough decisions over the course of the last year, I can't say, including myself who have sat on this board, that we've made 100 tough decisions that have saved us money. The amount that we've done, we did not go with the full amount of the rebounding to make the max. We've not looked at other options of saving this district money. Yes, we've talked about property, but we've not made any decisions on that. So therefore, as a district, we have not put our best foot forward and really made hard decisions. We've not limited some of the things we've done. We've not limited some of the programs. We've not looked as a whole to this entire district of what we have to look at. So you're right in the sense that we need to make hard decisions, but we've not had to do that the last 3 years because we have had an influx of funding that we've used across the board for a magnitude of things. And I do stand here and I do support teachers and I do support our administrators and I do support every single one of the staff members in this district. But just because I want to be fiscally responsible and make sure we take time to make sure this ballot goes out at the right time, under the right circumstances, done the correct way. Because we just had in this county the city ballot where there was an uproar of citizens refusing to allow that to even be on the ballot because this inflation that we have in this district. Now, on the other hand, that's inflation is still affecting our teachers. And I am well aware of that. We are all living in that same society. But to sit here and say that we've done everything we can in this district, we can't do that yet. I cannot do that yet. I cannot say that I've looked through this entire budget and we've cut corners. Because I know we haven't. Because I know I wanted to look at different types of how we handle our insurance, where we could save millions of dollars, and I didn't get the support of this board to even bring it to a discussion. So at the end of the day, there are things we could and we could not do that we've not decided. And it is a bigger picture than just throwing it out there. Because many members of our community have already said, we don't want more taxes. We are already the highest tax bracket in the entire state of Florida. At the end of the day, with or without a referendum. So it is a lot to consider right now. Not just that, but I want to make it very clear that I 100% support teachers and administrators. That's why I want to be fiscally responsible in how we handle things.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I appreciate your comments, Member Rendon, and I want to make it clear too. I think it's very unfair to say that we don't support our employees, our teachers, and the staff if we don't support this. And it's not a partisan issue. This is not the campaign trail. We all know each other very well to know that we're all here for the right reasons. You're right. A lot of counties do have referendums. They also, put them out during very different economic times than what we're facing now. And I would like to see a plan that says this is how this money is going to be used to meet this goal. Maybe one of the goals is we want to be able to increase starting salaries by this year and get our starting salaries at $55,000, $60,000. And this is how much money this tax may bring in, and this is what we can allot to do that. And that's a goal I want for this referendum. And another goal might be, increasing the steps in accordance with the starting salary, and this is what that would cost. But none of that has been presented. There's no plan, even when we've talked privately. And I do feel like you're being pushed to do this now. I think that you should have been given time as a new interim superintendent, only on the job a few months. Dealing with, a lot of other serious issues that you should have been given the time to really get out to the community, talk to constituents, talk to business leaders, get a plan together, do a salary study, all of those things. And when you say, we could write the language tonight.
No, you can, but I'm not suggesting that.
No, I would not either, because there's already 2 lawsuits going on at the county because of language. Attorneys need to go through that.
Well, if I could hit pause for a minute, Member Hahn, because that's a very important statement.
Not my time.
Yeah, stop our time. What I want to convey to you is that ultimately whatever language is voted on is your language. And the language, because we have so much time, you could pass this tonight and we could come back in the early part of the year and we could get feedback from you. And trust me, we'll put it in terms that we can defend legally. I don't recommend doing that tonight, but I want to be clear that at the end of the day, it's your language.
But why wouldn't we work on the language and then bring it back for the first vote? Why am I voting on something where, look, I could vote on this tonight and y'all could never bring it back? And that's the truth. That is the truth. So, I would love that we're not 48th. In our salaries. I would, but again, How are you going to solve that problem with this? What is, where is that plan for that? It has to be more than just referendum language. There is a fiscal responsibility. Yeah, you could put it out to the voter, but there's a responsibility in how you do that. And messaging from the very beginning is very important. You get one shot out of the gate. So to say we can bring it back in a couple months and redo the language, transparency and trust is a very, very critical part of this process. I don't know why all this wasn't very well thought out before it ever came to the board. We have an interim superintendent. You're asking people to trust how this money is spent, but they don't know if he's going to be here 6 months, 12 months, or longer. I would feel more comfortable if he was permanent in approaching the community with something like this. Actually, you know what? I'd like to make a motion that we bring his contract to the next board meeting and make him a permanent to discuss making him a permanent superintendent.
Let's hit pause for that. You have a motion on the floor right now, so from a procedural standpoint, that's not appropriate. Let's get through with this, and then we can, if you want to discuss that, we can. But right now, there's a motion on the floor.
That's fine. I think we should discuss it. I don't think you can go out to the community. You have to set the table before you serve dinner. You're serving dinner and there's nothing on the table. This is what happened last time. Again, the message was very convoluted. It was, we've got to get this out there. It was too late. This is too early. It was too late last time. We rushed. And now you're coming too early and you're not prepared. And I know you're not comfortable with this. I know you want to support our employees, but I also know that you needed more time.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate my fellow board members getting clarity around the language and what that looks like. I was surprised that this came so soon because I thought we would have a workshop around this where we would have an opportunity to discuss that. So I was surprised at the timing on that. However, for me, while I would appreciate more time to discuss it and get more clarity on it, it's never going to change the fact that we've been spending years talking about exactly why we need this. I appreciate the hard work that you've done and always saying that you're going to concentrate on the budget, number one. And while I appreciate Member Rendon's viewpoint, we have made incredibly hard decisions as a board. We face unprecedented times where there were cuts having to be made in very short amount of times, and we had to face teachers and employees who lost their jobs with very little notice. We had to spend dual years having multiple meetings of employees coming and begging repeatedly for a livable wage and having to wait and hold off to make sure that we are financially stable for that. Every single board meeting that we have, there's a plethora of agenda items that are pulled because we so acutely talk about their relationship to the entire budget, whether they make sense fiscally. We said no to some contracts. We've altered other contracts. We have, as a board, honestly, I watch a lot of other school board meetings, and the truth is we talk about the budget and the finances and scrutinize what comes before us in a way that I don't see a lot of other boards doing. And I trust you, and I trust my fellow board members, and I trust the voters of this county to hold us accountable, just like they do with the referendum that we did for capital outlay, where that money is absolutely transparently, not only is there a public committee that talks about it, not only is it on our website, not only do we vote on it before it comes before us. I mean, in all fairness, to act like any money that comes to us is a black hole isn't fair, because we work really hard to talk about where every single penny goes. And we are very public, and we have all worked very hard to be very transparent in what we're prioritizing, what our budget is. We've talked almost ad nauseum about the fact that we have not had enough funding and where it needs to go. We have teachers who come and talk about it. So while I would have appreciated more time, I will always jump to whatever it takes to support our community when it comes to traditional public education and education. And even though that means that we're asking our voters at a time when it's unprecedented to prioritize public education, Pasco did it last term when inflation was just as high. We are coming out of a pandemic, and you know what their messaging was? It wasn't long. It wasn't complicated. I drove throughout Pasco. It simply had a sign that said, support our employees and our students and put them first. And that's it. And at the end of the day, whether the timing's bad, I trust this board. I trust you. I trust our community to make sure that we're prioritizing the money that way to be the most effective. And I am always going to stand with supporting public education financially if that's an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of confused here a little bit. I thought tonight we were given permission for him to go ahead and start working on it, not to come with a plan tonight. Is that the understanding?
No, what's in front of you. So
Okay.
me as superintendent, I had to make a decision. This is a decision where I could be second guessed of when to actually come out with this language and when to move forward with this. It's a position where I can be second guessed either way. The position I made was that I was going to make it very clear to our community our intentions for November 2024. It was clear in August of 2022. I wanted to just make it clear now. I hear all our board members and I hear the comments and I understand where everyone is coming from. But in the end, we do not need to overcomplicate this. This is about a equal playing field, and right now we're not on it. I've got Pasco, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, and all the other 4 large school districts in the state of Florida that bring in more revenue than this school district. And if this board asks me to be competitive with school districts to others and to retain and recruit teachers into this district, we have to have the revenue in order to do so. So I had to make a statement. I had to take a position of when to come out and do this. And what's on here is my agenda. This is my agenda that I bring forward, and this is my recommendation. And I can be second guessed on it. And come November 2024, it's a referendum, but it's also a referendum on my leadership as well.
Okay. So Mr. Porter, question to you. So if we vote yay tonight on this, okay, so you're saying he can come back, we can correct some of this?
Two things.
Okay.
So what this does tonight, if you vote yes for this, that means you give authorization to send this to the county commission to put on the ballot in November. It would also give the superintendent time to develop a plan that's been discussed, and it also, I've said several times that you have the ability to change the language. If during the course of developing the plan, he determines that there are other needs, technology needs, for instance, that don't have anything to do with teacher salaries, we could amend the language, and we would bring it back to you for an amended resolution. So all you're voting on tonight is putting it on the ballot, and then he would give him time to develop a plan, number one, and number two, as you hear input from the community or as you think about it, you think other things, Member Rendon, the arts, for instance, or I keep coming back to technology, that's something that some of the other districts have used. We can change that because we have so much time before it needs to be officially sent to the county commission. So yes, you'd vote on tonight to put it on the ballot, gives him time to develop a plan, and it gives this board time to think about whether the language needs to be amended. So.
And if I could just add, I just wanted it to be, the point of this is to be crystal clear that in November 2024, we were going to ask for additional revenue. Well, now, if I hear from the board that there wants to be some additional changes, we have until April to do so. But the point of tonight was to make it very clear that in order for us to be competitive, we need to be on a level playing field with the with the other 4 large school districts in the state of Florida and our surrounding school districts. And I'm open to making any adjustments that this board wishes.
Okay, so I'm looking at it from a viewpoint of we need to work as a team. I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, we have to have confidence in your superintendent. You know, if we vote on a yay tonight, we have to believe that you're going to be honest with us and come back and not put something on the ballot that should not be there, because we support you 100%. So I have a fair assessment on that. Then that's a clear point. I just didn't want people to understand that we don't just put it on the ballot, but we're not doing that. We don't bring it back because the board has to make the final approve approval on whatever you decide to put on the ballot. And we can make changes. That's what I need to understand. We can make changes, okay? Okay.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Those questions and comments are extremely important, and the transparency of answers are equally so. I know that we will always have those particular remarks. This is too soon. This is too much. This is the wrong time. At least during my 8 years here, there's never been a good time to ask taxpayers. Never has been. But right now we are in dire situation with, and this has been articulated by every one of us, with not having teachers, effective teachers, or able to keep our teachers. We know that Pasco County is offering $6,000 more salary for our guidance counselors, our social workers, and they're going there, and we're losing folks to Pinellas. The counties, the 13 counties that have done this, have done it for a reason, simply because they want to retain and get the best teachers they can get, and to have the best education. Now, all this is not factual information, nor is it it's effective to the ears that are listening right now. But I will tell you, from the last referendum, which, and Farkas, you remember, and I pressed hard for it for 4 board meetings because our roofs were caving in and we didn't have air conditioning. And Porter and I and a few others, we put together a referendum to address it. Now, that wasn't a good time. We didn't have money. In fact, we had to ask, at the time we had to ask proceeding to that for a TAN note, which is a loan. I don't know when the best time is anymore. I think right now the best time and the best situation we can give our students is to make sure they have in front of them a very effective teacher, and the teachers will not come here first. They'll come to Pasco or Pinellas, or in the case of Maryland, which is we're 47th, not 48th. Right now we're 47th. Maryland's the 9th. They start out their salary with $74,000 per year. So I mean, we are so far removed from a basic standard salary. It's just incredible how our teachers are still here, and they are looking. So Superintendent Van Ayers, I'm very proud of you right now, because you're making a stand, you're making a position statement, and what you're saying is, I gotta go ahead and I gotta be a leader. I gotta make sure that the board is completely behind me, because this is a huge ask, and you're doing it right now, and it's up to us to be behind you. And I will say I am behind you for many reasons. But at any rate, perfect time. Now, I do think we owe Dr. Hahn a particular let's just say a answer to her concern. There should be a timeline. We should have a timeline of when things are happening, and I would expect that to be occurring. Also, to Member Rendon, she has a very good point. If I were just going on the board a few months before, I would say, well, what the heck have we done? Have we done everything? And I would then ask our CFO, Ro Johnson, I think you should be able to rattle out all the positions that we had to cut, because we hired Addison Davis, superintendent, for the very reason he was an outsider and he could cut so many positions, and he did. So I think you owe Member Rendon all of the cuts, the steps that we did to save money. I think that's only right. And then perhaps you can read that and say, oh, I guess we did do things, because you need it for your constituents. You need to be able to answer, say, this is what we did do, because her constituents, which are mine also, are asking, what the heck have you done so far? So she does have that particular, she needs to have that information, and I hope that you'll get that to her. Is that a yay? Yeah. Okay, all right, and I'm done talking, but anyway, I stand by you, Superintendent Van Ayers, interim, and I know we can't make a motion tonight to have you as a superintendent, which I wish we could, but at any rate, enough said. Bye.
Thank you, Member Gray. And I also want to thank you, Superintendent Ayers, because I do think it takes a lot to come and talk about this. But at the end of the day, our teachers, if you go into our schools now, the class sizes are larger than ever. I mean, you walk into the classes today, we had employees come in and talk about it. I spoke to a principal the other day that said to me, I actually make $40 less than my assistant principal because they have more years in. That's the facts. The facts are our employees are truly underpaid. You heard a secretary come in today and talk about how underpaid they are. Every day people are coming. Other districts around, they have a check and then they have a line with the additional amount that they're receiving. Now, we can play this confusion and we can say it's not the right time or you're the interim or question the attorney and create all this chaos and confusion. The table was set a couple years ago and people didn't support it. It doesn't matter how the table is set. At the end of the day, are you going to support teachers in our district making additional money compared to all the surrounding districts that receive it? Are you going to look at the top 5 that receive all that additional money and Hillsborough County doesn't? Are you going to or are you not? You can create confusion. You can talk about the attorney. You can create wording. You can say all these things. But at the end of the day, these employees who are working so hard, who are underpaid, who have class sizes, who are subbing, who are covering. You heard somebody from Alonzo today saying, guess what? I deserve a T payroll. How about just paying them equally to surrounding districts? So all of this chaos and some confusion, please, just are you going to support the referendum? We can change the language, we can change the ballot language, but at the end of the day, are you going to support what every other district has? And by the way, this district was the only district that lost the referendum in the entire state of Florida. And every other district, as I said, because today I called Pinellas County and I said, I'm curious, what was the vote? It was 7-0. Everybody supported that. I called other districts around the area, all of them. All school board members supported it. This district did not support it fully last time, and I hope that it will change this time. Thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. No one's saying that we don't trust you, Mr. Superintendent. I want you to be successful. I've supported you from day one. I wanted you to have a 12-month contract. I would love for you to be permanent. If we could vote on it tonight, I would vote on it. And I do think it would instill a little bit more stability around this discussion if you were permanent. But, not even to have the timeline, as Member Gray had said, at the very least, and not to have a workshop. I know some of you are so, like, I'm doing this no matter what, and that's great. But I do think our community deserves that conversation to be heard. I think that if we had more planning and conversations, it would make some of us feel a little bit better about what's being brought forth tonight. I think that that's all about being transparent and building trust, and, that's important, and it's crucial when you're asking people who are struggling to pay their mortgage right now, and some of those people are teachers as well and our staff, and I get it, and they're going to have to pay for this as well. It helps those people if you have a lot more dialogue than what we're doing tonight. And I think a workshop would have been a great first step in that. I think that a timeline, a lot of our concerns would have been brought up during that workshop on, well, when you come to the board, we expect a timeline, we expect a plan, and we weren't given that opportunity to even further get into the financial discussion. That's all really important. And when I say set the table, I'm not being flip. I'm saying that those are important pieces to passing a referendum. It's more than just throwing it on the ballot and, going, you have to support teachers to support this, There's more that goes into it. And I'm not an expert around running a referendum, but I know that much. And we've been through it before. And I just see a lot of the same kind of pitfalls. So, I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm uncomfortable with how this has been rolled out tonight. And I've shared that with you. I'm not surprising him. He understood my concerns before this evening. So again, to say that if you don't support this tonight, you don't support teachers and employees, I strongly disagree with that. I don't support the process really of how this was brought forward. I think it's just not well thought out, and I just think it's very unfair to kind of tell members that may be struggling with this tonight that we don't support our employees. We're getting ready to ratify a raise that I am very excited about and was very supportive of. And so, I think that's a very unfair statement, because I think we all do know each other well enough to know that we care very much about this district and the students and the teachers and the staff and all our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I hear your concerns, Dr. Hahn, and while I do agree that I wish there had been some more time to discuss it as a board, I don't know if discussing it at a workshop would be the right way to engage the community. To be honest, I don't know how many people watch our workshops, and I think that it needs to happen in smaller venues as we go out into the community, as we attempted to do last time. And while, I wish we had had more time about that, I think that supporting it doesn't preclude us from having those conversations and having those workshops and answering those questions and having those conversations. And while I appreciate you would like those beforehand, I do. This is kind of where we're at now. And I look forward, regardless, if we move forward on this, to having those conversations as a board and talking about what it looks like and going to the community. But again, we went out for this last time. We talked about it in length. We talked about it coming back. We've all had our comments at different times to talk about, well, maybe not all, but a lot of us have had time to talk about what we need to prioritize, how we don't have enough funding, what it's going to look like to go back to the community. So while it is what it is, I think we can still have those conversations. I think we can still have a workshop. I think we can still talk about it as a board, how we want to prioritize it. I understand, the logic is, why would we go back and change the wording? But if that's where we are now, at least we still have that opportunity. So I don't want any of my fellow board members to feel like they're excluded from that process, because I do believe that everyone on this board prioritizes our employees and our educators, and that they want to have those conversations, and we do have those conversations, and we have those hard conversations. I would like to say, in response to the Essers comment, we have been very fortunate that we've had the Essers, but even with that, the funding was oversaw by the state, and it was put into buckets, and it was very specific, and we couldn't use it in the ways that we originally wanted to and the ways that we originally thought we would. And that lack of flexibility as a district to be able to prioritize, because there's so much oversight and control in our funding when it comes from the state legislation, to me is exactly why we need something like this, so that we can prioritize salaries. And if ESSER money comes, it doesn't get swept away in a bucket or told that we can only use it towards technology, that hopefully it allows our community to voice and say that our priority is the salaries of our employees and making sure that we can be competitive, because when it comes down to it, the people who are in front of our kids and around our kids every day are the absolute most important piece, and being able to pay them competitive and livable wages has got to be our number one priority as school board members who are advocating for education. And I'm not saying by not supporting this right now because of the process, that's not your priority. I'm just saying collectively as a school board, that has got to be our priority going forward, in my thoughts. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Thank you so much, Member Combs. And Member Gray, let me make it very clear, even though I've not been on this board for a year, I would never come to a vote at this board and this dais without doing my homework or my research. We have access to every single meeting we've had, and I'm well aware where the places were cut and where the superintendent cut those positions. I'm also well aware those positions were created several years earlier and were never taken off the books. So unfortunately, there were people's jobs that were fired. However, I am not ignorant into what has happened. So I want to make it very clear that I'm coming to this dais prepared and knowledgeable. I have had conversation with our CFO, and I'm well aware. So I do want to make that clear on this dais. But Mr. Porter, if I could ask a couple questions, or maybe actually Superintendent or Mr. Porter, either one of you may know. There were 13 counties that went up for the referendum. 12 of the 13 passed them. Those are the first time. We have any counties in the state of Florida that after the first referendum, it was repassed?
I believe Pinellas was repassed. I don't know the answer, but I think Pinellas was the most recent one was repassed. But we can do that research and come back.
Well, because to me, it's very important that we do not put out the pie in the sky information, because at the end of the day, teachers need to be aware that, like Member Combs said, it's a separate line item on your paycheck. It doesn't account for your direct salaries, unless we decide differently, to my knowledge. But it is a time limited. So your pay will then go back if we don't repass this after 4 years.
Right. So I have the language from Pinellas, and this was from 2020, or from, I guess, 2020. Shall the Pinellas County School District be continued? So that suggests that it had been recontinued. Pasco's it appeared to be a new one in 2022. But we can do the research unless Dr. Whalen has that information now, but we can find that for you.
Right, because I want to make sure we all understand this correctly, that even if we pass it today, it is a time-limited resources to our families. It's not going to be an ongoing, and it is only, like Member Combs, you said, it's a separate line item on your paycheck. It doesn't go towards your build-up of your retirement. It doesn't go towards other things. We've got to make that very clear. You mentioned also when Member Washington was conversing about the fact that if we pass it today, we're giving the superintendent permission to go after the referendum. However, is the superintendent required to come back with final language if they choose to change it? Or if he doesn't choose to change it, do we have to come back no matter what for a final decision?
So let's unpack that. So any changes at all to the language you approved today have to come back to this board for a vote, period.
But if he doesn't change it?
If he doesn't change anything, then it stays like this and it goes forward. But the board also could request the superintendent to come back with other language. So it's not one or all.
Does it have to be a majority of the board to bring it back?
Well, typically I think the way it works is it's a superintendent's agenda. He's ultimately in charge of what goes on the agenda, but if board members requested it and he chose not to do it, I think that's on him.
Right.
But I mean, that's legally, he would have the right not to do that. I think that's unlikely to the point of not going to happen.
And I have.
This is not against the superintendent.
Right.
I just want
understand the process.
I want
You
some
understand the
clarification
process.
on, because when Member Washington was asked, and I thought it was answered that yes, it would come back for a final vote, but then earlier I kind of got the impression it didn't have to come back.
No, if this passes tonight and no changes are requested or desired about the language, no other action by the board is needed. But what I'm hearing tonight is that there's an expectation that the superintendent will develop a plan. Some of you may go out and get community input. Some of you may have thoughts about how the money might be spent. The superintendent might, the union might. And in that case, the language would have to change, and only the board could change the language through the vehicle of a public vote with another resolution.
And if I could, I am open to, so for tonight, if approved, that is the approval that we would be on that November 2024 ballot. I can bring forward, if we can have a workshop, we can talk through, and if this board wants my trust, that I would bring forward another agenda item in the future. We don't have to get it to the county commission until April. If towards January or February, if we want to have I'm just throwing some things out there. If we want to have a workshop and we bring the language, the entire referendum language, the ballot language, talk through that, I am open to do so, and I can assure you and promise you that I will bring something forward at the start of the year with the final language. If that makes the board comfortable tonight in making this decision, we can make sure that we bring back language. Maybe it's the same. It might be different, but we can bring that forward at a later date.
So, Mr. Porter, I have a question. Again, process. We have a motion on the table for approval of this. However, can I amend the motion to request that we take a vote to have a plan in place before we bring this motion to a vote?
Yeah, so you would essentially be continuing the item until a future date, until a plan was developed. You have the right to make that. It would be a substitute motion.
Yes. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to bring this back at a later date when we have a plan to move forward with this referendum.
Second for that motion. Madam Chair, she's making a motion to continue this until there's a...
Is there a second?
Could you clear the board, please? Clear the board. Okay, so there's a motion, and there's a second by Dr. Hahn. So board members, there's a substitute motion on the floor to continue this item, so you wouldn't vote on it tonight. It would come back at a future time when the superintendent has a plan in place to present to you. That's the motion on the floor. That's open for discussion, or you can vote on that. Let me break it down for you. If you want to vote on this tonight and make it clear to the voters that you're putting it on the ballot November 24, vote no. If you want to not vote on this tonight and have a plan in place, vote yes. That's the motion. So vote yes if you don't want to vote on this tonight, you want a plan in place. Vote no if you want to vote on it tonight.
Can we discuss it?
Yes, you absolutely can discuss it. Okay, I can see confusion. So, okay. So basically what Member Rendham has done is made a motion that you would not vote on this tonight. You would not vote on it until some future time when the superintendent brought back a plan that Dr. Hahn has referenced and some of you other board members have referenced. So if you're in favor of not voting on this tonight, if you don't want to vote on this tonight, vote yes. If you do want to vote on it tonight, vote no, and then we'll go back to the main discussion.
Can we discuss that? Okay. Well, I'm in support of that if I feel that board members will support that more. My concern is, once the plan is there and the verbiage is there, are you more inclined to support that? Because I felt like the table was really set last time, a few years ago, and it was not supported by many board members. So I'm just hoping that if you have the additional time and if you have the plan, are you going to be open, or is this just kind of delaying that? So that's my concern. So that would be my biggest concern is, are you saying that if there's a plan in place and the language, or are we going to continue going back and forth because it's not going to be perfect? The bottom line is we want to be able to pay our teachers and our employees more in 2024 and place that in the ballot language. I just want to make sure we're not delaying something where in the end the result is going to be the same, because I often feel that this board has not always been supportive of the millage in the past. So looking at surrounding districts when it's always been supported, and last time the table was set, everything was perfect, everything was good, but board members still did not support that. So I guess for me is, what type of timeline are you looking for? What type of details? Because I would like to make sure this is not a way of delaying something, and in the end, the vote being exactly what I think it would be tonight. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Chair Combs. I agree with Member Combs in the fact that I'm concerned about if we just leave it open-ended as bring it back and then we'll discuss it. For me to even consider supporting Member Rendon's substitute motion, is that what it is, an amendment? Substitute motion. I would like to know a date of when it will come back by, like a cap on that. Like if we're going to come back and revisit this in 2 months to give a time for a plan and for us to have a workshop, I would consider supporting it. But without a date in mind of coming back, I can't support that motion.
So
Thank you.
I'd be open to a workshop at the beginning of January, and then if we wanted to bring us up, an item to the February board meeting, I would like to do that. I could do that.
Latest I would recommend.
Yeah.
And I don't think, practically speaking, to do anything in November or December isn't really practical.
Right.
I have some more time. So you said by what date?
So we could schedule a workshop. So if this does not pass tonight, we would bring this language, bring the plan to a January workshop, discuss the referendum, ballot language, referendum language to the first workshop in January, have that discussion as a board. After that workshop, I like all workshops, I get direction from the board and feedback, then I would bring that item to the next board meeting.
So in late January, early February?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm open to that. So for tonight, I want the board to know, the community to know, I'm being real clear that this is something as superintendent of this school district that I've been for 27 years, the need for us to be competitive to have this 1 mil on that November ballot. We need it to be competitive with surrounding school districts. We are not on a level playing field. I'll say it 20 times tonight. We're not on a level playing field. But I do understand and hear my board members tonight, and if that helps with the clarity of bringing it forward in January and workshopping this exact item that we have here and then bringing forward at the end of January, first week of February, I'm open to do so.
Member Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need to say this. Just because we support or don't support a vote doesn't mean that we're not united as a board. It means that we are individual critical thinkers and have different conversations with constituents. I'm going to address not on the level playing field issue, but in a different. Many in the community have had conversations with me, especially in the African American and Latino communities. And one of the issues that they have is the rate of students not receiving diplomas is high. And where the dropout rate is high, where the students have in the past received certificates of completion. And that's their angst about this millage. These same communities who have recently struggled with a high rate of homelessness, food insecurities, single parent unemployment. And you have to understand, I support students, teachers, and all staff. So I'm going to go back to this official ballot. It says to retain qualified teachers and staff. But it doesn't say support staff. We always talk about support staff, and somebody came to us tonight in comments, and talked about that they're always last, don't get the raises. Are you going to indicate that not only staff but also support staff will be, that, because it seems like we always leave them out. They're always last and they're not represented in union matters.
And that language is meant to be all staff, but if that's something that helps, and that's, you guys talked about a workshop, that could be something that we could talk through, but that, and the way it's written there, is inclusive of all staff.
Okay, because a lot of our support staff are Latino and African American who are struggling with low wages. And I just want to make sure that that is indicated in this document.
Okay, thank you, Member Perez. Member Rendon?
Thank you. And Member Combs, I can't give you a guarantee on how I'm going to vote without having a plan. There's no other way to say it. The reason I made the supplemental amendment is because I want to be prepared. I want to have the knowledge. I want to have the information. I want to be prepared. So I'm not going to commit to anything until I have that. Number one. Number two, thank you, Superintendent. There are 4 Tuesdays in the month of January. I know we don't have our calendar out, but between the 9th, the 16th, the 23rd, and the 30th, hopefully we can do a workshop and a board meeting, so that I do believe that if this referendum is going to go on the ballot, it has to be done in January. I think there's a plan. I think that is historically with referendums, they've got to have enough time, and the beginning of a year tends to be when the best success has happened over the course of time. So I do agree that there needs to be a time set. I could not do that in my amendment because that was a superintendent's decision on when you would want to do it. But I do believe that it's critically important that when we make decisions, we make them, and there's been so many questions by the board about what's the plan, what's this, the status, that it obviously is bringing to light that we don't have all the answers yet. And if we are going to be a united board under a referendum, we all have to have the facts. We all have to have the plan. We all have to be united when we go out in the community. And so in order to do that, we need to have a time to do that and be given the information properly with the proper plan moving forward. We should have, Member Perez asking, does this include all staff? Does it not? Those are things that I think we need to have the information fully aware of, all of us, moving forward. And that's why I've made the subsequent amendment. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Member Washington?
Okay, thank you. The one thing that I do understand, we have to all be on the same plan, because it's so important. Like the last time, I spoke to people in the community. They said, well, hell, shit, y'all, some voted no and some voted yes. So that was divisive. If we come back with a plan, I would hope that we all be on the plan together. So when we go out as a team and confront it as a team. When we go to the workshop, if somebody don't like something, let's work it out. Let's see how we can work it out to make it work. Because we are one part of a body. And if we don't work it out as a team, we will never pass. Because all the counties that passed, people, they all went 7-0. So whatever, if we come up with something and somebody dislike it, they say, well, we don't like, okay, let's sit down, let's work it out. So when we leave there, Superintendent, I want to leave there with my head clear that we all on the same page. So if January going to do it, let's do it. Okay? Thank you.
Member Vaughn?
Thank you. So I just want to clarify, could the motion contain the date of when we're coming back, or no, it can't?
It can, but honestly, I think it's better to leave it. I don't have, he doesn't have a calendar in front of him. Yes.
But you are assuring us that if, in good faith, I'm going to use that word a lot, those two words a lot in the statement in general, in good faith, that if we listen to our fellow board members who are in good faith asking us for more time to have thoughtful discussions about this, and we support this motion to give more time, that you will schedule and complete a workshop in January, and then the next available board meeting, this will come before us on an agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. One. Number two, again, for me, to delay it is only a respectful gesture to my other fellow board members, because we've spoken about this so much, and to me, bringing something for the voters to decide, I just want to make that clear again. We are not making the decision on this. The only thing that we're deciding, whether we talk about it at a workshop, whether we talk about it at another additional board member, it's good to have our questions answered, because as Member Rendon said, then we can be good stewards and go out into the community. But we are not making this decision. The only thing that we're doing by deciding this is putting it in front of the voters and giving them the opportunity to make that decision and to prioritize that. So I just want to clarify that again, that I will go ahead and I also support this motion for respect of my fellow board members who have asked for more time in good faith. And I understand that you can't make any commitments, and I'm not asking for a commitment for your vote, but I am asking for a commitment that it is in good faith that you're going to give this serious thought and be thoughtful about it, which I know that you will. And once you have your questions answered, I hope that we can move forward collectively as a board on this. So with that understanding, I will support the substantive motion out of respect for my fellow board members.
Thank you, Member Vaughn, and I also concur. I will support, but I hope it's not to delay, and in the end, it will be the same outcome that I think it would be tonight. I hope that you will really engage with the superintendent, engage and look at our surrounding districts and look at the needs of our schools and not turn around. And I felt like tonight was a lot of confusion, questioning, which I thought was very clear with what Mr. Porter brought, and a lot of confusion being brought in. And I think that happened last time, and that it will be in good faith, and that you will really engage. And when we do have the workshop, that it is really going to be a supportive board that's going to support our educators, and it's not just a way of pushing the inevitable out, and it won't be the same as last time, because we've had years since the last time to think about this and engage, and it's no surprise that this was coming. So I would like to go ahead and call to question to vote. Oh yeah. Oh, member Hahn, you. Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Look, I'm sorry, you find our questions confusing, but I'm allotted time to ask those questions and to get some clarity. And knowing something's coming and then, not be given a timeline, I don't find that to be very, very good planning. But we are here we're here where we are, and I do appreciate Member Vaughn, willing to. I know you're very passionate about this, and you've been just a wonderful proponent of this, but I do really, really appreciate you giving us some more time on this. I know that wasn't an easy decision for you to come to, but you're always so very respectful of other board members, even when we disagree on things, and I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate Member Perez, you always asking good questions and looking out for the minorities in our community, as well as Sheikh. You always do the same, and are very, careful, intentional with your words. And so, I greatly appreciate that as well. Thank you.
If I could just jump in real quick. So, Dr. Hahn, you talked about timeline. So some dates that we could look at. January 16th would be a date we can look at for the workshop. And then we do have a board meeting scheduled for February 6th. So that would give me enough time from the 16th workshop on that Tuesday, a couple of weeks to put things together and make sure that we've got everything put together for that February 6th, where I would bring this agenda item.
Member Gray?
So I guess I'm not in that long list of board members that give the patience or the tolerance for a workshop, but in fact I am. And in fact, let me add something to that. I do think we need to, within the parameters of a workshop, discuss a oversight committee, because as we know, the one that we have now has just done a stellar job and will give confidence to the voters as well. So I think that would also be covered within that. Let's just call it a workshop, for lack of better words. Thank you.
Thank you.
So board members, if you're ready to vote, if you want to continue this until January, vote yes. If you want to not continue until January, vote no. So if you want to wait till January, vote yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you, board members. We will move on to the next one, which is 403, Negotiated Economic Salary Proposal for Hillsborough County School Employees Federation. 2024 school year. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you. So this is HCPS and the Hillsborough HSCF have reached a tentative agreement for instructional support employees that are covered under the HSCF bargaining unit, and these salary increases will be retroactive to July 1, 2023. HSCF instructional support employee include 4,300 employees, including custodians, student nutrition, bus drivers, bus attendants, and security, among other job types. Agreement regrades, critical shortage positions of bus drivers, bus attendants, and security have also been done, and the total financial impact is approximately $11.5 million.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and second to approve item C403. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray and Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I really appreciate for both this and the one coming after this, our team's commitment to getting this done for our employees and for to prioritize this in a timely manner. I think that every year there's a lot of anxiety as our employees wait to see, if they're going to just be able to pay a lot of the bills based on the salary schedule they were expecting. I would say, though, in general, these are some of our lowest paid employees who do some of the most physically laborious work. And, I've spent a lot of time in the past few weeks making sure that I'm talking to the custodians and the nutritional staff and our resource officers and so many different employees, our bus drivers, when I'm going into schools, and they're really struggling. So while I so appreciate this, I would just like to advocate in general that, even our lowest paid employees are still struggling, to make ends meet. So while this is a first great step, I think it's important to, when we talk about educators and teachers, to keep these employees at the forefront of our advocacy to make sure that, again, all of our employees have a livable wage. But I'm thrilled that we got this done. I think there's a lot of excitement around this. I appreciate everybody who worked so hard for this, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Yeah, again, I echo what Member Vaughn has said, and especially want to thank Ms. Shotwell and Ms. Johnson for negotiating this. It's about time, especially as it relates to our bus drivers, because my goodness, they are, as we all have agreed, a point of service, first point of service, do a lot of the let's just say discussions, important discussions with our students. They just are good listeners, and there's so much more than that. But I'm so happy that finally we are able to give the support staff their deserved salary. And of course, that's not even enough. A lot more should be given, but for right now, I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I just want to thank the superintendent and his team for all the hard work that they put into these negotiations, and Ms. Johnson for being, at that table and working with cabinet and doing all the magic you do to make sure that we have the money set aside for these raises. Also want to thank my board members, for always making sound decisions, especially over the last year, to make sure that we had the money to do this today.
Thank you, Member Hahn. And I also wanted to thank Superintendent Ayers. Since I've been here, this is the smoothest it's gone with negotiations, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate my fellow board members and our non-instructional staff. It works so hard, and even today when I heard the employees talking about a supervisor making such, a couple dollars more, this is why that referendum is going to be important. We have to be able to differentiate and be able to pay our supervisors. I know some of our secretarial staff did not get some of the funding that they were hoping. At the end of the day, when people talk to me, it's really not a local issue, it's a state issue. When you're looking at with our increase of inflation so high in this area, and we're looking at a 5% increase, and everything has gone up so high. So we just have to continue to push hard at the state level to provide us funding, so that way it can trickle down to our most deserving employees. Thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 404, economic salary proposal for non-represented employees for the 2023-2024 school year. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Chair Combs. So this is our non-represented employees, and these employees include 1,100 of our employees that are head custodians, secretary fours, our student nutrition managers, administrative secretaries, accountants, analysts, and tech support site representatives, among other job types. Eligible non-representative employees will be credited a year of service for the 21-22 school year that had not been awarded that last year. Employees at the top of their respective pay grade will receive a one-time $1,000 payment, and the total financial impact of this agenda item is approximately $3.4 million.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Ayers, I need a motion and a second to approve item C404. I have a motion by Member Vaughn. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray and Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Member Gray?
No, this is a duplicate remark, actually, but I'm glad that and Superintendent Ayers, I'm so glad that we are capturing this group as well, because so many times, again, we didn't have the affordability to make this happen. And thank you, Ms. Romanier Johnson and Ms. Shotwell. Very well done.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, thank you, Chair Combs. I'll keep it brief because we've had a long night and a long agenda. I just want to say thank you again to everyone, all my fellow board members, all the staff members for making this happen. Thank you to all of our educators. I hope that although this isn't even close to being enough, it's a step to let you know how much we value and support you, and that this at least makes the year a little more a little less stressful, having to worry about finances and being able to focus 100% on our students. And thank you again for everything you do.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 601, budget amendments for period July 1st, 2023, ending in September 30th, 2023. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Chair Combs. Our CFO, Ms. Johnson, will highlight this agenda item.
Good evening, board members. If you have any questions about the budget that we discussed, I'm ready to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C601. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions because I just talked to Ms. Johnson this morning. So, and I'm not going to get into what goes on into truing our budget or to get into the budget deeply. But next month I shall, for sure. So let it rest right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and if we'll just wait just about 20 more seconds. Yeah, take your time. Okay, and it passes unanimously. 701, piggyback 23190 PGM MST 2010 PV 01 custodial ground and maintenance services. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have 8 items to go tonight. So this one, Hillsborough County Public Schools recognizes the need to fill service gaps in custodial, groundskeeping, and maintenance services due to staffing challenges. This ABM Industry Group, LLC, offers a solution with their strong track record and expertise in these critical areas and the K-12 space. Partnering with ABM is a cost-efficient approach that optimizes spending while addressing immediate service needs. That is agenda item 701.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C701. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Make it real quick. This is going to make our groundskeeping a lot easier, correct?
That is correct. That is the idea.
Because our schools could really use that. So this is good news.
It takes the responsibility off the site administration, and now we have a quality control, quality inspection group that will focus on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Again, I just want to have it, like, on the record on the dais and make sure I'm clear on this is because we're bringing in this outside piggyback and the outside company, they're going to be doing the overseeing. So they're going to take the heat off. But also when we have one of our other previous contractors walk away, we are going to have them come in and do the direct service. So there'll be no interruption in service to our schools.
Exactly. 90% of the time I get a call from a board member that says, hey, the grass is this high. It's because we've had a default from one of our mowing companies. They're smaller companies. We've got 8 of them around the area. This will allow them to fill that gap. And so if that happens, they'll fill it in until we put it back out in the streets to have it. So it will fill that up, not have the issues we've had before. And they'll be the ones that make sure it gets done in a timely manner.
And just to clarify, the cost that we have currently on this agenda item is really the maximum cost as if this company picked up all the grounds crew, but that is only so that they have the flexibility to pick up those contracts if someone walks away.
100% accurate.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 712, approve the acceptance for the welding lab project at Irwin Technical Center, project number 100450. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this project scope provided for the renovation of the existing welding lab at Irwin Tech. This new welding equipment and an improved electrical and heating, ventilating, and air conditioning HVAC system were provided to improve the previous welding lab. Students at Irwin Tech will continue to master their welding skills through the use of this new and improved facility.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 712. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, you pull this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you so much, Member Combs. So, Mr. Farkas, you know, we had some conversation about this, and I think it's very important that we go on the record because a large portion of this is coming out of general revenue and not out of capital funds. So could we have some explanation on the record of why the funding is the way it is?
100%. Great question. So this is coming from the CTE funds. Adult education is allowed to pay for those materials. That comes, their categorical is in the general fund. It's not in the capital dollars. So this is not money that can be spent somewhere else. It can only be spent on adult education through Scott Brooks and career technical education. Therefore, it is listed as general fund because that's where it sits. But this is paid for by the students and by the money that they earn in those technical programs.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 713, approve the acceptance project of the referendum year 3, phase 2 project of Farnell Middle School, project 100229. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you. The scope of this work for Phase 2 provided for the replacement of the existing fire alarm system and related electrical work at Farnell Middle School. Farnell Middle School's fire alarm was outdated and needed to be replaced in order to comply with current code. Upgrading the fire alarm system eliminated disruptive nuisance alarms. Completion of this project provided the students, teachers, and staff an enhanced learning environment.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 713. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington. And I pulled this item. I just wanted to really quickly say that I received quite a few calls and emails regarding some of the issues that Farnell Middle School had this year, and I want to thank you for taking care of that and making sure that this is taken care of. Also, I think Mr. Otero works so hard with the AC, and often, you know, when air does go out, we've done a really good job of putting handlers in there and working really hard. It's not perfect, but I will say when you hear what's happening in surrounding districts, I just want to thank you, Mr. Farkas, and your team for working so hard and dealing with these issues. Thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights are...
Is there a motion on the floor?
Oh, did I say a motion? Oh, I'm going fast. Okay. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 718, approve the final 2023-2024 facilities 5-year work plan. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Chair Combs. So, board members, Florida statute requires each school district to develop and approve a 5-year capital outlay work plan, which is submitted to the Florida Department of Education annually and includes a schedule of all major repairs, renovations, newly planned construction projects, class size information, and the use of portable classrooms in the school district. This plan identifies $237 million in funded maintenance and major repair construction projects and $52 million of impact fees dedicated to new student capacity construction projects. District staff requested review from the local governments per the interlocal agreement, and their comments are attached in the board agenda item.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 718. I have a motion by member Gray. I have a second by member Vaughn. And I pulled this item. And Mr. Farkas, we talked about this. Two of my concerns is from the last time we had the 5-year work plan. I did have 2 schools, high schools, Alonzo High School that was looking for the second floor. They have a lot of floating teachers, ESC teachers right now with that IB. And then in addition, Steinbrenner High School, which is extremely overcrowded, and looking at that additional wing. And so we talked about that, and if you just want to remark on that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. We had made some changes in between the first to the second one. Now, we send it out after the first reading that the board approves to each of the entities, the county, Temple Terrace, Plant City, things like that. There was a miscommunication on our staff on adding those items to that item before it went out, and we didn't feel right changing the board item once the other entities already reviewed it. That will be reflected next year. The one great thing about a 5-year work plan is that it is fluid, and we can change that. So you will see Steinbrenner. You'll also see Alonzo on next year's 5-year plan. You'll also see some other high schools because, to your point, Plant City High School, Strawberry Crest, we've got some overcrowded schools that will be coming, so you're going to see some projects that you'll see in front of you. But to your question, Alonzo and Steiner will be on the next 5-year plan and give the opportunity for the county, the city, Plant City, and Temple Terrace to review those.
Okay, thank you for adding that. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Farkas, I just had a question. When we look at our referendum and its due date is in, I think, 4 years, right? And this is a 5-year work plan. How are we going to, and I'm looking at page 3, sales tax revenue, how are we going to, or when are we going to know the affordability from us if we say we do not get that referendum passed again?
Well, the board will dictate if we go back out for it. I think that, as I've told Citizens Oversight and my staff, we're in a 10-year resume. We're scheduled to go for the next one. So if we've been very fortunate that we've been able to spend the money and do it the right way with a lot of hard work. To your point, Ms. Gray, if we did not have the sales tax referendum, it would be devastating to what we have. We'd be in the situation other counties are in. So based on superintendent approval and board approval, we look forward to coming back to the board in 2026 because it's got to be in a general election to go back to renew it for either another 10-year period or 20-year, whatever the will of the board and the superintendent are. So we'll be back and go in 26. So we'll know before it ends. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't end, some of our debt service comes off the books, but it's a big difference. It's going to be very hard to replicate and come in with $170 or $180 million because it's not just deferred maintenance. It's also some of the things you've seen. It's painting buildings. It's doing other things that are the normal things that have been deferred over time. So it is very important, I believe, if we're going to continue to be, we talk about being competitive with charter schools, being competitive, being the best choice out there. Part of that is aesthetics, and part of that's functionality and conducive learning environment. So I welcome that. I think that in 2026, when we come back to the board and ask for that, I think we've got a pretty good resume. I encourage the public to go to the Citizens Oversight Committee page where we talk about every single dollar and where it's spent. That Citizens Oversight Committee very much monitors every dollar that we spend. Many of you have been at that meeting and can attest to that. So I do think that we've set up a resume. But a long answer to a short question, Ms. Gray, we definitely need to go back out in 2026 to make sure that we can continue to provide this service to our people. If we don't, this 5-year plan will alter greatly. The amount of projects we put in the streets every summer, it's going to impact local economy and it's going to impact our schools.
Well, it will impact the city of Tampa and all of the district employees because we are a huge employer. So I'm hopeful, but I definitely think, and Superintendent Ayers interim, I think we should have a projection though in case this happens.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do that for you.
Right. I mean that's only right. The other question is, of course, and I asked this before at the workshop, but what about Just Elementary? I know you mentioned to Member Combs that those 2 schools will be on here next year, but Just Elementary, we are talking about that in some type of K through 8 or early childhood. What do we don't have it on here now?
We do not, because we were waiting, and Superintendent Ayers and I talked about making sure that we put a real budget on there and not an enigma. So we wanted to make sure that we actually had a defined idea, whether it's from the board's discretion or from the committee's discretion, that we say, hey, this is what we're going to do with that property, and then put a cost to it. So what you're on, the dollar figure that would be associated with Just would be accurate for what we're actually going to do with that property.
Well, that's fair. Yep. That's the right thing to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Gray. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 720, approve the memorandum of understanding between the School Board of Hillsborough County and Florida Community Events, LLC at Blake High School. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Chair Combs. So Tampa is set to welcome its first women's professional soccer team, representing a significant step forward for the local sports scene. The team will be part of the Super League, a newly launched women's professional soccer league scheduled to begin in August 2024. This team's inaugural season is planned to kick off at Howard W. Blake High School Stadium. This team will initially play at Blake High School for the first 3 to 5 seasons until a permanent stadium is constructed. The current venue has 1,800 seats, but the team aims to expand it to 5,000 seats and make multi-million-dollar upgrades, including improvements to the turf field, locker rooms, and other locations on campus. The team intends to cover the cost of the upgrades and stadium construction without relying on taxpayer money, emphasizing its dedication to the community. Super League Tampa Bay has expressed the belief that the new stadium will have a positive impact on the local community, particularly Blake High School students. HCPS staff acknowledges the potential benefits of this partnership for the community and HCPS students.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 720. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Washington, Member Gray, and myself, we all pulled this. I can begin with you, Member Washington.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's kind of exciting what's coming over to Blake High School. I had an opportunity to sit down and speak to the principal, Mrs. Newton, and she was ecstatic about having a pro women's soccer team there, as well as the students. We got quite a bit of backing over there for this soccer field to be changed. We have the CRA, which is Joe Robinson and their group now. I mean, they're behind it 100%. We also have the Alumni Association from Blake, and they are really pushing for it too. The stadium is going to improve from 1,800 to up to 5,000 seats with no cost to the county. They're also going to build a stage at Blake High School for performances out at the stadium. They're going to upgrade the locker rooms to make it really affordable, nice locker room for the team to come and play. They're going to also upgrade the restroom areas. They're going to upgrade the front of the school now to make it real affordable looking. Making some changes up front. So they're doing a lot over at Blake High School. I think this is going to really be great for Blake High School and the people in the community, because they are all in the uproar. I mean, the kids are excited. Everybody's excited what we're about to do at Blake High School. And plus, they're going to have the upkeep of the stadium. Upkeep of the stadium is going to be very important, because when they play the games, they would be able to keep. We don't have anything to do with the stadium. All we have to do is have our kids out there to play, and they'll keep the upkeep. And I think that's great, because they're really giving us a lot. And that's all I have to say. I mean, the principal is happy, the kids are happy, the community is happy, Joe Robinson is happy. So I think we got something going pretty good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Hahn, or Member Gray? I'm sorry, Member Gray was next because she pulled the item. Okay.
I don't mind waiting.
I just try to give whoever.
Yeah, when we look at a contract, we want to make sure that we have every detail put into it. So, and yes, Member Washington, Ms. Newton is excited. The community is excited. It's such a great opportunity. We're all excited. However, looking at a contract that does not spell out actual maintenance terms, how will we sustain the grounds? How will we sustain, say, the restrooms? What type of food sales will go on? And, you know, what the details of a contract seem to be very little. I would feel much more comfortable if it was much more detailed on every space. Now, I'm not a legal expert, and I don't pretend to be, but by golly, we've had many contracts go through here as a school board, and details were a lot more plentiful. But let me get back to something else. If this property has a value of $30 to $50 million, have we looked at every opportunity to gain more money from this other than the usage? I know 12 times they're going to be here, and then we can go ahead and utilize it. But what about parking? Like at Jesuit, we have the Dad's Club. We gain money for parking. What other ideas have been presented in gaining more revenue from this situation? Again, think about this property is like gold, 50 million possible. And I would hate for us to not get the most bang for the buck, if you will. I don't know if you've had this conversation, but I'm bringing it out right now.
So I'll be happy to respond to it, and Superintendent, feel free to reach in. So we're not giving up the property. It's still our property. We're not selling the property. That is not on the table. It is for use 12 times. And the contract clearly states that it's our discretion. We have the discretion in 30 days to end the contract, but we also have the discretion where it's our choice when they use it and how they use it. And that's in a couple of different places we have there. All they say is that they have the first right of refusal. We don't go on a Saturday and rent it out to someone else on the 12 games when they give us the schedule. And again, in the contract, it says they're going to give us their game schedule. It also says that we're responsible for making sure that we approve all the upgrades. We do have a couple other contracts that are similar where this is a little bit different because we have a couple contracts where instead of rental, they do upkeep of the field. So Monroe Middle School has that. Monroe Middle School has a soccer league where they provide lights and cut the grass and do that. In return, they don't pay for use of fields. At Madison Middle School, we have a lacrosse team. Same thing. They keep track of the field. This is a little bit different because they're doing a huge upgrade to the facility in return for rental. When we rent to a concert, a semi-pro football team, many of the other items that we rent throughout the years, we rent the facility and then they get to decide how they want to do ticket sales, costs, churches, anything we do. Once they rent the facility, it's their facility for that time period. So how they do parking, how they do the concessions, how much they charge for those 5,000 seats, traditionally has been up to the renter. And we're trading the rental for the upgrades to the stadium, which again is not unprecedented. We've done that a few other times. So no, we have not talked about cost of parking or anything like that with them. The amount of upgrades to the stadium, even if they just did the bleachers and didn't do the things that Board Member Washington talked about, the rental cost for our fields are $100 an hour with a 4-hour minimum. So even if they had it all day long, it'd be an $800 to $1,000 rental fee to do that. They're going to play 12 games. That'd be about $12,000 a year. The upgrades they have far outweigh the cost of that rental. So we feel like it's a beneficial relationship for both sides. They get a great place to play. It's an awesome location right there on the water. And in return, we get a facility upgrades that we'll have for years and years to come that'll benefit the school and long-term and the kids at the school right now. So we have not talked about any of the other details because that's traditionally not how the board has approached rental agreements or memorandums of understanding with outside entities using our facilities.
And I appreciate the answer. The two things have come up. Number one, first thing is who's doing the oversight? I mean, how are we maintaining eyes on this operation? Is it you, Mr. Farkas? Is it Romanier Johnson, the CFO? Who's keeping track of all this?
So all the construction upgrades will be done. So it's because it's our facility. Our building code inspector, Scott Anderson, who's our local building official here for our district, will be the person that oversees all the upgrades. He has to sign off on every single thing. So the actual work being done at the school are approved by one of your employees. The work and the check, that includes inspections of what they do, approval of the design, all those things. That will be done for the actual substantial stuff. When it comes time to the actual game time, they're responsible for all costs of leaving it the way they found it, meaning that clean up all those things, that part of it too. So while the final details haven't worked out, my assumption is that we'll hire a custodian or pay overtime to a custodian at Blake. They can check on that facility to make sure. It's the way we do most of our football games on a Friday night, making sure that we hire a custodian to make sure that's cleaned up before they leave, so it's ready on a Monday morning for them to have school. It would be the same thing here. Blake could be responsible for making sure that it's clean, So construction will be done by the construction department. The school will be responsible for making sure they hold up to their end of the bargain for making sure it's clean and a good facility to come back to on Monday.
And shouldn't that be put into the contract? In other words, those obligations, shouldn't that be spelled out and approved before we say, well, in the future, the school or the principal will, when we know that we will have varied principals and so forth and so on, shouldn't we be much more careful and precise and envelope any possibility within this contract? And contracts, and you know what can go wrong and what can go right. I don't want to be the devil's, the bad news, Debbie Downer, but this is a big operation.
I understand completely, and I welcome the conversation, Ms. Gray. It's part of your role as a board member. I think in Article 3, which is on the page 2 of the document, is where we cover it, which says all costs of services will be the responsibility of the provider. So anything that's done will make sure that this place is clean, to make sure that anything needs to be done, the soccer team, that entity has to pay for those costs. The inspection, anything that impacts the school, they pay those costs to make sure it's done. There will not be out-of-pocket costs for holding those events done.
All right. Well, the point is, and I don't want to belabor it, but Mr. Gibson, if you're writing this legal contract, I'd like for some of the words that we're saying right now to be put in there, and I'll talk to you later, and Mr. Farkas will also. But we need to make sure that it's much more comprehensive, and the scope is very large. This is new for us, and this is a new company. It's not been tested, this specific sports. I think they're located in Miami. I'm not sure, but we've not dealt with these individuals before. So anyway, caution but excitement, cautious excitement. Go ahead.
I think that's fair. Just one quick response on that. I think an important part of this contract is if there is something that doesn't work. They're a local company, and the owners are here in Tampa. Is if there is something that doesn't work, we have a 30-day out in the contract. So if we come in the first day and they're not covering the costs or something's not going the way it's supposed to, the school district has a 30-day out to get out of this contract with no cost to either side. And if they've done the upgrades and we kick them out after 30 days, in theory, we still keep the upgrades, the stands, and all the things that go along with it. And Mr. Gibson has seen this contract. He's reviewed it.
And I want to say something, Superintendent Ayers, interim. I want to thank Mr. Farkas for being comprehensive on this and answering and knowing what's going on, because I'm going to also be looking at this as time goes on. In soccer, women's soccer, I mean, it's a beautiful thing, right? So, all right, I'll waive my time to our next board member who might have some things to say as well. Thanks.
Board Member Shake, Lynn and I pulled it. First and foremost, I want to say that I am very excited about the prospect of having women's soccer at Blake High School and the idea of that. That's very exciting. But, I work on behalf of Hillsborough County Public Schools, and one of the reasons I think I was elected is because of my business and my education background. And looking at a business and looking at contracts, every contract that comes before me, I look at this very clearly. To me, this contract, although I think it's a great concept and I 100 support the concept, the terms of this contract are just horrible. When we talk about being fiscal stewards and being fiscally responsible, I see, that we're looking at the shiny penny. We're a $4 billion entity. We build stadiums. We build $150 million schools. We do all sorts of things. This is prime property. So the Florida Community Events, they looked everywhere. I've done some research. They went to the Sports Authority. This was their really final option. To have access to the Riverwalk, what are they going to profit on? They're going to profit on the parking. I can't imagine. Tampa Bay Boulevard makes so much money just from being located to the stadium. So we are opting out on getting any financial money for parking. We're not getting any percentage of the ticket sales. We're not getting any concessions. We're not getting any merchandise. They're building a brand. There's going to be sponsorship there on their boards, and they will be benefiting from all of that. The YMCA just down the road negotiated an over $600 million deal but we're going to give this way for a field and some lockers. It's so short-sighted. In addition, once this is done with the contract, just like you look at these big stadiums from the Olympics, once they're gone, I don't see in the contract anything about replacing these bleachers, upkeep of the maintenance of the field. Is there going to be alcohol served right there? I mean, you know, I don't understand how our district is negotiating. We talk about being fiscal stewards and being fiscally responsible and not asking taxpayers. And then you're going to give access to a field with a contract that's like 4 pages long that has no clarity on what happens afterwards. This could be a money pit once we have to replace the bleachers. This is access to an organization that's going to benefit and make millions and millions of dollars. Why are we not getting some of that money and putting it back into Blake High School, offering student scholarships, helping families that are in Blake High School that might be financially impacted, making sure those students who don't have uniforms or don't have things are benefiting? We are looking so short-sighted on these contracts. And for me, with my business background, this is what I'm here for, to make sure we stop giving things away and we start making money on all of our properties and all of our assets. So I really think we need to look at this contract sooner, and I will make a motion, but I will let my fellow board members speak first. Thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. First, let me say that the owners of this team are local. They grew up in this community. They care deeply about this community. So I know we just keep talking about this organization that's from out of town, but you know, the owners of this team who are bringing this opportunity to us are local members of this community. And this is a really good example of a public-private partnership. That's what an MOU is. It's a partnership between partners. It's very different than a contract between, you know, a curriculum company. This is going to bring a tremendous amount of resources to Blake High School, millions of dollars in upgrades, programs, unique opportunities for students, especially female and minority students. And it's a win-win. And it's very exciting for both Blake and our community. And I don't think there's any room for greed in a public-private partnership. And I'm just confused with some of my board members. This will bring an enormous amount of resources into our district. And it's going to directly impact some of our most vulnerable students. This is good. Like, we need more people in the community who want to come to us and say, hey, let's do a partnership and we each get something out of it. And, you know, that's a good thing. And now you want to impose more on something that supports women and students and community and minorities. And you want to do it all in the name of fiscal responsibility when you're all just ready to support a referendum with no plan for spending? And you think that this is now a point tonight where you want to demonstrate fiscal responsibility? I'm sorry. I'm confused about the rationale. I'm supporting this. This is a good partnership. I hope we can attract other partners to this community who want to work with us around these, you know, really, you know, unique opportunities. I'm sorry, but I respectfully disagree. I think this is a positive thing. I agree with Member Washington. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were several other agencies that turned this proposition away, and before it came to us. So I, like several of the other board members, have some questions. First of all, who is responsible for liability? I heard word on the street is that they wanted to hire some of our students to work in the parking lot. So who, if one of those students got injured, who would be holding the liability for these students?
So on page 3, under indemnification.
Can you stop my time? Thank you.
Indemnification, they hold the responsibility for the events while they're there. So They hold us, they indemnify us. We are not responsible for them. They're using the field. So if our kids are working for them, they're responsible for our children.
Okay, because parents will come after us first.
Anybody can sue
inform
us, and they wear
Yeah.
tickets, so they're
Mhm.
but clearly in the contract states it.
Okay. And do we have like an idea what the total of revenue per game that they would be receiving?
Yes, the dollar figure we have is about $4 million, which is the estimate for what the cost of the construction is, and they're comfortable committing that number. The preseason ticket sale price that's online is $24, I think, or $20 roughly. So they have 5,000 seats. So the math on that is pretty simple. How much money if they sold out every single game. The Rowdies average just over 5,000 people at their games, but if they sold out every single game, it's $24 a ticket. I'm sure they have projections of what the sales or parking would be. I don't even know if they're charging for parking. That's not a conversation we've had, which we usually traditionally don't do when we rent out facilities.
Okay. And what will happen once the lease has ended with the possibility of the removal of the infrastructure that, maybe Hillsborough County Schools decides that they don't want?
Great question. So once they put the items there, if they decide they're going to leave, we can decide if we want to keep that infrastructure or get rid of that infrastructure. It's ours. If we kick them out, or if they stay as long as they can, we'd keep that. But it's up to us. It's our items. Once they donate that $4 million worth of infrastructure, it becomes Hillsborough County Public Schools property.
But what's the price tag if we need to remove it?
So we haven't gotten a demolition estimate of what that would be to remove the seats on that, but I can get that for the board if that's what we want to do.
If you don't mind. And then new scoreboards. Who would be maintaining the yearly agreement for the maintenance of the new scoreboards, especially the upkeep for the technology? Who will be responsible for that?
So traditionally they come with a warranty. They haven't given us the specification for this one too, but just as we are responsible for all the new scoreboards we put up, it's going to be our property, so we'd be responsible for maintaining it. As you know, we have new scoreboards with video screens at every single one of our high schools now and in our gyms. It would be a similar scoreboard to that, just a little bit bigger.
And will alcohol be sold?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And if it is, will they be holding the license?
It's against district policy for the school, and you're welcome to answer, Jim, but it's against district policy for us to hold it. So it will not have anything to do with us. We're not allowed to sell it, and it's at a district board policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I am not surprised there's so much discussion about this because I have gotten quite a few calls on this, both in favor and with some concerns. So I can see some concerns, and I also see why this would be a great thing. So I do have some additional questions. One, I would always like to see a little bit more in the contract, so I'm not surprised some of my fellow board members have questions about that. In the contract specifically, if either one party decide that this isn't going to work for us, what's the clause for getting out of the contract?
So it is 30 days. I'll find it in the contract.
30 days, and that's
Article 4. Thank you.
and that's for both of us. 30 days.
That's correct.
Does that mean that they could walk away mid-build?
In theory, yes.
Okay. So that's concerning. I would like to make sure that there is some dedication to completion before we enter into this contract. Number two, are we going to allow them to sell alcohol at this game?
That won't be our call. I mean, when they have that part of that conversation, once we rent the facility to them, we wouldn't give the permit. The city of Tampa would be the one that would have to give the permit.
So the school board policy doesn't allow us to seek an alcoholic beverage use permit for our property. If they did it on their own, that would be a separate discussion.
Do we have other schools that they've given permits to where there's alcohol on the premises?
We have had events where there's alcohol on premises. The Vietnamese thing we had at Webb, they served alcohol on that.
Okay. What about the high school calendar versus the league's calendar? What takes precedence if there's things that are supposed to be planned on the same date?
100% us. We have precedent over that. We have the right of to get our calendar first. They're going to give us the calendar up front of what those dates are when they're going to play home games. So we'll schedule around that and put that on the calendar. But if we have events, again, it's a Saturday. There's not a lot of Saturday events that would take place on that field right now. But we have precedent. It's our field first.
And if you look at the bottom of page 1, it spells that out. However, the right to use the site designated by the school may be denied by the school district in its sole discretion if such use would interfere with conduct or operation of the school.
Thank you. I like to ask the question so that people at home who aren't necessarily watching this can see it. Also, I've had some conflicting information in regards to whether there's going to be other events be allowed by the vendor themselves at this site. Are they allowed to have concerts? Are they allowed to host other events? Or are they only allowed to host the 12 games that they've said they were going to host there?
I believe it's 12 games, but don't hold me to that part. But no, there's no other concerts, no other agreements, no other conversations about other events. We decide what they host at that event, at that venue. It's at our sole discretion to do so. The only conversation we've had has been about professional soccer games.
And when you say we, do you mean you? Do you mean the superintendent? Do you mean the school board? Who's we?
So we is Hillsborough County Public Schools. So the board, the superintendent. So
So if they wanted to have another event there, it would come before the board?
traditionally, yes, on that part too. It depends on how they did that. It's not part of this agreement. So yes, if the discretion of the board is, hey, we don't want another event unless it comes to us, I'd be happy to do that. But the honest answer is, Ms. Vaughn, we've had zero conversation about anything other than soccer happening at that field.
And I heard Member Washington talk about a lot of the other great upgrades, the theater, which I've heard coming. I think you mentioned a locker room. Is that separate from this contract and something the school district is investing in solitarily, or is this connected to this contract?
It is the contract. It's what the soccer team is going to do to improve the facilities to make that.
Because we talked earlier about the theater, and you didn't.
Sorry. So he's talking. Let me clarify. Great question. So they are building. The soccer team is committed to the principal because they met the principal. We first started these conversations. It had to be beneficial to Blake. So they met with Principal Newton, who said, we really need an outdoor theater. We need a place for our performing art kids to perform. They agreed to build that for her. That being said, there's also a project that we have for the internal theater, which is what already exists currently there. It's been a while since that's had a renovation. So we're in the process. Operations department is in the process of doing a renovation of their performing arts facilities that is totally separate from this contract.
Okay. And, you know, I just want to highlight that, unfortunately, I think a lot of these questions stems from a lack of trust of a portion of the community. You know, with the decisions that we made around Just, whether they were justified or not, they lost a lot of trust within that community. And I think there are members who are still concerned when we talk about private partnerships over very valuable land, where there's rumors about whether or not we're going to sell off those pieces of land, of whether or not this is something we can trust or not. And I think it's a symptom, as we often talk about building trust with the community or not, that we still haven't done a good enough job of building trust with that community specifically. I appreciate the answers. I'm going to kind of sit back. There's a lot in the queue and see what my other board members say. Thank you.
And if I could just respond real quick, just as a reminder, any piece of property that we would sell, Hillsborough County Public Schools, would come to the board. We'd have to declare it surplus, and then you'd have to approve any sale of any property in this district.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Thank you, Member Combs, and thank you, Member Vaughn, because I think it is important to publicly remind our public that we as a board collectively stated that we are not in favor of selling any schools. And I think that's critically to go on the record and make sure that we remind this public that we're not doing that. I do think there's a balance between, private and public partnerships. I think it's also known that I know this is a large entity bringing in a lot of money, and they have a lot of money to invest. I also want to remind the public that this is, I don't want to call it an experiment, but at the end of the day, this is a new league. And just like the men's soccer league, when it first started, it didn't just kickstart right away. There was some time of build. There was some time that brought in the public for that. The same thing is going to go with a brand new women's sports league. WNBA was the same way. They weren't selling out games the first 2 years. They weren't building up they were building a fan base. They were building up a network. We're very lucky right now that soccer is very large within our female communities of our teenagers and our youth, but that doesn't equate always to having that in a professional league. The Rowdies is a prime example. They're a great team. They've got a great practice facility in Hillsborough. They've got a great facility right there on the water of the bay. But again, they've got 5,000 seats that they're filling out. This is professional soccer. Where you hit Miami or you hit Portland, Oregon, There's 20, 30,000 people in those stadiums. So I would love to have a much higher anticipation that we're going to have these sell out and they're all going to make millions and millions of dollars. I think there's a risk that goes into that other side, the company that's coming in on this. I am glad that they're willing to at least put in all the upgrades, because I think that is something that I'm excited for Blake for that. I think that, especially from the fact that this is an art school and that we're highlighting some sports in that art school and female sports in an art school, I think is really unique and very special. But I do think that I like the agreement as we move forward to kind of bring back to the board some status of that. If it's possible, could we give the board like a 90-day upgrade on exactly the finalization of this memorandum of agreement?
100%. I'd be more than happy, and when we have conceptual what's approved for the construction,
correct,
the board is an information item. I'll be happy to keep the board informed every step of the way. Just one thing that you said, Ms. Renda, I'd like to comment on. So if they sold out all 5,000 seats at $20 a pop, it's $100,000.
Right.
Talk about, and that's not the only vehicle they have to make money. I just mean this isn't a cash cow from that standpoint too, even if they sell it every single game.
I mean, there will be more revenues, and I'm hoping it's extremely successful and it builds from there. And that would be the goal. No one's getting investing in a situation like a professional sport not to. And I want to see women's sports elevated. So I'm excited about that part. The other thing is, I think it's critically important that in our negotiations as we're talking, because I know as they made their announcement that they're even coming to Tampa, one of the things this league wants to do is to do much more partnership with their community, bringing in camps. You know, I know like the Rowdies do camps with the youth and things like that. Will they be able to use this stadium or will their practice facility be built that they'll be doing some of that community partnership prior to?
So with our permission, again, we are the ones that have to decide.
Okay.
They have a practice facility, so I assume if they're going to do joint practices with our kids, it would be at their practice facility.
Okay.
If it was something that we wanted to support, they'd have to come to us, though. It's our call. They can't just use our facility to do that. So it would be our call whether they did that. We'd love for that to happen. We'd love for our kids to play with a professional soccer team and our girls to be able to do that, not just at Blake, but all our schools to grow that sport.
Well, I know that's a priority for them. To be able to do that and to integrate more of the girls' sports in our community. And like I said, the Rowdies are doing it now where I was out there a couple weeks ago on a Wednesday night and they've got youth out there playing in their practice facility. So, I mean, I'm excited for that to happen to Blake in our area. But on the other hand, I know their practice facility is going to be down the road. It's not going to be at Blake. So I think it's important that we want to engage our students as much as possible when we have any kind of agreement. We want to make this a good community partnership, not just for what we're doing for the facilities, but moving forward.
Well, they've shown a commitment to doing that and wanting to do that, but I think it's fair what you asked for us to come back with some specific
Correct.
report of this is what it looks like, here's how they're going to do the joint practices, or here's how they're going to engage our students around the sport.
Because I think if we agree to this agreement, because again, it's an agreement right now, we don't have the final details, we don't have the contract. I understand the announcement was just made last week, so it's kind of, or at least we're in negotiations and they're announced that they're coming. So I think it's important that, within 90 days and before we make any final commitment that we have the details to the board so they've got an understanding and we make sure that's important. I think that allows the board to give you the permission to take this agreement to move forward with gaining the details. I think that's important. So thank you.
Perfectly reasonable.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
And these are very important discussions that we're having right now, Mr. Farkas. And there's an analogy, even when we had the millage discussion, there were a lot of questions that weren't answered for one reason or another. But there is a sense of not being ready to go forward because there's so many questions happening around this. We're looking at a marvelous opportunity. There's no question, but we can't be blinded by the opportunity or the partnership in the face of having not enough details. For example, I would like to see in writing what the team is willing, what are their expectations, what are they willing to give, what is their contractual agreement with us. I mean, we have one side, we have the Florida community events, we don't have if we talk about a partnership, that's a little bit more personality. It's much more close. I'd like to see what are their expectations. I'd like to also know that are we meeting, and this would go to our interim superintendent, have we met with this group one-on-one? I mean, has this been discussed? I think this is a little bit premature. It did come from last week, and I think we're very excited, but I would like to pause because there's just a lot going on here. Like Member Vaughn just mentioned, well, what if they walk away in the middle of their contract? You know, I know we can do things within 30 days, but don't you think that we should have a lot more scrutiny and a lot more details before we jump into this, especially because, and I know our property we decide, but there's a lot of money and value with what we're talking about. If we're looking at 30 million that we have or 50 million, and I know that we can negotiate, but there's questions as to, the thoroughness of this particular MOU. So I would like us to look at having a much more in detail, Mr. Gibson, a contract. I'd also like to see what their expectations are from us. It's a partnership. It should go both ways. Mr. Farkas, do you have a comment on that?
No, I think there's a couple things that I would say. If you're by Blake now on a Saturday, it's a blank field. And I think that there is this idea that our giveaway is something large. I don't think our giveaway is something large. I think it's an opportunity that we had. I think the other thing I would say is I hear the conversation about details around that. I guess I'm also going on precedent of what this board has approved. This board has approved agreements and MOUs with local agencies, soccer clubs here that we've given free rental to with a lot less detail and with a whole lot less of what they're going to do for our district. And when we've given them spot, I use Madison and Monroe as an example because Madison and Monroe were in South Tampa where there is no land whatsoever. I mean, we most assuredly could sell that land off to run soccer leagues or do something else. But we don't. We give that away for free and have done that for years as an agreement for them taking care of things. I saw this as something that's a little bit different because it is actually, there's a value added to it. When the team leaves the Monroe field, there's some lights there, but there's not a whole lot left there. When they leave Madison, the lacrosse team, there's nothing else that's left there. That agreement just dies. With this, there's a sustainable impact that they've had. So again, we've had tons of conversations with them about what that looks like and what expectations are to make sure that it was mutually beneficial. The narrative that everyone else turned them away is also not accurate based on the information that I have. They wanted to be in Tampa. They wanted to be in the core. So I'm not sure where that narrative came from, but for the information we got, that's not an accurate narrative. They had opportunities to go, and they could play at other fields, but they wanted to be in the core. They wanted to be in the city center of Tampa, and that's why they're in West Tampa. And that's why you hear the president of the West Tampa CRA come and support this as something that's good for that community.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas, and I'm still on the fence, so to speak, right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Gray. I also feel like this is rushed. And when you say the table's not set, I feel like the table was not set for this either. There's a lot of questions about this. I remember, I think a couple of days ago, I saw the news and it said, this soccer league is going to be at Blake. And I thought, we haven't even looked at it. We haven't even voted on it. This came out of nowhere. I didn't have time to engage. I mean, what is the potential profit for them making? What is the potential profit that we're losing out on at least something like parking, right? What does it look like when there's a destruction or somebody climbs over the fence and destroys something at Blake High School? What happens if there's alcohol? When does the contract start? When does the contract end? I mean, there are so many questions regarding this. I feel like this is very rushed. This is setting a precedent where I think this is prime real estate where people have been questioning if that is something that people want in the future, and you're allowing someone from the inside, okay, they're local, to have prime real estate and to have that river walk through. And what are we getting? A field that we have to upkeep later on. What does it look like to upkeep the bleachers? How much does it cost to take those bleachers down? What will it cost when we do the field. So I think there's too many questions. So I move that we continue this item until the next meeting and request the staff to negotiate and talk to board members and the provider to have something that will be more financially beneficial to the district. So I make that motion.
You could pass the gavel to Member Washington because the chair can't make a motion. So you made the motion. So Mr. Washington, you need to ask for a second to that motion. The motion would be to not vote on this tonight, to continue this to another time and direct staff to further negotiate based on the board comments tonight. There's a motion. You need a second.
Your second?
If you clear the board, Pablo. So is there a second?
Is there a second?
Okay, so Ms. Gray has seconded it. Now you can discuss whether you want to continue this to another meeting or not.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So in this scenario,
Yes. Okay.
Until this is done.
we were approached in this public-private partnership. And if I were to sit here as superintendent and say, no, we don't want to be a part of this, we don't want, you talk about this being, and I've heard prime real estate. This is prime real estate that we own. This is our school district's, it's Blake High School. Blake High School is going nowhere. That stadium that's there now has the ability to, they're going to use it for 12 games out a year, and we'll have that for our students and be part of Blake High School forever. That upkeep that we talk about, the maintenance, well, guess what? We have a turf field there already. We have a turf field. So any maintenance that goes into that, we already have that maintenance. We have bleachers. The scenario here is the bleachers are moving from 1,800 to 5,000. As I looked at this as a superintendent, this was my decision to bring this forward to get an upgrade, to gain something out of this. What would I do? Turn away from it and say we want none of it and have nothing? So I make that decision to bring it forward as we have an opportunity to upgrade Blake High School, provide opportunities for students, and bring something great. This brings notoriety to Blake High School. This brings attention to Blake, and this is an opportunity. So I stand by this, and I would hope that we wouldn't turn away an opportunity like this when what's to gain otherwise? Nothing.
Well, I would like to say that I said from the very beginning that I do support that. But I don't support the negotiations. I think we are being short-sighted to not think that in almost any other event, we get at least money for parking. There is funding that we can bring back to our district. And I also want to know what the cost is for the bleachers if we have to replace them. I think we are going too quickly, and I have, as a chair of the school board, it is my responsibility to be a fiscal steward. So if I see opportunities where we could still have the field and negotiate something better, I am not here to give away things. I would like to negotiate better terms, and I'd also like to negotiate the closing of that, and I also would like to negotiate what that looks like afterwards when they leave, if I have to replace the bleachers or some things like that happen. I feel like a big statement like that, I have not had time enough to engage with my community. I have not had time to engage with these partners to find out how many sponsors will they have? What will be cost to the sponsorship? Why am I not getting any of that except for a shiny penny and a field? We're a $4 billion entity. I am not going to be, starstruck by a field and some lockers. I want to see, as somebody who's a business person, I mean, sure. We give things away all the time. I say that all the time. I am here to represent Hillsborough County Public Schools, and we're asking for referendums, we're asking for other things. Why wouldn't I sit down with this organization and see if I can negotiate something better? Because I think that they want to negotiate with us. They may say, you know what? You can have that parking, and that money can go back to the students at Blake High School. That can ensure that if there's anything that happens, that can make sure that if there's students who are homeless or they have some need, they're going to have a pot of money. We're making people richer.
I hear you.
Okay.
I, along with Mr. Farkas, negotiate those terms. That's why we have the process. We bring it before the board.
And I disagree with the negotiations because I don't feel like I had enough time to negotiate with that entity. I didn't have enough time to talk to them. You've brought me a contract that is probably one of the thinnest contracts I have seen, without ending terms, with very few terms, just a memorandum of understanding, and the terms are very, very weak. The entire contract is one of the weakest contracts that I have seen since being on this board.
So I just want to point out one other thing. It's 100% the board's choice. You're the ones that approve or deny this. One of the things that we've talked about is that they start playing games in August. That's when their season begins. There's a very realistic, and this is not a fear tactic, this is just making sure the board's aware of this possibility, that if they don't approve this, if we don't take this now, that they may have to pursue other field opportunities. And that's your choice as the board and their choice as an outside entity. But there's a very realistic chance that they would go somewhere else because the timing on it may impact whether they have the ability to get the field done in time, because I think their first game is the middle of August. I'm not positive of that. I think August 24th, I think, was a date, but don't hold me to that. But it was middle of August, let's say. But they need to get under construction and need to get the design done to make that happen. Again, not a pressure tactic. I just want to make sure that we may lose that opportunity to
Well, I'm sure within the next 10 days, they could contact each board member and negotiate something if that's what they really wanted. So I think that 7 days or 10 days or whatever it is to negotiate and talk, at least answer some of the questions that I have. As a board member, there's no way I can vote on something when I don't know what it looks like after the bleachers, the replacement, the field. Is there alcohol there? I have so many questions. I mean, to be able to, for me to support a contract like that without having any idea, I mean, that would just be fiscally irresponsible of me. Thank you. Board Member Gray?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Superintendent Interim Van Az, Mr. Farkas, would there be any harm in bringing back a MOU with a little bit more detail to replicate or at least address some of the concerns within a time period of, I know our next board meeting is not till November. When is our next?
Mid-November, November 14th, I think is the next schedule.
Yeah. And I agree that might be, if there is a time situation, that might be way too late. But would it be a problem that we could delay this decision for another 2 weeks or so until all these questions that board members may or may not have are addressed? No, I'm not making a motion. I'm just trying to get some guide. Oh, yeah. I know. I seconded the motion, but well, at any rate, I just think that probably these questions need to be answered versus us just jumping right into it. It's really true that when you hear of something just a week ago and then all of a sudden it's it's right in front of us, and we're not prepared to ask perhaps the right questions, but we are asking the questions that that we're prepared at this point in time as shown by this contract. So, I mean, I would say that addressing this in more detail, even on a one-on-one basis, would be my recommendation.
I mean, I think that what you're describing, that process of us negotiating again and bringing forward another MOU, I just don't know what that timetable is with the organization, if that meets any timetable. I'm comfortable with how it states right now, and that's why my agenda item is as it is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So you just call the next person. So you're running the meeting because she made the motion. So until this motion is done, you just have to ask the people to speak. So
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he can speak. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm really kind of ticked a little bit because the community is feeling let down in West Tampa as it is, and we sitting up here debating about having a soccer. Can we get something in West Tampa where we don't have to debate and don't want it on the field? You got to remember, we all vote, but that's District 5. That's my district, and I don't go into nobody's district and tell them what to do. And now I'm really pissed because I've never went in anybody's district to tell them what to do, because that's your district and you know your district. I may come and say, well, I don't agree with that, but what it is, we got the full agreement of the community. We got the agreement of the principal. We got the agreement of the CRA. We have the agreement of the alumni. We have the agreement of all in that area, and this is what we want. And now we coming up making, because you can always make excuses. Opinion just like a doorknob, everybody get a turn. And we all come up with excuses. Now, oh yeah, you can always make up excuses. When something positive, you can make up excuses. Yeah, 15 years from now, we don't have to buy bleachers somewhere else. 20 years from now, we don't have to buy seats somewhere else. We got the opportunity to do something, to do really something good in West Tampa at Blake High School, and we coming up with this. I don't know where we're getting it from. First of all, we're not selling Blake High School. You can't sell Blake High School. You can't sell Blake High School because Blake is on a landmarker. And the landmark is Clarify Hospital. So we're not going to sell the school because you can't. You know, I look at it like this. If I did my work, how many of y'all have talked to the principal? You know, and she told you, well, I'm not going to go out of line. But what I'm saying is the mere fact is we have something that's going to be good for the community.
Times in life, one gets a platform that has the opportunity to have such incredible impact. I'm with Mr. Washington. Before I knew this Tampa Bay area, and I'm from Sarasota area, before I came to the Tampa Bay area, I did my homework as well too. And we took a look to see where would we put the first women's professional team ever in Tampa Bay area, which blows my mind that we've never had one in the first place. We said it's got to be in the heart of Tampa Bay area. And when we took a look at all the facilities that could potentially be that, we saw that Blake High School has that capacity. And I did my homework to learn who Blake was. And it broke my heart to know that they were one of the first two only high schools during the segregation era, which wasn't that long ago. And I myself was also bused in Fort Myers from schools far, far away, about an hour drive on a bus just to segregate. And I mean, I was born in 87, so it's not that long ago. And to have these conversations with Principal Newton, with the alumni of the Yellow Jackets, to learn the naming of their school, to learn their history, to learn how we could have this impact as us, as a professional sports team. Everyone always ties women's sports to inspiration and change. Why? Because it's never been a right to play sports. It's always been a fight to do so. So the opportunity to be able to come into a community that I share a lot of history with, whether it's segregation issues, whether it's culturally disadvantaged, whether it's obstacles, and to have some incredible owners in this community. And before I said yes to being the president, I did my homework there too. These are individuals who have a heart and a love for this community, and most importantly, elevating and bringing everyone up with it. Instead of, to your point, taking a look at other schools and other venues that may be more financially supported, and or whether that's by different alumni boosters, this was a school that, yes, it's located in a prime location, and that's a blessing. And that's not something to take away from the school. And for us to be able to invest at least at a minimum of $4 million, and that's on the conservative side, to know that we are able to leave a capital improvement and leave a legacy with the Yellow Jackets in these schools, and to talk with these kids from the performing arts side to those who are looking to do more in sports, you know, learning from the assistant principal specifically about how last year there was 35 kids who signed up for football, American football. I'm going to clarify that, not football, right? And to know this year, 85 kids have signed up and it's only growing. To talk to Principal Newton and to know that they don't have yet a soccer coach for the men or the women's teams, and that we can help out by providing volunteers and helping to train their coaches to teach them how to fish, essentially. That's exactly what we're doing. So I really love that question, because I went and I spoke to Principal Newman. I showed her the conceptual renderings, and I said, I pray to God that, you know, this group takes a look at it and understands that this is an opportunity, and takes a look at the MOU and says, yes, if we don't like it, we have 30 days to step out, which to me, as a lawyer, is my background. I had the blessing of my grandparents who moved to this country to see me become barred and a Florida lawyer. To know that there's a 30-day opt-out clause, I'm like, dang, that's pretty good for you guys, right? But at the end of the day, ultimately, we're all doing the same thing. We're all investing in this community. We're all rising it up. And I personally am proud, because I know that Ms. Val, we always joke, she's not a hugger. She hugged me that day. And she said, you have no idea what this is going to do for that school. And that gave me goosebumps, because there's not many times in life that you can do that.
I need to know, how many children are bused into Blake?
how many, it's a magnet school, so we have magnet transportation.
Right.
I mean, I don't have back when, I mean, this is when I was there, we had 7 or 8 buses of traditional students that came in, but I mean, that was 10 years ago or more, so I don't know now.
So
I could find out.
So almost that entire school is bussed in, right?
I wouldn't say. Yeah, there are magnet buses that bring the magnet students into Blake from 4 of our ramps. So you're probably, I mean, you've probably got 500 or 600 that are. I would fair just off the cuff. I would say that's the number
That are coming in from out of the district.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is a magnet school, so half of the students there are from all over Hillsborough County. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And what's the total of the school?
Total enrollment?
Yes.
1,600 probably. 16? I would guess probably 1,600. Getting the nod, so I would say yes, ma'am. 1,600.
Okay.
Yeah. 1585. See, I was close.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Vaughn.
So, it's my turn because it's still a member pres. Are we going to me? Okay. I'm going to do something that makes me extremely unpopular in this meeting, and I'm going to call it a question.
Okay, let's do it. That's it.
There's no more debate. You need a second to call the question. Calling the question means debate ends and you vote. So you need a second to that. Continue, but this is a privileged motion, so there needs to be a motion before we can have any more discussion. If you want to stop debate now, you need a second. Someone would need to second the motion. Okay, so that dies. So we're still talking about whether to continue this item, not the main motion.
I know you did.
That was it. You can go on to the next. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Hahn.
Thank you, Member Washington. I greatly appreciate you being here tonight. I know it's been a long night, and for your passionate words. You know, I know that there seems to be an issue here around the compensation this district might be getting. But I will say again, you know, this is, in my view, I know it's different with other board members, a win-win for the community and the district. We're talking about conservatively $4 million in improvements. If in 2 years they walk away, the district takes in $2 million each of those years. That's an enormous amount of improvement and resources flooding into our community, I mean our school district. You know, I'm little, again, I'm taken aback by how this is not seen as an opportunity. I appreciate also Member Washington's words and his passion. I can only imagine how frustrated you are right now. I've never seen you this agitated, angry, and I'm sorry. I think your community deserves this. I think the district is getting a lot for this partnership in return. I think there's even going to be opportunities. I love that you mentioned, mentoring with coaches for, at Blake High School. There may be scholarship opportunities. I mean, there's opportunities that's going to come from this that we can't even think of right now. They're going to organically come from it as you all get to know the community even more and learn about their needs. It's just unfortunate that we're having this conversation. I don't think this is a shiny penny. I think that this is, I know for 2 weeks now, this has been in our packets. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Farkas and the superintendent. I've done my due diligence and asked a lot of questions. So I'm very comfortable with supporting this tonight, and I will not be supporting tabling this item.
Okay, Member Combs, Chair Combs.
Okay. Thank you, Member Washington. And I just, as I've said multiple times, I 100% support this idea, and I really think it's wonderful. For me, it's a question about the contract. With all due respect, Mr. Washington, although I represent District 1, I represent the entire board, and I visit schools over the entire district. And I did engage and speak to the NAACP, Yvette Lewis, and she did have concerns. I did speak to her today, and I did speak to the Urban League. So I did speak to other individuals who thought this was a great idea, just as I did, but were more concerned about the details in the contract and the wording, and the language was so vague. So my question would be, when did these negotiations start? When was the engagement? Because for me to find out, just 2 weeks ago about something that I think is really setting a precedent for future, opportunities. As I said, I am fully supportive. I think the partnership is great. I just have a lot of questions. I have questions about what it looks like during, what it looks like afterwards, how much revenue you will generate, why are we not getting a little part of that parking, what happens with concessions. So I would like to sit down, personally, I'd like to sit down with you for like an hour or two and answer those questions. For me to set a precedent like this, although it's a wonderful thing and I fully support it, I just have questions. And I'm a fiscal steward of this district, and I can't just look at it as this is great. What happens when you leave? What do those bleachers look like? What does the replacement look like? The maintenance, because we are going to have to hire additional custodians to take care of that area. So I have questions. So for me, you're the first time I've seen you, the first time I've met with you. I have questions about the contract. I fully support that. I love your story. I have a very similar story myself, being first generation. But I have questions because I'm a steward for the district, and when we make this, I want to make sure I am representing the entire district. So I know as well as there are a lot of organizations, when I called many organizations, they had no idea this was happening. Many of these large Black organizations did not know that this was occurring because it came very quickly and we did not have time to look at the contract. So I am going to stand firm with that I support this, but I just need to sit down and talk about some details and have a stronger contract. Thank you.
Member Gray.
Thank you, Member Washington. And it's interesting because when we talk it out in a transparent way, and I haven't heard from you either, and what is your name? I didn't want to address you that way.
No worries, Ms. Gray. My name is Christina Uncle. I'm the president of the Super League Tampa Bay.
Okay, well, I'm glad to meet you, and I'm glad to hear your voice. And Member Washington, please understand that this is not our critiques or our fiscal queries about the making money or the cost of the if they walk out, any of those. It's just a fiscal responsibility that we have to ask those questions. It's not against anything of the community. That would be the last thing. So please don't take it to heart. And yes, all of us every one of us on the board are in charge of the entire district, not just one part of the district. So we do look at things as a board. Superintendent Ayers, I didn't hear your voice initially. I heard Mr. Farkas. If I would have heard your voice, your stand, it was from you, my verbiage probably would have been curtailed because I didn't know that it was you who directed this partnership. I had thought it was Mr. Farkas. So now that you're the author of this, go ahead. You're about ready to say something.
I'm just trying to think back.
Yeah, I know, but you came in a little bit later.
Right.
Mr. Farkas was asked in multiple.
But this started with Mr. Farkas in his conversations with the Super League and the soccer team. Then he brought me into it, and that was probably, I don't know, I'm trying to think of time frame, 6 weeks ago, probably. So yeah, but this is my agenda item. In any type of partnership like this is the process. I bring this forward as an agenda item. You as a board then have the opportunity, if you don't agree, to have this conversation and dialogue. This is all part of the process. But know that this is something that I, as superintendent, with Mr. Farkas, made this decision to move forward with this partnership because I saw it advantageous to our school district and to Blake High School and the students of Blake High School.
And would you understand that we had questions that have a fiscal, it could have fiscal repercussions? Is that commensurate with, your recommendation? It seems as though we have an avenue of distaste to two of the board members who seem to be asking questions when really those are smart questions from each board member and smart remarks. They should be having that. But anyway, I'm moving forward. I know it's a great idea, but I had to know. We have to ask those questions. We would be foolish if we didn't. And I still don't have all the answers, but I'm going on the goodwill of our superintendent, who I am going to take his recommendation. And Mr. Farkas, I said it before, you did a comprehensive job with sharing the information, and also the great leader that you have next door. You must be one heck of a player too, right?
I was back in the day, but I just played with my daughter's U10 team last night, and I'm still hurting, so not anymore.
All right. And I'm going to, this is the end, but I do, and Mr. Farkas, Mr. Gibson, you do have some expectations. I think it's only fair to fill in those expectations, and we'll move forward. Thank you very much.
Dr. Hahn.
Thank you, Member Washington. I'm sorry, but you don't get to sit on the fence tonight. You don't support this. If you supported it, you would have voted for it. And this has been in our packet for a couple weeks now. 2 weeks is when I got it. I had a one-on-one. I asked all my questions. Why haven't some of you asked those questions during your one-on-one? Why is it all of a sudden a surprise? You just didn't get handed this a week ago. I mean, I'm sorry, but I am just utterly taken aback by the shock that some of you seem to have in regard to this. If you supported this, you'd vote for it tonight. This is not the same thing, you want to, I'm thinking about the referendum, right? That is something that is probably one of the most important things we're doing this year. And that deserved so much more planning, so much more, thoughtful conversation. And with an MOU and a private-public partnership, you're not ready? I mean, I can understand some of us not being ready for a referendum that has some major implications for our community. But as, Member Washington laid out for you all of the benefits to his community, I don't understand why that's not really of value to some of you in this conversation. I mean, it sounds like you just want to make money. That's what it really sounds like. And like I said, there is no room in a partnership for greed. It's a win-win. It's not a win for just us. There's a win-win. There's benefits for our partner. There's benefits for us. That's how these partnerships work. And I know, we've discussed public-private partnerships in the past, and at that time, there also seems to be some disconnect between what a partnership, the value in partnerships, and there seems to be a disconnect tonight as well. And I don't understand that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Once again, my concern, and I spoke to Mr. Farkas about this several times, was the contract and the terms of the contract were not very clear to me, the after, and a lot of questions regarding the contract holistically. And we talked about this numerous times that I just did not feel like the contract. So it's not a surprise. I always prepare. My concerns of the contract were not going to be modified until I talked about it here. So that's what I'm here about, to make sure that our liability is clear, the after, the financial impact of that, and we're setting a precedent. I also feel that when I called community members, many members in the community were unaware of this. A lot of large organizations were unaware of this until a few days ago. So I think that's very clear that this happened very quickly. We did not have time. This is the first time that I've met with you. I mean, I as I said, I have many, many questions. I support the concept. I just have more questions about the contract. And I think that's very fair. And that is my job as a board member to make sure I'm a fiscal steward and that I ask those questions so we don't set a precedent. And when you compared those fields in South Tampa, those fields were for children to play. It's not adults. It's not something that's going to generate revenue. It's not something, it's a little bit different when you open up that area. What happens if there's destruction in the area? I still don't know if there's going to be alcohol served. I don't even know what that looks like. So I think there's just a lot of questions for me. So as I said, I support the concept. I just need to have some more questions, and I'd like to look at the contract. I don't know what the rush is. I don't know why we can't wait a couple weeks and make sure the contract is very good and that board members don't have questions. That doesn't mean I don't support Mr. Washington. It doesn't mean that I don't support Blake High School, and it absolutely doesn't mean that I don't support this concept. If you look at the contract, and the public should look at the contract and see how vague the entire contract is. It doesn't even say a potential ending date. It's just very vague, the entire contract. This is probably one of the weakest contracts that's come before me, and I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of that.
Okay, so this is my last pitch. I think, Chris, you have done a great job. You are bringing something that they never have had before in Tampa, and thank you so much for your explanation about having women's soccer in Tampa. It's something that we never had before. And you know, even though you say you don't support it, I mean, you support it, but when you support something, you get behind it 100%. Words speak louder than you know, you just say something and it's not, I don't think it's real pure what you are saying. There's something behind it. And I don't know what it is. But what I do know is the community. You talk about organizations, they don't live in West Tampa. They're not part of that area, some of them. So when I look at the community and I look at the people who I've spoken to, they support it. I support it. And I looked at it, and I've been through contracts, and when we opened up Milton High School, we had all these contracts. And all that information was in there. But the principal has the ability to negotiate certain things. And it's always been like that. So I want the girls' soccer team at Blake High School. And it's just me by myself. I thank you, Dr. Hahn, all of you. I really appreciate y'all's support because we know that the value of having partnerships, private partnerships. That's what makes schools go a great deal. So, Mrs. Perez.
I just have one more quick question. How does this whole thing support the feeder schools, Stewart and Just?
Support of the feeders?
The feeder schools, Stewart and Just.
I mean, that can be, so right now, the talk has been with the upgrade of the stadium at Blake and then the students that are currently at Blake High School.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's been talk otherwise with I don't know that answer. What I know for sure is what's in front of you today and yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, the motion on the floor now was Ms. Combs' motion. That's to continue this item. So if you don't want to vote on this tonight and vote on this in some future date, vote yes. If you do want to vote on this tonight, vote no. So if you're in favor of Ms. Combs' motion to continue or table this, vote yes. If you're in favor of not doing that, vote no.
Okay.
Late, if you have questions, let me know. But
yes, when your lights flash.
okay, so the motion failed. So that means your main motion is on the floor to approve the memorandum of agreement as is. That's the motion. And Member Combs, you take the gavel back.
Get your gavel.
So the motion is ready to be voted on.
Okay. Board members, please vote when you're.
If you're in favor of the MOA, vote yes. If you're against it, vote no.
Oh, yes. I'm not happy with it. And it passes 6-1. Oh, six yeses and 1 no. Yeah, 6-1. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay. 722. Approve the amended deed restrictions between City of Tampa and the School Bid District of Hillsborough County at Blake High School. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Combs. So we're requesting to amend the deed restrictions between the City of Tampa and the School District of Hillsborough County to accommodate the MOU that was just approved. Approval will permit greater access to the Riverwalk during planned events while maintaining necessary security. The City of Tampa will continue to maintain the space between the gate and the river.
I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 722. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Hahn, Member Gray, and I, we pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? No.
22.
722. Okay. Any board members? No? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1, 6 votes yes, and Member Perez voting no. 723, interlocal agreement between Hillsborough County Public Schools and Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to enforce the Stop Arm Law. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The primary purpose of this interlocal agreement is to clearly define the roles and responsibility of both Hillsborough County Public Schools and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in enforcing the Florida Stop Arm Law using school bus infraction detection systems. This agreement is mandated by the Florida School Bus Infraction Detection Law, which empowers the district to use detection systems and collaborate with law enforcement agencies for effective enforcement. The agreement ensures that the school bus infraction program is designed to be cost neutral for the sheriff with reimbursement for their personnel's time based on an hourly rate. The sheriff is required to submit monthly invoices detailing personnel hours related to the enforcement of stop arm violations, and the district or its vendor must make reimbursement payments within 30 days of receiving the invoice. The agreement provides a framework for coordination between the district and sheriff, ensuring that the enforcement of the stop arm law is clear and compliant with legal requirements benefiting the safety and students and drivers in the school district.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 723. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Gray, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Well, all I have to say is I think this is a great idea. I'm glad it's happening, and it's very needed. We have people, many of the roads on Cleveland, some of the other roads, there's fast cars going, and they're not stopping for the bus no matter what. So it's necessary and very protective for our students. Thank you.
If I could just say something real quick, Ms. Gray, I want to thank Senator Danny Burgess, who's the one who brought this rule forward, this law forward, and also Chad Chronister, who partnered with us to make sure we have it. This is genuinely one of the few laws where the idea is to not have any fines. Hopefully we can keep kids safe. Some of the video that we see in transportation is alarming and disturbing with some of the drivers that pass open stop arms and that part of it too. One other reminder is as this law comes through, and the district will get money from the fines, 100% of that money has to go towards transportation safety. It's in the statute. So the money has to be accounted for. It's in a different account and goes directly towards transportation safety. It stays where it was intended. It's a wonderful law, and we welcome the partnership with the Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Chronister.
And to that effect, I will also thank publicly Sheriff Chad Chronister and Senator Burgess. It's a very great effort and a great collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Yes, thank you. You know, I really want to make sure that we put a shout out again to Senator Burgess and Sheriff Chronister. I'm sorry, Senator Burgess and Sheriff Chronister. You know, while this bill was actually being debated on the floor, a student was killed in Duval County in crossing a road while getting off a bus. So to say that this bill was passed with flying colors is just unbelievable. So this is a true safety measure. I also want to thank Kristen Davis and the other board members for making it a priority as we move forward with our legislative agenda to making sure that some of the reimbursement costs we'll be getting from some of these fines, we will look at possibly working for bus drivers. And thank you again, Senator Burgess, for being a champion for doing that, for being able to use some of our money directly to the staff to have our kids' safety every single day in their hands. So this is one of those moments where nothing is but for the safety of our students. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 1001, approve RFP 23174 DST EJ computers, laptops, docking stations, and monitors. Superintendent Ayers will highlight this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this will support the purchase of approximately 33,000 student laptops, 1,200 employee laptops or desktops, 500 monitors, 700 docking stations. This will utilize the bulk of remaining ESSER 3 dollars identified for computer equipment, and this purchase price is $16 million.
Thank you. I need a motion, a second, to approve item C, 1001. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn and Member Hahn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? I'm tired.
Hello. Am I recognized?
Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Who am I asking this question to?
Chris, me.
Okay.
All three of us
All
tonight.
three.
Scott Gaffner,
Scott's back
Superintendent
here,
Ayers,
too.
and myself are all here to answer any questions. Scott wants to be on mic. Scott, come on up. I know you want to answer.
I don't know if Scott's awake back there.
Is this the last of this phase? Is this
There-
the last agenda item of this phase?
Yes, there's a little bit of technology money left. It's minimal compared. This is the largest chunk of that money left. It's in ESSER, and we'll get you the exact balance on that. But this is the majority of that.
And then what percentage does this bring us one-to-one in our plan to bring 100% one-to-one devices? Where does this get us after we approve this piece of it?
This, about 23,000 of the 33,000 devices will replace aged out devices 2018 and 2019. We needed about 10,000 more devices to bring the rest of the schools, but to one-to-one with about a 15% overage based on their FTE counts. So that's where their 33,000 came from.
So you're saying that after we approve this agenda item, we'll be 100% at one-to-one, including the upgrades from the outdated devices?
Correct. We're starting to refresh. That doesn't refresh all of them devices, but that brings us up to one-to-one within that 4-year.
And you're saying we're replacing some from 2018, 2019. Are we expecting these to have a longer life than 4 years?
One more time, I'm sorry.
How long are we expecting the lifetime of these laptops to be?
4 years is what our targeted lifespan for devices are.
So once these are done in 4 years, we have no money to replace them and we're going to go backwards from one-to-one?
We are exploring a DAS solution, or device as a service, a leasing model, so we can have a more stabilized expenditure year over year. So that's one of the aspects that we're looking for, sustainability, as we've kind of got ourselves out of the technology debt.
So, in response, I want to dovetail on what Scott said, Mr. Gaffner said. One of the things that the board deserves is a technology plan. As you know, with the cybersecurity, and Mr. Ayers is going to talk about it on one of his slides that we're going to hit. Part of the recovery of that is realizing what we need to do going forward. So you will see a plan. 4 to 5 years is the time that it's recommended national best practice to replace those devices. So there'll be a fund. We'll budget the money for that. Capital dollars pay for that, not general fund dollars will pay for that. And you'll see that item in the next probably 60 to 90 days. You'll see a plan that shows how much we're going to spend every year, where that money is going to come from. Because every device, if we're going to go one-to-one, needs to make sure you have, as Mr. Gaffner said, not just the one-to-one devices, but an overage, because things break, kids lose stuff, that part of it too. But 4 to 5 years is a replacement cycle for every device that we have in the district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I looked at the points between all the companies that were being considered, and there was a pretty large discrepancy between GovConnection, the one who won the bid, and the second highest company and the third. I mean, like a 40-point difference, and then over a 50-point difference between them and the third choice. So what makes them so exceptional compared to the other two, where there's a 40% difference in the rubric score? Are they bringing something more to the table? I mean, I've seen a lot of these bids, and these points are usually not so far apart, especially from the top 3 bidders.
So all respondents were bid on or scored, even if they did not quite meet the specifications that we asked for. So that was some of the discrepancies that you're seeing. So if they did not meet a specification, one of the categoricals, they got marked down lower. Others were about the other variations were around the services provided. GovConnections has been working with us for a couple of years. They understand our processes of what we need, how to deliver them. They've done a good job on that. So that was based on from their capabilities versus the others. Some of the other discrepancies would have been from a known product based on our prior chance that we took with a different device model. There was another that would have been your number 2 voted one, would have been an equivalent of a no-named machine that was just being custom built for us.
So since we're all about money tonight, what was the price difference between the first 3?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I can.
A lot of money.
I can pull it back up. I have it on my computer over there.
I mean, you're looking at, basically GovConnect got almost 90%, 90 points out of 100. That's a lot of points. So I'm wondering, was their price that much better to where they scored so high?
They are the ones that hit the bulk of the specifications that we asked for on the devices. Where the majority of them got marked down is they substituted out an equivalent device of what we were looking for that didn't meet our specifications that we're asking for. So either less RAM, so that it wouldn't be as performant of a system, not a different screen size than what we were looking for. So again, that's where a lot of that was coming from.
I'd like to request a copy of all the rubrics for these organizations, companies, and to see the bid packets, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Just a quick question. I know right now, and even in the last few years, there's been a shortage of devices, especially when we need large quantities. Was that part of the rubric about the availability to get the devices to us?
No, but Lenovo has partnered with us and put us at the front of the line a lot of time, but that was not part of the rubric. It's the one to receive them. We've kind of getting out of that supply chain constraint on personal computers.
So, Ms. Rendon, the 3 categories were specification and scope, how they did it, the qualifications and experience, how they were going to bring it to the table, and then the core best value price. Those are the 3 main categories of where they scored.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Okay. 1201 is the school security risk management findings and recommended operations. Mr. Farkas, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, will highlight this item.
So this is a state requirement, and Jim, I'm sure can log in. Mr. Porter, sorry, can log in. We had our closed door session to talk about security, and part of what the state asked us for is to quantify that, and this is a recognition of that item. It's a formality and checking the box and making sure that we formally say that we had that meeting, you've been apprised of the security situation, and that's why you're seeing it in front of you today.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we will now move to superintendent comments.
Thank you, Chair Combs. So I'll pull up the, and we'll move through this this evening. Yep.
I think we can make it to midnight.
So yeah, October, and we already talked about this. October is National Principals Month. Some of the highlights also, we're also celebrating National School Lunch Week. I was able to go out with Dr. Hahn, Mr. Washington, and Ms. Gray, National School Lunch Week, also School Bus Safety Week, and also some of the other things we're celebrating this week. So with Armwood High School was selected by Best Buy in Brandon to receive a donation of more than $17,000. The store took part in a summer learning competition called Intel PC Champions, and as part of winning, they were given the chance to select a local school to receive a donation from Intel on their behalf, and Armwood received 6 G16 Dell gaming laptops and Dell monitors, a $5,000 Intel cash grant, Generation Esports curriculum, and Norton software. To the right there was the Rock Your School event at Sly Middle School. Thad Bullard, also known as Titus O'Neil, joined Tampa Bay leaders in sports franchises at Sly Middle Magnet on Tuesday, September 26th to kick off the International Rock Your School event. This celebration was meant to energize the K-12 teaching community, inspiring them to create the outside-the-box educational experience to engage their students and bring life to their classroom on that day. And we talked about enrollment in our school district. I am proud to announce that we did have 2 new students enroll at Freedom High School. That would have been funnier if it was like 7:30, not 11:30. Here we go. So we did have 2 new students enrolled at Freedom High School's Certified Veterinary Assistant Program. Those 2 new students are Riley and Baxter. They've joined the school's fully service doggy daycare program, which has about 25 different dogs that rotate on a schedule throughout the week. This is actually the 5th year of the program, which continues to grow each year. So yeah, and those are Miss Perez's, Baxter and Riley. When you talk to Miss Perez on the phone, you always hear them barking in the background too. Yeah. So some updates are on our priority of academic excellence. We talked about this earlier, but a big application window for us is upcoming. Opens up November 1st, 5 p.m., closes Friday, December 15th. So board members, as you're out in the community, that is a question, and my cabinet members, you will get quite a bit, is what about the application window? Reminder, that is November 1st through December 15th. We have 42 magnet schools with over 80 programs across our district for families to apply to. The Kahn Fellowship Leadership Conference, I do want to acknowledge that our 2022 Kahn Fellows presented their year-long conference at the 2023 Kahn Fellowship Annual Leadership Luncheon in New York. So some of our new Kahn Fellows are Nashira Mitchell, Matt DePrima, Stacy Arena, and Kimberly John. Our ones from the 22 cohort were Beretta Wilson, Sunday Chazaris, Kelly McMillan, and Anthony Jones and Miss Nancy. Thank you, Sue. Exceptional talent. I do want to take a minute and congratulate Melissa Morgado. She was named 2023 Viva Tampa Bay Hispanic Heritage Community Heroes Distinguished Excellence in Education Award. So I wanted to take this opportunity and acknowledge Melissa. Fiscal and operational responsibility. HCPS has earned the executive member of Energy Star certification national status from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. More than 50 of our properties qualified for the Energy Star certification, which earned this impressive status. We have some suspended agenda. One of them, as we talked about, was around academic excellence. Do you want to give it a shot, Miss? How many slides you got? Here's what we'll do. We'll schedule some one-on-ones around our reading updates to get those out, because we do have some slides that are lengthy there. So we'll have those updates on suspended agenda. See what you're missing. iReady assessment, Dibbles, FAST. Probably not the best for 11:30. Good job, Colleen. You did good. Did well. Shay, can you do it quickly?
I'm going to do it really quickly.
All right.
We're rolling out phase 1 of our boundary updates. As you know, we did pass new boundaries. It's going to impact roughly over 15,000 students. Just want you to be aware that starting tomorrow, we are going to send out district-wide parent links to those parents that are impacted. We also are launching our website and FAQs on the home page of the website so that you don't have to search all over for it. In conjunction with the school choice window, we are asking parents that want to be grandfathered into the school that they are currently in. This will be for a rising 5th, 8th, 11th, or 12th grader. They need to go online and complete school choice so that we know that they want to stay at the school. Also, we're asking schools to have open houses. So any school that's going to be receiving students, they are going to be communicating with parents directly. And we're going to have an open house. It gives the parents opportunity to come out and see the new school. And we want this to happen prior to the close of our choice window. All student assignments are going to be completed by November 1st. So everyone that's impacted, they will automatically roll over to the new school. Parents do not have to re-register their students. Also, we want to just be clear publicly that all HCP staff that will be impacted by boundaries will have a position. Everybody will have a job in relation to boundary changes. So we don't want any staff to be worried about the impact of boundaries on schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McRae. And Ms. Vaughn, I do remember, on the day that I was appointed interim superintendent, one of the things that you and this board held me accountable to was the implementation of that boundary plan. So just rest assured, this is phase one. We'll continue that open communication with our families and also with the board around our boundaries on our phases and implementation of that plan. And my last slide is around the cybersecurity update. So just an update there. We are approximately 98% complete. We're reviewing proposals with third-party experts regarding ongoing cybersecurity support. And again, you can read there, the scope of the services covers project management, strategic response, technical assistance, and meetings to assist the initial state of the environment and establish service expectations. So that's my superintendent's update for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Ayers. We'll now go to board comments. Member Vaughn. Mine's going to be short.
Thank you. Well, I've spent a lot of time in a lot of my schools this week, and I had a lot of share as far as pictures are concerned. And there were a lot of things I wanted to talk about going on in the district, but it's late, so I'm actually going to just really save my thoughts for one comment. I've been getting a lot of emails and phone calls about some divisive issues that have been hitting our schools, and I just want to use my time up here to talk about the fact that we are all one community, and there is absolutely no room in our community for anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim rhetoric, homophobia, division, and hate. And that instead what we should be focusing on as one community who care about our kids equally is tolerance, peace, love, and acceptance. And for me as a school board member, I will not stand for anything in our schools that promotes division, hate, that pits someone who doesn't look like you, who doesn't love like you, who doesn't speak like you, who doesn't worship the same God as you. The whole point of being Americans and embracing this concept of freedom is mutual respect and the freedom to be different. And it's been really heartbreaking to see our community and our world divided. And again, I just want to encourage love and tolerance and peace and acceptance. And that to say that any one group of people hates or dislikes or to dehumanize or demonize any one group of people is unacceptable. And that's not what our community stands for. So I just wanted to take the time to say that out loud, and that I support and stand with all of our students, regardless of, again, what they look like, what they believe, what color they are, who they love. It's all about supporting our fellow members of our community, our students, and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray.
Member Vaughn, that's so applicable. I know that the mental health team, Holly Saya, put out I think it's about a 5-page booklet about, to our teachers about how to handle hate and how to bridge the gap of the caustic statements and basically strategies for students just to really smooth out those many rough edges. And the conversation that you just brought up is so critical. We have to go ahead and be the role models that are the opposite, and it's going to be tough. So following that, I do want to say the great job of Chair Combs that she did at LATO, the Latino Festival, and I'm still trying to figure out the name, but I know that's a better name than that. She had over 800 or more folks, but much more importantly, we talk about groups and the diversity and inclusion. Within that festival, there were over 15 to 20 small groups, clubs, that had everything from a migrant club, a Latinx club, a DECA. I mean, they had so much diversity present, that in itself. And at any rate, we want to thank Principal Larissa McCoy. Her staff was on there, was absolutely stellar. Our Hispanic Forum was there. Our Hillsborough County PTA was there. We had our Hillsborough Healthy School members there. I have to tell you, you had the whole world there embracing the Latin, the whole heritage and everything about it. I've never seen anything like it. This is the first time I've been to something that large. Thank you, Member Combs. We want to thank also the Brink Foundation, who contributed zillions of pizza. That was fitting, hardly fitting in Melissa Magato's car. But at any rate, they contributed a lot of food, and plus our culinary staff at Leto deserves a lot of accolades. They were there with endless servings of great dishes. I hope, Van Ayers, did you get some of those dishes from the culinary? They were delicious. Yeah, you missed it, huh? Yeah. Well, I did. I've spent most of my time eating. At any rate, fast forward. We do have a short video, PBIS, and I know that Board Member Hahn and Member Washington were there for the celebration, so super duper chime in when you want to. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. And this is Principal McClooney, who's turned the school from a F to a B, and just listen.
Our schools, Mr. Stephen Busby of Spectrum LLC Flooring. Nice. Are you ready, Mr. Busby? Yes. You ready for champions? Yes. All right, who's riding the ribbon? All right, come on, Journey. Wow, what an honor. You gonna cut the ribbon? What an honor. Whoa. Yep, go cut it.
Oh, here's the
all right. All right, you ready? Yeah. Welcome to the Champions Club.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
So you can see the PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Support System, rewarding kids for very positive behavior works, and it's at just about, we're putting it at every school now, I do believe, the chill rooms. Thank you, Ms. McCrae. And also, board members, am I out of time?
Yes, you are. Thank you, Member Gray.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Member Perez?
Mine says very fast, quick, and in a hurry. Cyber Task Force, as you heard Bianca Goolsby mention, November 6th at 6:30. You know, just keep reminding the parents, keeping them up to date on what's happening with AI and our students. And then we're going to have with Rep Valdez hosting a Trunk-O-Ween. And that's going to be at Leto High School, October 29th from 4 to 6. Bring your cars, fill them with candy, and let's get those children to the dentist. Just saying.
Member Perez. Okay, Member Washington?
Good, I'm going to be real quick. Are we giving comp time tomorrow or what?
Yeah, right.
Okay. First of all, we had a great forum at FAMU National Alumni Association Government Relations at the Tampa chapter. We have Ms. Brown, Kim Brown, and Dr. Carolyn Collins, and we had a forum on empowering communities through education, justice, and civic engagement. It was really a good forum we had. And then on the 27th, we had the Ameris Hausa luncheon with Johnny Bush. I had the opportunity to talk about all the good things that Hillsborough County Public Schools are doing and the school board are doing. And the superintendent Van Aris was there. We had a good time. We had really, really a good time. And then I had the opportunity, and I would like for you all to go to the PACE Center. I had the chance to go to the PACE Center for Girls. I had the opportunity to visit, and they have great programs there. They have career development for those kids, financial literacy, vocational and educational training. So when you get opportunity, it's nice to go by the PACE Center. And then I had James Elementary School Pantry, food pantry. That day I went on that Wednesday, which was, I think, October the 12th. They had 25, we gave away 25 food to 25 families and 100 individuals during my visit. Quite a few people. And I had a chance to go to the best medical support, rough, Diamond in the Rough. They had a gala, and we had Dunbar, because, you know, they do that white coat ceremony and so forth. We had Miss Cream there from Dunbar, and we had Tampa Bay Tech, Ms. Ernestine Woody there. It was a great program, just acknowledging kids and scholarships through Dr. Frederick. And I think that'll be all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. I really feel like we can make it to midnight. No, I'm just kidding. Member Hahn?
I will talk very slow and intentionally now. Quickly. Had a great visit at Palm River as Member Gray and Superintendent Ayers highlighted some of the things. Member Washington, Member Gray, and I and Superintendent Ayers met with the head of Head Start, and we learned a lot about Head Start and had a really phenomenal conversation about our youngest learners. And so I look forward to working more with Head Start to expand that program. I also had a MacDill Lunch and Learn at MacDill Air Force Base. I want to, the military families, many of them very new to our community this year, had an opportunity to meet with schools and different divisions at our district and different community organizations. They got questions answered. They got free resources. They got free books. Surprise, surprise. And they also got a free lunch thanks to Suncoast Credit Union, who provided a box lunch from Publix. And Publix came and set everything up. They had all the drinks. I mean, they were phenomenal. So thank you to Suncoast Credit Union. Thank you to Marcos Murillo and Kim Suchek and Anne-Marie Courtney for all the work you did to make this a very successful event. Anne-Marie's team, all the different divisions that came out, the district staff, the school staff, all the feedback I've gotten from MacDill leadership and the families have been really phenomenal. They're very appreciative for your time that afternoon. We did it during lunch, so many of the military folks could come out during their lunch hour, so it was very convenient for them. And MacDill gave us a beautiful venue to utilize for the event. So looking forward, that's going to become an annual signature event. We did something on a very smaller scale the last few years, but this year we kind of put it on steroids. So it was great. And just the last thing, as I mentioned earlier tonight, Superintendent Ayers, I want you to be permanent. I know you have a heavy load to carry. You're getting ready to carry that for us. And I think it's crucial for our community and district to have stability and clarity. So I look forward to your contract coming before this board sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn.
And Ms. Combs, before you go, the longest board meeting ever on record as 11:52. So if you need to talk more than 3 minutes, we'll break the record for the longest board meeting in history.
Gosh, and this is like my last formal meeting as chair.
3 minutes.
I'd like to
We can break a record tonight.
So, okay. So, well, I would like to concur with what Member Hahn said. You've really worked very, very hard, and we look forward to your contract coming up very soon. And just your hard work, and then your cabinet has worked very hard. So I just want to thank all of you and everybody who works so hard. I just want to say, thank you, Member Gray, for attending the Hispanic Heritage Celebration. It was our second year. And I want to thank Principal Larissa McCoy, who is like such an amazing individual, such an amazing leader at Leto High School. She is so top-notch. I want to thank the Brink Family Foundation, who supports our district in countless ways and supports so many of our schools. Anytime I need anything for our schools or community, they always step up and they're there. And we're so lucky to have them as partners. I want to thank the Operations Department, Marcos Murillo, who is just such a wonderful leader. And I'm so glad to see that you are where you need to be and that we recognize your leadership. Melissa Morgado, there's so much, the teachers, the administrators, the music teachers who did the performances. It was outstanding. And we had so many partners. I think we had 27, I think 58 booths. I mean, it was really packed. And also to Sebastian Arbelaez, I hope I pronounced that right, in communications, who created this great video. And Pablo, I think this video is just about 30 seconds long. So we're close to the 11:52. Okay. Okay. We are here today at Leto High School celebrating our second Hispanic Heritage Celebration. We have so many students across the district who are here. We have over 25 schools. We have over 27 vendors here to support our Hispanic community. It's so exciting. We have students celebrating from elementary, middle, and high school. It's been a wonderful experience. We want our families to know that we're here to support you and that we're here to make sure that we understand the importance of each and every culture, and we welcome everyone to Hillsborough County Public Schools. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, board members. What time is it right now?
Hold on. I need Patty needs to talk.
Okay. Well, I really do like to break records, but I do want to say that I think this is officially my last meeting as chair, and I just want to say, although today was a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, I think together we work very well together, and I think we all respect each other and really, really work together. It's just really such a pleasure being able to be with such a strong board. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Anybody else? Are we at 11:52?
You got it?
Yes. Okay. Well, Member Rendon, did you want to say anything?
Okay, so I just want to thank the Future Career Academy. They have kicked off their business panels. They're introducing to all of our students and seniors throughout Hillsborough County opportunities for not only jobs, but careers that offer benefits that will hire you directly out of high school. So thank you to the Future Career Academy as they partner with Hillsborough County Schools, giving all of our seniors an opportunity. I also want to thank Homes for Homes for Our Troops, who are going to be in Lithia, Florida, sponsoring a home for Sergeant Carter coming up in this. And we have now broken the record.
Did it. Thank you, Ms. Rendon.
And I feel like we can break it more and more. Hey, don't go yet. No, this meeting is adjourned.